Good morning. My name is Sandy Zalmood, and I am the Associate Director for Membership at the Inter-University Consortium for Political and Social Research, ICPSR for short, and that's over at ISR. And so today I am excited and honored to welcome all of you to this conference, to the Beautiful Minds Conference. And for myself and the team of students and staff who have been working on this project, this is really a sweet day because it's been only a few short months ago. This was just a conversation about how neurodiversity touched each of us. And so as those conversations evolved and we began to connect with individuals across the country and across the globe, we were able to connect with Stanford University and the University of Melbourne on their projects and their initiatives. And so today we will be hearing of the work that's taking place at both of those institutions. And the goal of this conference is really to bring the conversation of neurodiversity front and center. As we're exploring and talking about DEI and initiatives taking place across our campuses, we really are advocating for change to take place and visibility to take place for our communities with disabilities. And so neurodivergency is only one community that is impacted. And so you may be asking, what is neurodiversity? And so that's what this conference is today. The goal is, one, to provide education, to provide awareness, and to really begin to unpack neurodiversity and the challenges, the possibility, and the potential. And so this morning, I have this whole speech prepared, and I was like, this morning when I was making pancakes for my kids, I was like, some of the most brilliant and revered minds are neurodivergent, right? We think about Albert Einstein, Michelangelo, Bill Gates, Emily Dickinson. And so, you know, I think that we need to begin to have those conversations of changing the stigma that most of us have grown up hearing, is that this community cannot contribute. And so thinking about how we change that narrative, because there are so many areas and contributions that are brought forth by neurodivergent minds. And so our team in particular, I was referring to it as a scrappy team of staff members across the campus, but really we are a neurospicy team with many different flavors of spice. So I hope that you are good, thank you. I hope that today you begin to open up your mind to the possibilities, to the potential, and to the collaborations that can come out of this. I am working with an awesome team who you will meet through the presentations today. We have a day packed with presentations and talks, and so with that in mind, I invite you to get up, to stretch, to walk, to talk. We have a quiet room down the hall if you need to kind of have some space, and we're going to try to get the conference looped into that room so that you don't miss a beat, but that's where we're starting the conversation today. I hope that you enjoyed the programming. There's a lot of information that will be coming at you. The conference is recorded, so we'll be able to share with everyone after we complete the programming. But with that, let's get started, and I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Chris Larnick, to help me start the programming. Chris?
I'm not Chris, but these glasses were found on the ground over here.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
We have a winner.
We have a winner.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Larnick. We want to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we are all standing on today. We all work at every day. So here we go. The University of Michigan is, of course, located on the territory of the Anishinaabe people. The Ann Arbor campus resides on land ceded through the Treaty of Detroit in 1807. Additionally, in 1817, the Ojibwe and the Odawa and the Bodway-Nomi, excuse me if I pronounce that wrong, nations made the largest single land transfer to the University of Michigan, ceded through the Treaty of Fort Meigs with the agreement that their children would be educated in perpetuity. By the way, Fort Meigs is in Ohio, outside of Toledo, really should be Michigan, but that's a whole other story. We assert the sovereignty of tribal lands and the acknowledgement of the painful and historical and ongoing genocide, forced assimilation, and displacement of Native communities in the establishing of this university. We affirm contemporary and ancestral Anishinaabe ties to this land, the profound contributions of Native American peoples to this institution, and the university's commitment to educating the children of Native ancestors. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Kathy Ignatoski, one of the organizers. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the Provost. Dr. Lori McCauley is the Provost and Executive Vice President for Academic Affairs at the University of Michigan. Dr. McCauley has been an active researcher who was supported by NIH for more than 25 years. Her research focused on parathyroid actions in bone and prostate cancer and bone metastases. Dr. McCauley is a fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science and a member of the National Academy of Science. She is a longtime mentor in the University of Michigan's Undergraduate Research Opportunity Program, affectionately known as UROP. She's an advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and saw this conference as a way to get people involved in making changes to be more inclusive and accepting of the neurodiverse persons. Unfortunately, Dr. McCauley had a previous conference on campus where she was scheduled to give opening remarks, but because she is passionate about this topic, she agreed to record some opening remarks for us. Ladies and gentlemen, Provost McCauley.
Greetings, I'm Lori McCauley, Provost of the University of Michigan, and I'm so pleased to welcome you to Beautiful Minds, our Neurodiversity, Equity, and Inclusion Conference. To be heard and feel understood is one of our most fundamental desires as human beings. No matter who we are or what we believe, we hope others will see in us, even for a moment, the richness and complexity of our inner lives. I'm so pleased to welcome you to a gathering with the aim of doing precisely that. In my view, neurodiversity work is predicated on two foundational truths. First, that we are more alike than different. And second, that the areas where we differ can be better understood, celebrated, and elevated. Through research, we can better understand the nuances of neurodiversity. We can learn how different minds flourish, what practices and systems have been demonstrated to be beneficial across the widest spectrum of people, and how to help one another navigate our individual, sometimes unique challenges. We can celebrate the profound benefits both to individuals and our communities that we enjoy when we open ourselves to the entire spectrum of neurodiversity. We can share this information to promote empathy and understanding. And finally, we can take what we learn and elevate it, encouraging others to move past cliches, misconceptions, and reductive categories. We can do that in our daily lives, in conversation with our colleagues, and of course we can do it the way that the architects of today's conference envisioned, bringing awareness to this work so its crucial import is visible to our entire community. When I saw this conference taking shape, I was thrilled about the potential for its impact. When I learned it was taking shape because volunteers and students were working together to make it happen, I was moved. I'm so proud to be part of a community where people seize opportunities, and where none currently exist, they create them. Thank you to our guests and partners from the University of Melbourne and Stanford, and to those who worked to make today possible. And to all of you here, because you believe in the power of inclusivity. I hope you have a day filled with learning, connection, and joy.
Good morning. My name is Christine Leitner, and I'm from the School of Environment and Sustainability and one of the planners of the conference. It is my pleasure to introduce the Assistant Vice Provost for Equity, Inclusion, and Academic Affairs here at the University of Michigan. We are honored to have her here today to share her welcoming remarks. Please join me in giving Deborah Willis a warm welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I love the caller response. It's such a pleasure to see you all here today. I'm so happy that this conference is happening. I remember Sandy just coming saying, you know, we're thinking about something that's very important to us. And just in a few months, the community, you all came together to do this, which, you know, thinking about Provost McCulley and the Chief Diversity Officer, Tabby Chavis, both very committed to diversity on campus, and as am I. So I'm very happy to be here and proud to be working with that office. So I'm Debbie Willis, and I'm one of the Assistant Vice Provosts who has just the privilege and the honor to work with the leaders and advocates in our diversity community and our disability community on campus. And I would say that they are the epitome of beautiful minds, coming up with lots of creative ways and innovative ways to make the university more inclusive. And I feel very rewarded working with them to partner with them towards that effort. The Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion in general is very committed to embracing the many differences that make up our community at University of Michigan's campus, and to make it a vibrant place where everyone can succeed and thrive. And we've been doing this work for a while. We're starting our second fifth year strategic plan, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. And we work with our 50 units across campus who each have their individual plans, but we also have central action items or campus-wide efforts. And two of those campus-wide efforts this year is enhancing digital accessibility and enhancing physical accessibility. And that's just one of the ways that we're partnering with our people all over the campus and our communities and our units that are dedicated to this work. So we work with SAAS and ECRT and many other units towards that work. We also do a diversity summit every year, and we have done several things with the community, like the Anti-Ableist Academy conference that we're doing. It has become an annual event, and that will happen in November. So hopefully we'll see many of you there as well. I remember in 2017 in one of our one of our summits, we had Van Jones mention the concept of neurodiversity. And I was working at Rackham at the time, and I remember many of our graduate students came to say, you know, what is neurodiversity? What is neurotypical? And he just talked for a few minutes about it, and it opened that door. So now we have a full day conference on this effort, and so I can't imagine what will come of that. And I would love to be a part of that as well and continue this work. So with that, I'll just say I'm very happy to be here. I'm happy to understand more, like Provost McCulley said, so that I can work together with all of you to elevate this work and celebrate this work. So welcome, and I look forward to learning with you all today.
Hey, I'm back. So I'm going to introduce to you a program that's very near and dear to my heart called UROP, Undergraduate Research Opportunity Program. That program takes students, incoming students mostly, but students throughout their 4 years, and matches them with a research mentor, and they do actual science projects, and then at the end of the year, they present their work in posters or talks at a giant symposium, which is coming up at the end of April. I have been a UROP research mentor for 25 years or more than that. UROP has been around for about 30. It is an awesome program. If you have a research project and you need students, sign up for it. They have more students now than they have mentors, so please sign up. They have summer programs, everything else. Unfortunately, the director of UROP, Michelle Ferez, could not be with us. She had a medical emergency today. But we have to thank her as a committee because she allowed us to have a home. So the home for this whole project is actually in UROP. So we have to thank her greatly for that. That allowed us to help put this on. I'm going to introduce to you today our 4 students that we have from UROP, and they're going to present their work. Later on, they have their posters that they're going to present at the UROP Symposium scattered around, and you can talk to them individually. So our 4 students are Liam Benton, Annalisa de Guzman, Jenna Santa Maria, and Sally Moe. You guys are up.
All right, hi everyone. Thank you to Kathy for those very nice words. We'd first like to start by letting you guys know a little bit more about who we are. So my name is Liam Benton. My major is biopsychology, cognition, and neuroscience, but if you want to think of it as just psychology, I won't hold it against you. And what got me interested in this program is that I have a cousin who has autism, and he is one of the smartest people I know. He calls me every year to wish my dog a happy birthday. I don't know when my dog's birthday is. And in order to get him the help he needed, my aunt and uncle had to move states on a Hail Mary to get him the help. And thankfully, he is getting the help that he needs. But anything to change the narrative and make the world more neuro-inclusive is something I feel passionately about.
Hello everyone, I am Sally Moe, a freshman majoring in computational cognitive science. The reason why I wanted to be in this project is because I have a sister who has ADHD symptoms, and we wanted to diagnose her. However, my family member had a misunderstanding of ADHD and treated it as a very serious disability and refused to diagnose her and have her labeled as disabled. It is very unfortunate how people do not have a comprehensive understanding of the concept. I am now here to ensure the concept is correctly used. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Annalisa de Guzman, and I'm a freshman majoring in molecular, cellular, and developmental biology, which is MCDB for short. I joined because I have a younger brother, he's 11 right now, who has high-functioning autism, and about like 7 years ago when he was diagnosed, like being neurodiverse it wasn't really like a thing yet. Like it was just that he was diagnosed with autism. And I feel like that like 7 years ago that had kind of a negative connotation. But now I'm hoping that it can be like seen for its strengths rather than like the deficits that a lot of people see. So I'm just here today to bring light to that and hopefully to make this university a more neuro-inclusive place.
Hi, my name is Jenna Santa Maria, and I'm a first-year student majoring in data science with a minor in user design and experience. I chose to join this project because I have a family member who identifies as neurodivergent, and when he went to university, he was really struggling to get the support he needed academically and socially, and eventually he decided to drop out of his university. And I wanted to join this project because deciding to leave his university was a really hard decision for him and my entire family. And I want to help create a really supportive community here at the University of Michigan to help ensure the success of all of our students.
Okay, so next up we would like to present a little bit of our research. So we each kind of tackled a different component of the project. Mine was connecting with peer universities to kind of see what everyone else is doing. And through that, we met the University of Melbourne and Stanford University, and that's how we started this conference. So there's a lot of things that both universities are doing that we could easily do at U of M. A big one is putting every neurodivergent resource we have into one database. Melbourne is currently in the process of that. Stanford has a database, and we have a lot of really cool resources at U of M in place already, but they're not connected and they're still hard to find. So by putting everything in one big database, we can make it a lot easier for the people to find resources. In addition, one really cool thing that Stanford University is doing is supporting individuals who identify as neurodivergent as they enter the workplace. They have a program at Stanford that allows potential job seekers. It gives them training and it matches them with companies, and it helps work with the companies to make sure those companies are neuro-inclusive and the individuals get the support they need while working. The last thing I would like to stress is that at U of M, we do not have to do this initiative alone. We have allies from around the world who are willing to work with us to make the world more neuro-inclusive. I would next like to pass the mic off to Sally to help describe what U of M is currently doing.
When I was conducting literature review, I found that only a slight majority of Americans are aware that not all individuals with neurodivergent condition are autists. This led my interest in interviewing people around me to see if they understand what is it like to be neurodivergent. Interestingly, many do not understand what my question is. Meanwhile, when looking into what is commonly seen as neurodivergent, research indicates that 59% of the ASD youth primarily use social media for entertainment, while 92% of non-ASD youth use it for social interaction. This disparity suggests that the traditional communication method might be less effective for individuals with ASD. Therefore, it's essential to explore alternative information sharing methods tailored to their preferences. Recognizing the need for better communication method, I examined the resources at the U of M and reached out to various groups and departments within the university. As a neurotypical individual, I was not able to navigate certain websites. It is likely that this issue is even more pronounced for individuals who identify as neurodivergent. Moreover, I discovered that about 95% of the U of M department that responded do not have a specific policy for neurodivergence and follow the college-wide DEI plan. During my initial outreach where this data was collected, DEI 2.0 had not been released, and terms like neurodivergence or neurodivergent were absent from the DEI Plan 1.0. In the 60-page DEI 2.0 document, neurodivergent was mentioned twice in the context of enhancing digital accessibility on campus. Most of the neurodivergence resources on campus right now only mention autism and ADHD as types of neurodiversity, neurodivergence, and neurodevelopmental disorders. The use of many different terms could hinder the public's understanding of the concept. If people are not already familiar with what neurodiversity encompasses, they might lack the motivation to learn more about it. This can be particularly true for those who don't personally know anyone with this condition or don't have this condition themselves. To help neurotypical individuals understand neurodiversity and to guide individuals with symptoms to the right resources, it is recommended that people who suspect they are neurodivergent seek a diagnosis. If they are confirmed to be part of the community, they are encouraged to inform others about their status and seek support. However, there is lack of resource to help people even realize that certain symptoms could indicate neurodivergence. Another issue is that many people fear being negatively labeled, so that they do not disclose their neurodivergent status. As a result, neurotypical might not understand or appreciate the experience of atypical neurodivergence individuals, like those with bipolar disorder or dyscalculia, which is a condition that makes math difficult. This lack of understanding could lead to unfair judgment or biases against these individuals, thus creating a vicious cycle. I will now hand over to Annalisa, who will discuss the prevalence of individuals who identify as neurodivergent in K-12 schools.
Okay, so my role in the research project was to contact local schools in order to obtain data about the rates of neurodivergent individuals or people who identify as neurodivergent. So when I contacted these local schools, which were mostly consisted of K-12 schools in Ann Arbor Public Schools, most of them didn't, actually all of them didn't have a specific definition for neurodiversity, and they didn't really have data about the rates of individuals who identify as neurodivergent within their schools. So instead, I was directed to a website called Michigan School Data, which basically has data about like different populations within Ann Arbor Public Schools. For example, like students who are economically disadvantaged, or like the ages of people in the schools, or gender, et cetera. So since the schools didn't have data, I used this website and I calibrated it in order to show rates of individuals who identify as neurodivergent within Ann Arbor Public Schools and Michigan Public Schools overall. And what I found using this program was that the school data also didn't have a specific category for overall neurodivergence. They only had a category for autism, which I feel like is like ignoring all the rest of the conditions that could be considered as neurodivergent, such as dyslexia or ADHD. So I calibrated this website to show just the rates of students diagnosed with autism within K-12 schools, because that was the closest thing I could find to neurodivergence. And what I found was that over the past 10 years, the rates of students diagnosed with autism in Ann Arbor Public Schools and Michigan schools overall have increased. So looking at my data, you can see that the rates of individuals who identify as neurodivergent 10 years ago in 2013 to 2014 school year was around 8.4%. And as of last year, this number has increased to around 11%, which is a pretty big increase for 10 years. And as for Ann Arbor Public Schools, we can see that about 10 years ago, from 2013 to 2014, the rates of individuals who identify as diagnosed with autism was around 15%, whereas now it's about 20%, which is an even larger increase. And I think it's important to note that this shows a need to support this growing population as they enter universities, because universities are where you start to build your career, start to gain that experience. And by having these initiatives in place and this support in place, we can help everyone get the support they need and succeed in college and in their career. And I would like to pass it off to Jenna, who created our survey for this project. So thank you.
All right, so as Annalisa said, my biggest contribution to the project was creating the survey that we distributed to undergraduate students, graduate students, faculty, and staff. So with this survey, we had 46 responses, 27 of which were undergraduate students, 2 were graduate students, and 17 were staff members. And of these responses, roughly 70% of our respondents do not identify as neurodivergent, and roughly 30% identified as neurodivergent, as seen in the pie chart. And we separated these responses into 3 groups, one of which was neurodivergent staff members. The next were neurodivergent students, which included students in the undergraduate school and the graduate school. And then the last one was just neurotypical individuals. And we asked each of these 3 groups questions on a Likert scale, asking how strongly they agree with 3 to 4 statements. So for the staff, we asked them how they feel they fit within their department, if they believe the university operates in neuro-inclusive ways, and then their opinions on the resources available to them, and then the accessibility of those resources. For the students, we asked if they feel actively involved in the community here, if they're confident in their abilities in their classes, and their opinion on the resources and the accessibility. And then lastly, for neurotypical individuals, we asked them if they were looking for resources, if they would know where to go, if they're aware of the DEI initiatives at our school, and if they also believe the university to be neuro-inclusive. So with these responses, I ran a 1 sample t-test in each of the 3 groups, trying to figure out if their opinions on the resources here were generally positive or generally negative. So we can confidently say that within neurotypical individuals that they have a generally positive opinion on the resources available at the University of Michigan. However, we found no statistically significant trend in the neurodivergent staff and students, but we were able to identify a couple future directions for the university by providing a free response section of the survey where respondents gave suggestions on where they think the university can improve. So our two biggest takeaways from that was, one, trainings on how to communicate and appropriately work with neurodivergent staff should be implemented in the future to ensure success and inclusivity. This is mainly because some staff members said they choose not to disclose their condition to their coworkers or their boss because they are afraid of the stigma surrounding it and that they may be treated differently in the workplace. So a training on how just to work with neurodivergent coworkers would be really beneficial in that sense. The second conclusion was a composition of resources for neurodivergent students, including what they are and how to access them, will benefit students academically and socially. And this goes along with what Liam was saying that Stanford and Melbourne have or are working on. There's a few limitations in our survey, one being our small sample size, which was only 46, and we have a misrepresentation of the general population in our survey. Like I said, roughly 30% of our respondents identified as neurodivergent, whereas in the general population of the United States, that percentage is 15 to 20%. And this is most likely because we distributed our survey to a targeted audience. So I reached out to a few of the student groups I know on campus that are like neurodivergent allies or like support groups for neurodivergent students. So we believe that distributing the survey to these groups caused us to have an overrepresentation of the neurodivergent students on campus. And then additionally, if somebody is undiagnosed with neurodivergence and they are placed into the wrong group with this survey, then that may affect our results as well. And yeah, thank you guys for listening. We are really excited to be a part of this team and be at this conference today. And we'd want to open up the floor if anybody has any questions they might want to ask us about UROP or our experience with this team. Yeah.
There's always that one kid with their hand up, and it's always me. I'm Haylie Miller. I'm a faculty member in the School of Kinesiology, and I just want to say thank you for being here and for presenting. I know this is a big room of people to present to, so you guys did a great job. My question is about kind of our concept of neurodiversity. You've talked a little bit about how certain conditions have been spoken about more than others. Certain populations have gotten sort of more emphasis than others in this framework. But neurodiversity as a framework is meant to be one of inclusion, not exclusion. So there's not a list of diagnoses that count, so to speak. So I wonder if you have any thoughts on what we could do as a university to push that idea, that this isn't a checklist of diagnoses, but rather just a thing that someone could identify as broadly for a lot of different reasons.
This like major, aren't I? Oh yeah, that's a great question. So yes, I agree completely. You know, the definition of neurodivergency is just your mind's different. I don't want to say you're abnormal because that's not good. And one thing that we can work on is making neurodiversity a thing you self-identify as, not a thing you need a piece of paper from, say, a psychiatrist that says you're neurodivergent. Of course, this has limitations. It can potentially be abused, but I think the net positive of making the concept of neurodiversity as something you self-identify as, rather than a category you are put in, is something we can definitely promote at U of M. Is that awesome? Anyone else? Is that it? All right. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Beth Jakubowski, Assistant Director of Research Development in the College of Engineering and part of the Planning Committee. I am honored to introduce Dr. Megan Pesch, who is a developmental and behavioral pediatrician and Assistant Professor of Pediatrics at the University of Michigan, Michigan Medicine. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Pesch for her talk, The Privilege of Raising a Neurodivergent Child.
Wow, what a lovely welcome and what a lovely crowd. These are my people. This is great. Thank you. Let me just make sure I know how to advance the slides. Do I just push the button? Yeah? Okay. Well, we'll go with it. So I'm Megan Pesch. I am a developmental pediatrician, which means my training in medicine and in pediatrics is really to work with families and children with developmental delays, disabilities, behavioral challenges. And for years and years and years, a big focus has been diagnosing autism, ADHD, giving those labels that we are talking about today. And I'd like to share with you kind of my personal journey with those labels and this medical model of disabilities and disorders. And I'm going to be using these air quotes a lot today because I really, how my viewpoint and my thoughts about these, there we go again, conditions has really, really changed over the last 10 years that I've been in practice. And so I'd like to share with you kind of where many medical providers training, how we conceptualize neurodiversity, and really how I hope and think that where things are going in a positive direction. Oh, all right, those are my disclosures. So I'm up here, and I will be the first to admit that I am not an expert in neurodiversity. I am neurotypical as far as I know. I've been accused of being neurobasic, which means, not neurospicy, neuroplain, and boring, I guess. But I'll embrace it, and I'll take that. And so the reason why I say this is, I'm standing up here. This is a conference on neurodiversity, and I really want to speak from my experiences and what I know as a mom and as a clinician, having worked with families. But if there is a single person in this room that identifies as neurodiverse who stands up and says, nope, that's not right, that person is correct, because I do not want to speak on behalf of the community I am not part of. So I'm going to put an asterisk after everything I say. So all statements are based on my experiences, but I am not speaking for everyone. I am not speaking for the community. So today, let's talk about what is neurodiversity. Gosh, there are a lot of different definitions, and I tried to break it down really simplistically. And even hearing some of the great introductions and the talks today from the UROP students, which, gosh, how poised were they, right? So fabulous, yes. I think my definition might have gone overly simplistic. Let's talk also about autism. That is one of my true passions and loves. And then I like to flip the script, and this is kind of where I've taken my practice, my clinical practice, working with families and neurodiverse kids. And then my hopes for other parents and family members with neurodiverse kids. So why are we having this conversation today? Neurodiversity is everywhere, and it's beautiful and it's wonderful. I love the title of this conference, Beautiful Minds, because that's it. It's not othering, it's not pathologizing, it is everywhere, it is awesome, and there is no mind, no thought process that is less valid than another. And this is why we need to have this conversation. I think the conversation is critical, of course, for the neurodivergent community to feel welcomed and heard, but possibly just as important for neurotypicals to start to understand, to open our minds and accept and, kind of broaden our horizons into these different ways of thinking and being and existing in the world that are beautiful. I think Jenna before mentioned 15 to 20% of the population is neurodivergent. This isn't other, this isn't a rarity, you know, this is a variant, and maybe even that is too narrow, but it's everywhere, and thank goodness, because that's what makes it great. So it's a relatively new term. It's been around since the 90s, coined by Judy Singer, and it's really to increase the acceptance, the inclusion of all people, and embracing the differences in ways people view, experience the world. So instead of saying that is disordered or different or abnormal, no, we're saying it's diverse, it's inclusive, and it's not just one or the other. We're not talking about two buckets here. So the definition of neurodiversity that I use, just to simplify things, is a variation in cognitive functioning. So right, not one way or another way, but all the variations. Everyone is unique. I know this is very like Ann Arbor kumbaya, but I'm like a pediatrician, so I like accept that. But everyone's unique and beautiful, right? And these natural variations in skills and abilities and needs and ways of thought are wonderful. So that's the diversity. And then it's an umbrella term. So lots of people, lots of different minds can be in the umbrella. You can be halfway under the umbrella. You can be all the way under the umbrella. Typically, it's been thought of all these disorders. There's the air quotes again. And I don't really love how these are coined as disorders, because I don't think disorders implies wrong, implies that they need to be fixed. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. But it could be ADHD, a developmental coordination disorder, an autism, a neurospicy. I love that. I'm going to steal that phrase. That's fantastic. Intellectual disabilities. Lots of different things can be under this great neurodiversity umbrella. And then neurotypical, I think this is just as important to define, right? It's those people whose cognitive functioning aligns with the societal values, the expectations, how we expect people to act normal and proper, right? Air quotes. I'm going to keep pointing that out because I don't want anyone to miss the sarcasm on that. So despite these seemingly really simple definitions, talking about neurodiversity is really, really complicated. And I think that's why we're here today. And we have a whole day to kind of delve into it, and we're only going to scratch the surface. Neurodiversity is a spectrum, but I don't like even thinking of it as a spectrum like one single line like this, and I'm going to breeze through these slides because I put them in and then I was having kind of a reckoning last night. I'm like, it's not like a spectrum like you are here or you are there. It's almost like a mixing board, right? Like for audio, you can turn parts up, you can turn parts down. Every individual has different strengths and weaknesses, ways in which they experience sensory input, communicate, right? And so you can turn those dials up and down, and that's how an individual may or may not either self-recognize as neurodiverse, or in my case, as a pediatrician, you know, I give the diagnosis of neurodivergence a lot, and I think the importance of giving a diagnosis is to be able to help families have this lens to view their child's beautiful mind. But so neurodivergence, not a linear you're on or off the spectrum, but more like a mixing board. Okay. So let's talk about autism. I was reflecting this morning, like, when did I start being passionate about autism? And it occurred to me, I have the most fabulous autistic cousin, Philip. He is the best. Everybody always wanted to sit next to Philip at our family, like Thanksgiving gatherings, because Philip was not only flamboyant and fabulous, he does makeup at Ulta now, it's amazing, but his passion, his enthusiasm was America's Next Top Model. And the best person to sit next to at family gatherings. He always is so smart and insightful and says like the wittiest things. So I think that's probably where my passion for autism and neurodivergence started. So a word on terminology. There's a lot of words on terminology today, actually, huh? In the medical model of disability and conditions, it was really emphasized that we should never talk about someone as their medical condition. This is called person-first language, right? So you would never say, well, like for someone with cystic fibrosis, you would say, she's a girl with cystic fibrosis, not like a cystic fibrosis girl, you know? That sounds awkward, but you know what I mean. They're people first and their medical conditions second. But with autism, you know, that was taught to me too, and that was kind of like my Bible. Like, okay, I will always say people with autism. But over the last 10 years, I've realized this is not a medical condition that needs to be cured. It is not the equivalent of leukemia or something that is life-threatening. So the script has really been flipped here, and now I make all efforts possible to say autistic person. The A can be capitalized if someone is really embracing that identity, which I think is fabulous, or it can be lowercase if you know, not yet, individual preference. But so I will be saying autistic people, autistic kids today, and that's why. So what is autism? Under that umbrella again, so it's a lifelong developmental difference that affects how people perceive the world and interact with others. Or this neurological difference that affects how people perceive the world, communication and sensory inputs as well as outputs. Now, for 10 years, even more actually in my training, I've been giving this as a medical diagnosis. And that is all based on this thing called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, or the DSM-5, right? Which is this dictionary, basically, of all these different psychological, behavioral, emotional traits that individuals, you know, across the human spectrum have. And they kind of cluster into different disorders. And some of these disorders, you know, major depressive disorders, schizophrenia, can truly be disabling. So I am not at all trying to make light or minimize some of this, you know, seriousness of those conditions. But that is where the definition of autism that I have worked with for all my career comes from. And it really describes, and I'm going to dig into this. First, I'll go over it on a really kind of surface level, and then we'll dig into those criteria that really describe what is previously thought of, or people still unfortunately do talk about this, like autistic behavior. What is autistic behavior? And I don't really think, it's really othering, right? That behavior is bad. That way of acting is different versus neurotypical. But I truly believe that there's no such thing as autistic behavior. It's all like human behavior. Humans act in different ways when they experience different sensory or communication inputs or stressors. And so that's really a theme of my talk, is wanting to move us away from this othering, this autistic behavior, this pathology, towards just understanding the human behavior and then taking a step back and asking, well, why? Why are they acting like that? Why are they feeling like that? And that's the important question. So the DSM-5, which I think you'll probably all can appreciate is not my fave, but here we go. So in Michigan, to give a diagnosis of autism for certain insurance companies, it's like I have to like go and be like, you are blessed with the diagnosis, go forth. And then children can get services. And so I have to like go through this list of deficits, which is so, in a pediatrics term, it's just yucky, you know, it's yuck. But let's go into it a little bit. And then I'm gonna show you how, if you flip your viewpoint on this, it can be so much more powerful. So there's the A criteria and the B criteria. The A criteria, persistent deficits in social communication and social interaction. And the B criteria are restricted, repetitive patterns of behavior, interests, or activities. And again, in this book, these are described as a big problem. So the A criteria, and this is really just surface level, I've really abbreviated this, but you'll see it's deficits in social emotional reciprocity, deficits in nonverbal communication, deficits in developing and maintaining and understanding relationships, like, whew, it's so heavy. And these deficits, as compared to what? As compared to neurotypical, and really not deficits. This should be differences, or maybe not even differences, but just other ways of being in the world. But this is how medicine has really viewed autism. I'm going to go through the B criteria, and then I am going to flip the script. I know this is getting kind of heavy, but I promise. So the B criteria are those restricted, repetitive patterns of behaviors or interests. So this stereotyped or repetitive motor movements, I always think of like, the happy flapping hands, right? Use of objects that can be repetitive or stereotyped, or speech. You might have heard of like the echoing. Kids that can repeat phrases again and again. Insistence on sameness, liking routines, highly restricted or fixated or unusual interests, which I can't help but flip and say passions. And then these sensory reactivities. So it can either be like highly sensitive or hyposensitive to these sensory inputs. Now, I'm sorry, this didn't come across, and I had meant to retype this slide because this child looks so sad, and I don't think this is should be a sad quote. But really, Barry Prezant, who is a neurotypical himself, and he's written a book that I think really resonates to a lot of neurotypical parents and people in the field called Uniquely Human. This this quote says, difficulty staying well-regulated emotionally and physiologically, like in your body, should be a defining core feature of autism. But instead, all us professionals, sorry, I'm like paraphrasing, are focused on these resulting behaviors. And that was the list that I just read to you. Instead of the underlying causes, the why. Could it be possibly anxiety? Could it be not trusting your environment? Could it be this feeling of being so overwhelmed because of the sensory inputs or the social inputs that then these behaviors come to light, I should say. And I think that's really more the case and what we should be doing instead of focusing on this othering and the pathologizing. Because here's the issue, and really the bottom line for me. Describing autism as pathology is so problematic. Because I, as the doctor, am there telling parents, your child is deficient. Your child needs to be fixed. Your child needs to be like everyone else in society. And it conveys to those children and those individuals that at their very core of who they are disordered. And that couldn't be any more from the truth. And really, I think this is why, as much as I can in my work, and now my notes are so long because I say, this is the DSM-5 criteria for insurance, and we'll never talk about this again, goodbye, and now I'm going to talk about all your child's strengths. But I think we need to move away from this as much as possible. And this is where the stigma comes from. Autism is a neurotype. It's a way of being in the world. It's a way of a mind functioning, a beautiful mind. And this is a book that I read to my kids, and I was reading it the other day, and I was thinking, I bought this, I think, after Trump was elected, and I ran to a very liberal bookstore in Ann Arbor, and they had this whole thing. I'm like, yes, okay. So it's this book by Todd Parr, and it's called It's Okay to Be Different. And it's it's okay to have two moms. It's okay to have two dads. It's okay to be big. It's okay to eat macaroni and cheese in the bathtub. It's very cute. But then I was thinking about this, wait, it's not just okay to be different, it's wonderful. And it's not even different, it's unique. Thank goodness. Thank goodness there are people out there that are unique and different. And it is my hope and dream that we are able in society to provide that support, that acceptance, so people who are neurodivergent can thrive. So I did kind of pepper in my clinical experience a little bit. I'm just going to move past what would a talk about autism be without a quote from Temple Grandin, am I right? So parents and professionals get so worried about the deficits that they don't build on the strengths. And I think that is really critical. And in my practice, this is really how I've shifted. And in the past, I used to say, I'm so sorry to tell you this, but your child does meet criteria for autism spectrum disorder. And the family would cry. And then I would give them a list of, intensive behavioral interventions to fix their child, which I just feel so terrible about. And if I diagnosed any of your children in the past, I'm so sorry. And I've come a long, long way. But now when I give a diagnosis of autism, I almost have to like contain my excitement because I know it's scary for families, and if it's different and they, you know, it's a new world, right? So it's okay, I think, for them to have this reaction at first, like, oh my gosh, they're different, and what's wrong? But now I have to contain my excitement because it's like this lens is going to allow you to fall even more in love with your child. You are going to see your kid and how their mind works in this whole different light, and this is going to like change the rest of your lives. It is still hard. Parenting is hard, and kids on the spectrum, neurodivergent kids, you know, can come with a lot of challenges, but the strengths are really there. And so rather than focusing on the challenges, I want to kind of take you through some of my family's experience with neurodivergence, and we'll talk about the strengths. And how if you flip the script on that yucky DSM-5, it can really make all the difference in your experience parenting a child who's neurodivergent. I truly believe that autistic children shine no less brightly than neurotypical kids. But if you are a neurotypical parent, you might have to look for that light a little bit more. So this is my daughter, Odessa. I love this picture because I think she looks so wise. Like she has all the secrets of the world in her eyes. This child was born like Wonder Woman. I'm not even kidding. She was born like this. Charging out of the womb, ready to disrupt the world. She was like taking no prisoners, and it's so true. Now, her name is Odessa, which means journey, and it turns out that was very appropriate because we are on the journey with Odessa. Now, she also she's deaf, which, you know, is a whole different talk, and I think really interesting how there's so many really cool overlaps with deaf identity, capital D deaf community, and autism, capital, you know, A, and the autistic community. But that's a talk for another day. And so Odessa is autistic, and I am claiming that capital A autistic for her, and she can reject it when she's 16 or something like that, you know, and like shun me. But I feel like it's better than the other way with her being like, why didn't you embrace my identity? She is, I think her autism really became more obvious to us when she was around 2.5. And she had some fading, I would say, of her social interaction skills. It was so painful for me because I felt like I've lost my baby. And part of her did change, to be completely honest, but there is so much light and wonderfulness, is that a word? We're gonna go with it. In this kid that, you know, like I said, she shines no less brightly. So let's go through that DSM-5 criteria and flip the script. Instead of those deficits in social interaction, let's talk about preferences for social interactions focused on deep sharing of interests, those passions, prioritizing, appreciating functionality and honesty in conversation, like breath of fresh air, right? And I think when folks who are neurodiverse, folks who are on the spectrum, when we open our minds and can accept and support and understand, or at least try to understand, it might be really hard to understand. That's when the guards come down, when they can be more comfortable communicating how, you know, however and whatever might feel good to them. Oh, it is Autism Acceptance Month, but I think we need to move from acceptance to awareness to celebration. It is awesome, right? I'm not just accepting it. I am like, woohoo, celebrating. What about that nonverbal communication? So instead of saying, oh, no eye contact and that is bad, talking about minimal reliance on eye contact, not needing that body language to communicate. It might be hard for us neurotypicals to always pick that up if we have those expectations, especially if you're a hand talker like me. But you know, that I think it's different. And this is Odessa now. She's deaf. She communicates through ASL. And if she doesn't trust you, she will not look at you. She will look at you out of the corner of her eye and assess you for sure. But that eye contact is so intense that she doesn't prefer it, and that's okay. She picks up a ton still observing. And I think her way of navigating the world, which is often scary for her because she's missing a lot of social cues and, you know, auditory cues, it's perfect and it works for her. What about these relationships? Oh, thank you. So connecting with others through shared deep interests, again, these passions, they might be more comfortable with that parallel play. They might be more comfortable with relationships with objects or animals instead of that back and forth chit chat that neurotypicals seem to love or actually secretly hate, right? So I wanted to share with you the example of the stroller. This is Odessa getting her, it's like this little pram kind of stroller that Santa brought her for Christmas. This stroller has gone everywhere with us since this time. So it has gone to the library, it has gone to Ontario, it went to Florida, it goes to physical therapy with an umbrella, because why not, right? Now, if someone goes up to Odessa and says, "Oh, you're so pretty, I love your dress," she is not interested. But you ask her about that stroller and she will sign to you all day. She will show you her baby, she will tell you all about it. And she can relate to people because this is something she is so passionate about. And then let's move to that B criteria. What about stimming? Stimming is what we more affectionately call that stereotyped, repetitive motor movements, use of objects or speech that is kind of repetitive, right? That in that DSM-5 was noted to be more negative. Well, what about using repetitive movements or phrases or noises to communicate joy and self-regulate? And this is, I think it is more harmful to tell folks to suppress their joy. I mean, how many toddlers hand flap, right, before we've taught them in society, "Oh no, that's bad, that's awkward, don't do that." But toddlers naturally hand flap because they get so excited. It's just an expression of joy coming out of their bodies. I wanted to share to you about pickles. How did you all wake up this morning? Probably to an iPhone going off or a song, or maybe you're old school and have like a radio. I woke up to a 5-year-old going, "Pickles, pickles, pickles," in my ear. And that's how I wake up every morning. It's one of her favorite echoes or stims that she loves. I think it's from Cocomelon. There's a cat and they're like, "Pickles, pickles." But she doesn't have access to sound. And she sees them going like this and has kind of made that association that people can, wake you up like this. And so, I mean, I love it. I think it is both the creepiest and the sweetest way to wake up. And how is that not fabulous? I think it's great. Predictability. So again, the DSM-5 would tell us this is insistent on sameness and routine, inflexible adherence. Some of this language is just so daunting. Ritualized patterns of verbal or nonverbal behavior. Well, what about a more compassionate view? What about finding comfort in predictability, finding comfort in routines and patterns? We all find comfort in routines and patterns, right? And I'm going to skip this, just for the sake of time. And then I have 2 more to share. Again, deep interests. Instead of saying that these are fixated or rigid or unusual, again, who's defining unusual here, right? It's like the neurotypicals that wrote these diagnostic criteria. What about deep, intense passions that bring joy? And I think, how is that not wonderful? All parents want their kids to have passions. If the passion is a shop vac, well, so be it, And I wanted to share with you, this is my favorite story, and this little guy, I wish I could adopt him. I'm obsessed with this patient of mine. He loves electric hand dryers, right? It's so quirky, but wonderful. He and his family embraces it. He can tell you the voltage, he can tell you the model, he could take you probably on a history of hand dryers from the 1970s to present. He dressed up like a hand dryer for Halloween. I know. I don't know if he actually won the costume contest, but he should have. When the Dyson Airvac hand dryers came out, mind blown, this kid. But how is this less awesome or less relevant than someone else's passion about dogs or horses or whatnot as kids, right? It isn't. It's just as valid and maybe even cooler. And then I'll end here on sensory processing. So again, the DSM-5 pathologizes this, but there are different ways of experiencing sensory input in the world. It can cause distress, which I don't want to minimize, but it can also cause or create like deep pleasure and be highly pleasurable for individuals. And this is Odessa and sand. How is this not fabulous? How is this pathology? It isn't. My other kids are like down the beach looking at seashells. She didn't even get like past the first few steps and she's in the sand. She's loving it. She's feeling it. And this is just pure joy. And how can anybody say that this joy is any less valid, is any less wonderful? I mean, I wish my other kids got joy like this out of sand. Like, how fabulous. It's really the best. And so I think as a parent, when you can take a step back, when you are able and have the privilege of raising a neurodivergent child and opening your mind and seeing the world in different ways, you yourself, I mean, I get such joy out of pickles, 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 or sand, or whatever it is, because I mean, she's fabulous. And I think a lot of this is true for a lot of neurodivergent kiddos. So autistic people may need support, but they don't need cures. We don't need to fix, we don't need to look at these behaviors in the DSM-5 and say, oh, we need to like stop that stimming or make them look normal. Who cares? Who cares if the kid is at Meijer, which is a grocery store for all you Aussies, it's a grocery store here, spinning in the corner and whatever. If the neurotypical people can check their judgment for a second, that kid, I mean, as long as it's not out of distress, right? If they're finding joy, then let the joy be. So my hopes for parents that I see in clinic now of neurodivergent kids is that they can embrace and they can celebrate. These kids, and I'm focusing on the positives here, I don't mean to like see the world just through like rose-colored glasses, although like I do, but really keeping those expectations for these kids high, but also keeping the supports high, right? We're not gonna say, oh, they have autism, they're not gonna do this or they're not gonna do that. They're gonna do things that you have not even thought of. They're going to invent the next Dyson airvac hand dryer thingy, I don't know, that floats or something, who knows? But to keep those expectations and the supports high. I think as a parent, when you can open your mind, open your eyes, and see like the wonder of the child before you, it really just changes your world. And instead of mourning and focusing on the child that you think you should have, to appreciate the child that you do have is such, they are such gifts. And this is kind of my, I guess I should have maybe started with this, although it seemed like a natural ending, is to find mentors within the neurodivergent community. Having these like parents who are neurotypical, like my husband and myself, and we're like, oh, I don't know, like what do we do? When you connect with an autistic mentor, when they can share with you their experience or even help like interpret some of those behaviors, it's like we get these light bulbs that go off. We're like, yes, that is why she's doing that. And I wish there were, more programs that just set people up with neurodivergent community mentors from the beginning. So in summary, neurodiversity is a beautiful, beautiful thing. It should not only be accepted, but let's celebrate it too. I really think we need to flip the script on the pathology of autism because that's just not the case. It's a privilege and a challenge to parent a neurodivergent child, but the silver linings are abundant. And this is Odessa on her journey. She's at Martha's Vineyard, living her life right there. And I thought this was such a perfect picture because as she dances off into the sunset, we're just right there following her. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's so kind. Thank you. You're so kind.
We do have time for questions. I think Jesse may have a question in the back. Jesse, if you're there. From our
yes,
folks
thank
on
you.
Zoom.
We have a question from the online audience wondering, do you think your views are more mainstream among pediatricians, or do you think a little bit further along in your development and your understanding of diversity versus differences?
Oh, yeah. I think I'm pretty liberal. I think I'm much more farther along. I no longer recommend, a whole nother talk is like applied behavioral analysis, which is like a type of therapy for kids with autism to like fix their behaviors. And that is like evidence-based. There are the air quotes again. I hope whoever's doing the camera is like zooming in on the air quotes, because it's evidence-based if you want to train your child to be like Pavlovian and like compliant like a dog. That is sarcastic, but actually not too far from the truth. So that is still recommended by the American Academy of Pediatrics, by many of my colleagues. And so, I just keep spreading the message, and I'm still learning like a ton. And so I, bring up our N of 1 case study with my daughter as kind of our evidence, but also I think this framework is really helpful for families, and I hope the medical community can start to move along in this direction.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you. I've just got 2 questions. First one, have you considered, I'll get in trouble for this, have you considered a move to the Southern Hemisphere? We got told.
That'd be lovely. We'd have to learn yet another sign language, but
Or an exchange.
Or an exchange. Sounds great.
And that leads to my second question. How do you have those conversations with your colleagues? Because we're having those now.
Sure.
And we're like, hey, we're here to have a chat. And then you can see the sort of looks on their faces, and we're like, we're not here telling anyone off, but this is our perspective. Mm-hmm. And we're not here, we just want to have a conversation. But how do you start that conversation?
Yeah, so a very wise person told me, and this was just a few months ago, I used to recommend, there are a few professionals around town that do behavioral therapy that I think are very compassionate individuals. And so I said I do recommend to them. And this professor, actually, they said to me, it's actually like conversion therapy, trying to make a gay person not gay, trying to make an autistic person not autistic. And that was like, wow, for me, it was really profound. And so I've started using that analogy, and I think it really makes people kind of take a step back. I talk a lot about goals. I talk a lot about dog training and I know that sounds really crude, but I think when you kind of use those terms, it's really jarring for some folks. I talk a lot about if people aren't ready to just forego the whole ABA thing, talking about goals and compassion and the functions of behavior and always asking the whys. So I think I'm slowly moving people along. I think also they say, well, it's evidence-based, but evidence-based for what? What outcome? Quality of life? Someone's own self-satisfaction? Someone's self-worth? No, it's it's evidence-based on compliance. And so when you start to kind of break that down for folks, I think the wheels start turning. It's a long conversation, and I too am still learning a lot. So it's a long conversation, and if you have any tips, I'm open as well.
Yeah, hi, thank you very much. We have one more, another question from online. Someone says, I would like to connect my child with an autistic mentor. What is the best way to do that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't actually know if I can connect with this person after, if they could drop an email, I can do some more personal connections. I don't know of any particular organizations that do it in Michigan. I will say there's a fabulous Facebook group called Ask Autistic Adults. And so this is not for children, but parents, neurotypical parents can join the group. You cannot comment on anything. It's only autistic adults that can comment back. And so there is some very strong feedback at times, but it's very eye-opening. So it's the neurotypicals that can ask the questions. Anyone could ask a question, but it's autistic adults that are giving that feedback. And I think even just reading through those comments can be so eye-opening as a neurotypical parent. But if that person wants to connect with me offline or online, just not on this line, we can talk and maybe I can help find something local.
So hi, thank you very much for your talk.
Oh, yeah.
I'm here today largely because I run a summer research program here on campus. And a couple of years ago, I had two students that identified as autistic. One did quite well. One left our program very early because of other complicating issues.
I see.
They came back the second year. One of the challenges the first year for this student was it took 24 hours for me to actually talk to that individual, because all it was is like, I can't do this, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, this is the parents talking. No, and I'm a parent. I'm a parent, so I'm not knocking parents. Right?
Totally.
Right. But I'm just like, and then at one point, they broke down, and I was like, this is the first moment I've connected with the student.
Wow.
They came back last year, did very well for the most part, and then struggled really the last half. Again, won't go into that. But the challenge that I found was, the student was getting, help with speaking with someone on a regular basis. The student had done this with the parents, and I was like, I had started to immerse myself in communities like this, and I had started to learn just enough or find just enough, and I was just like, but you're okay.
You're okay, right.
And so what I did was I shared, I have a colleague who wrote a paper. He is an autistic individual and talked about his life in the geosciences and what he's had to do and the challenges he's faced. So part of why we're all here is to try to create a better environment for these students, in part, right? So what do we do? Maybe this is a loaded question you don't answer.
Oh, no.
What do we do when we're faced with, this is what they're being told, right? This is what we're hearing. It's like, as a parent, it's like, it's not really my job to contradict the parents and the medical professionals that are helping this individual.
Sure.
But there's this whole world that would love to just talk to this student.
I know.
And what's my responsibility and what am I allowed to do? Because I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to do, but any insight you could provide.
You can say what you see. Before me here, I see a person who is great at this. I see a person who I believe is capable of this. You can describe those qualities that you're seeing. It's not going against what the parents say. But if the parents say, oh, you can't, I don't know, you're bad at public speaking or whatnot, you can say, well, I see a person here that has just spoken very eloquently about a very complex subject that most people wouldn't be able to do. And I think starting to point out those strengths, even I think introducing the term of neurodiversity, which, I'm not really one for labels for the sake of labels. I like labels when they can help people. And so for me, getting a diagnosis of autism for kids or even teenagers, I love it because it can be like a point of pride. They can connect with the community instead of feeling my brain is broken, like my brain is awesome and I think in a different way, and how beautiful is that? I often talk about companies like Google and Microsoft who have these sub-HR departments just for hiring neurodiverse people, and it's not a pity party. It's because they know that those brains work in really cool ways that can solve problems that are advantageous. So I think kind of pointing out those positives and building that person up. And I think you can do it in a way that doesn't, you can say, well, they say this, but I see this, and you are always entitled, of course, to your opinion. So thanks for doing that.
Hi, my name is Nicole. I'm the mom of a neurospicy child who has not yet been officially diagnosed with any one thing. He's 5 years old, so we're kind of navigating that process now. But special interests in robots, vacuums, and vacuum robots, by the way.
Love that.
Yes. Can you talk a little bit about the challenges or the disconnect between this way of thinking about the pathology of autism and how trying to move away from pathologizing autism or neurodivergence as it is, and receiving supports, say, through a school system, and the challenges there of we want our child to be supported, we want him to flourish, and we want him to have all the supports to cater to his strengths. But in order to do that, you often need the diagnosis, and that means you are leading yourself into a conversation of deficits and difference and challenges.
Sure.
So can you talk a little bit about how either you've navigated that or suggestions in navigating?
Totally. So I think a diagnosis, like I just said, is a good thing if it can get you services and it can if people start looking at your kid as like, wow, they view the world differently instead of that's like a bad kid, like that is like, oh, like the very worst. I think it can be really helpful. I think it's really important, and I love going to an IEP meeting because I am like, can we change that goal to be like a little bit more inclusive, or do we really need to work on like taking turns with peers? What about just talking about something that they're passionate about? And so recognizing those kind of almost like autistic cultural ways of being and having that recognized formally in a legal document at school. I think I'm very choosy about the practitioners I send my kids to in terms of working with like speech language pathologists or occupational therapists to make sure they're working on skills that serve the kid and not to like repress who they really are. So I think it certainly can be done. You have to be really choosy about it, and you have to be a mama bear, again and again. And I think, I think that's another great thing about the neurodiversity framework is you can really become empowered as a mama bear or papa bear and, get up there with your kiddo and be like, no, this is how their mind works and this is what they need, because no one truly knows your kid better than you. And so that's why I love going to IEP meetings because we can really disrupt.
We've received several questions online from parents asking what they can do to advocate for their students. We have people telling stories of schools that have rejected a doctor's diagnosis. They insist on doing their own diagnosis.
All the time.
Or people. Staff and faculty at the schools, how can parents encourage them to view their students through more of a strengths-based lens?
Yeah, so I have this whopper IEP letter that I send. And so first I talk about accommodations, like how are we going to lift up the child, like the actual services. But then I say, and there are some lovely templates online. I think if you start looking into a really lovely thing to Google is neurodiversity affirming therapies or child-led therapies, right? So we're talking about not breaking down who they are as a people, but really a person, but really supporting them. I think that can lead into some really great IEP goals, neurodiversity affirming IEP goals. If you want to really delve into this a lot more, I think that's a great place to start. But I think really knowing your child, knowing their strengths, and continuing to bring that up and up and up. And if you're in Michigan, just drop me a line. There's my email. I can go to your IEP meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Pesch.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andy Brocious. I am a Research and Events Coordinator at the Center for Disability Health and Wellness. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Shanna Kattari. They are an associate professor at the School of Social Work in the Women and Gender Studies Department. But also they are a non-binary, chronically ill, queer, polyamorous, neurodivergent researcher, which are all identities that I'm delighted to share with them. So they actually live within the identities and intersections that they research. Their work aims to understand how privilege and power create a system that systematically harms people with marginalized identities. Recently, they've focused on physical, behavioral, and sexual health disparities among trans and non-binary communities using community-based participatory research. But most importantly, in my mind, their work serves to uplift the resilience of these communities in the face of the harms that they suffer to focus on queer, disabled, and neurodivergent joy. So without further ado, Dr. Shanna Kattari.
any of these mics are good. All right. Can folks who can hear me okay? Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to present with a teleprompter, which I haven't done before, so that's an exciting adventure. I'm autistic. I don't like change. So I'm Dr. Do I get a thing that, a clicky thing? Is this? I'm going to guess green is forward. Is that accurate? Yes. Okay. Great. Got my emotional support crystal stem ready to go. So I know we've done a little bit of a land acknowledgement, but I do want to acknowledge we are on the lands of the Anishinaabe, which is the Three Fire Confederacy of the Ojibwa, Ottawa, and Potawatomi Nation and Wyandot Nation. And while it is so important to make these acknowledgements and advocate for Indigenous struggles against ongoing settler colonization and moving towards a decolonized future, words are not enough. I really invite you to think about the idea that decolonization is more than conceptual. So please check out the land back movements, as well as for those online, if you're in places that have real rent movements or other movements led by Indigenous folks locally and in your area specifically. Also, in the land that we have labeled the US, all of our spaces are built on the backs of and through the labor of enslaved Black people. So I'd like to honor the legacy of the African diaspora, Black life, knowledge, and skills stolen through violence and white supremacy. And, I promise I'm almost done, there are multiple genocides happening in the world right now in many different countries, and it's really easy with everything that's happening, as well as an ongoing pandemic, potentially a new pandemic with H5N1, to take a breath, ground ourselves, and also not look away, and make sure that we are doing the most we can to stop what's happening. I'd also like to do the very neurodivergent thing of being this is a body-mind friendly space, and there is a blue and white image with clouds and blue writing in the on top of it that says, please feel free to stim, lie down, stand up, fidget, doodle, putz around on your phone, move your body, and have big feelings. Because all of that is a great way to just be authentic. Now, I am really lucky to be sandwiched between two of my favorite community members and accomplices, Dr. Pesch, who is really fantastic. I don't know where you are, but thank you. Oh, you're right in front of me. And Dr. Miller, who's coming after me. So I'm realizing, I was talking to my partner / emotional support animal, that I masked a lot when putting together this presentation, not this type of masking. But as far as I know, I'm the only tenured autistic faculty member in my field, at least in the US and Canada. And this is the first time I'm actually talking about neurodivergence rather than, if you want me to talk about sex and disability, that's great. In fact, some of the ASL interpreters here have seen me with my vulva puppets before. If you want me to talk about trans health, I feel very confident in that. I've done that for years, but this is my first time presenting on this. So I made it a little academic-y, but I promise we're gonna have fun as we go through it. And thank you so much, Megan, for setting the stage. That was really lovely. So I'm actually gonna talk about neurodivergent faculty because so much of our conversations and discussions about everything are related to students, which is important. And it's important at the K-12 level, it's important at the higher education level. But here's the thing, there are a lot of neurodivergent faculty. I would say so many more than are even aware of it. When we talk about the absent-minded professor trope, or the person who can focus on this tiny cellular structure for 60 hours a week for 10 years of their career, and we're oh, they just really like that cell. And I'm well, I also just really like professional wrestling because it's a special interest, right? But even just thinking about the folks who know they're neurodivergent, and what we saw with our student group presenting earlier, right, is that there is a percentage of folks that identify that way. And inherently, the academy is ableist, right? Institutions are inherently ableist, they're inherently racist, they're inherently sexist, right? Because they are built on foundations of privilege and power. So we know the academy is inherently ableist, which impacts all sorts of faculty, staff, and students who are disabled, chronically ill, neurodivergent, short-term, long-term, all of that. And I would say over the past 10 years especially, the Academy has done a better job, and I'm going to speak from a US perspective, and I'm excited to hear about folks from the other side of the globe later, in that we're having more conversations about disability not as a deficit, but as an identity, right? There's a huge movement on campus here at UM to start a disability cultural center, right? Because services for students with disabilities, now rebranded SAS, is wonderful, and it's an office of compliance, right? It's not a space for culture. And so it would be lovely, just like we have the Spectrum Center that does amazing work for our queer and trans students and community members. We have Trotter that does amazing work for our racialized communities and students. We have Hillel for our Jewish students. Wouldn't it be lovely if we had a space for our disabled students to come together? We're not there yet, but the conversation is happening. However, almost all of the conversation skips over faculty when we talk about disability and when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? There's not a lot of disability conversation in DEI. And many of the accommodation processes for faculty are handled by HR or in their specific, whether campus HR or in a specific unit, not by disability related spaces. Now, I will say, having gone through the accommodation process, not once, but going through it now a second time, the folks in ECRT here have been very lovely and super supportive. And shout out to Erin Metz. I don't know where you are, but she's giving a presentation later, and she's been super amazing. And HR is not on the side of people. Right? Like that, it's on the side of the university. That's what it's there for. So the fact that we're not having a special services for faculty with disabilities, right? That we're having to go through this very traditional compliance process that then goes through the HR in your unit is not ideal. And it looks different on every campus. Neurodivergence, even more so than every other type of disability and chronic illness, is less understood, less discussed, and often supported less than other types of disability, right? If I show up, I'm multiply disabled, I'm chronically ill, oh, also I have long COVID, so my brain may forget things. We're gonna navigate that as is, right? But if I show up with my cane, and I can say, I have an arthritis diagnosis, I've had 5 knee surgeries, they're like, yes, no stairs, got it, check, right? Somebody shows up and they are navigating a cancer diagnosis. Oftentimes not quite as understood, but at least we have some sort of process around it. Someone shows up and says, I have ADHD, the lights are too bright. There's but they're just lights, right? Or, the sound of the HVAC unit in my new office means I can't work there. Everybody has to deal with the HVAC. We just live in an old building. We work in an old building, right? So there's not a lot of understanding around what that looks like for a lot of people. And to go back to Dr. Pesch's thing, we have a very traditional view of oh, you're autistic. Well, first of all, you're femme, so how can you be autistic? But second of all, you're talking to me. You're making eye contact. You got tenure. How can you be autistic? Right? We have a very specific idea of what we're looking for. And all of the research that we have on accommodations processes, ableism, and experiences of disability and neurodivergence in higher ed, with the exception of 3 items, are all focused on students. So there's very little around faculty, and we could not find any research on MAD or neurodivergent pride for faculty. So you are the first people ever. We literally are writing the papers right now, but to hear, it's a lot of quotes because I think it's a qualitative project and I really want to share voices. I am gonna read them because that's best practice, but I think it's so worth it because you have these voices of faculty from all over the US, so stick with me. All right, so I started this study before I got long COVID, so December 2020, and I had been hearing from a lot of faculty that particularly moving online, neurodivergent faculty, moving online was wonderful for them. right? They had access to comfort items, to off-camera stims, to controlling the lighting, controlling the sound, all of this. And suddenly, as the vaccines were starting to come, there was starting to be a pushback towards campus. And people were like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I was like, well, let's just talk about what your experiences are generally, and maybe that will be a good grounding point. So the main objective, as basic as it is, what are the experiences of neurodivergent faculty in higher education? Because we don't know. We know, but as the academy, we don't know, right? There's that evidence base. So I'm like, this has been my entire career, is like, I'll go to people and be like, this is what the community's saying. And they'll be like, but it's not in the evidence. And I'm like, oh, yeah. I'm gonna go get a PhD and then we're gonna do that research. And then the secondary objectives, because I am very big in community engaged research and I want to give back as much as I am learning from. And so I wanted to know what tips, tricks, and techniques that these faculty use to navigate these spaces. And we're actually in the process of putting together a toolkit for neurodivergent faculty based on things people shared. So I do want to acknowledge that when I was starting to put this together, Dr. Dana Prince at Case Western, doc student Carrie Sherwood, who's here in our joint program, and then Al Waldron and Sierra Gorton were all people who came together and helped me think through this, helped me start this. Carrie taught us deduce, which I will never use again, but it was very useful to learn. And Debbie, are you here? I can't see. Oh, in the back is my MSW intern, coder, co-author Debbie Erickson, who has been just amazing on this. And so I'm very proud of them. And there's a meme. I've inserted some memes because A, I'm a Zennial, and B, it breaks up the text a little bit. So there's an image on the screen, has two red buttons, and one says, disclose and risk stigma, and the other says, don't disclose and struggle in silence. And then there's like a superhero wiping his head, and it says, neurodivergent folks in the workplace. So we recruited using virtual flyers, emails, convenience, and snowball sampling. We got faculty from all across the US. They had to engage in spoken English or signed American Sign Language. 60 to 90 minute recorded interviews over Zoom, and this was found to be exempt over our IRB. And it's a phenomenological study. Okay, I put this up here because people are always like, but tell me what the sample looked like. And I'm like, there's 23 people. We collected a lot of information about them. I have my email at the end of this. If you want, I'm happy to email this to you, and then hopefully there'll be papers out later this year. But our sample was fairly representative across race in some ways in the percentage of white folks, but we didn't have a lot of Latinx folks. We didn't have any indigenous folks from the US, although we did have someone who teaches in the US who's originally from New Zealand, who's Maori, Lebanese, and a white British settler. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of queer and trans folks. This is not surprising. Some studies say that up to 40% of autistic folks are trans, and conversely, up to 40% of trans folks are autistic. But when we take in all of these other pieces of ADHD and major depressive disorder, general anxiety disorder, sensory processing disorder, BPD, it's like Pokemon, gotta catch them all. Right, so we have people who labeled their sexuality from everything from super queer to queer and asexual, usually heterosexual, but not always, asexual, gay, and queer. And then we did have, I think, 3 heterosexual folks in the sample, which oftentimes people are like, oh, is it because you're queer that you just happen to somehow recruit more queer people? But it's also because, folks who are not interested in social navigation, like social boxes, are like, cool, I'm just gonna kind of be who I am, and here, I'm gonna find the words that work for me, or I'm gonna explore with these things. We also had, I'd say probably a third of our sample was not cisgender in any way. So trans, questioning, fluid, trans man, non-binary, trans or masculine presenting, queer and non-binary, so a variety of agender options. And it was across all types of institutions, public and private, selective liberal arts, research, like UM is considered a research institution, R2s are kind of like in that middle space. And then what I was really excited about is we got a nice diversity across social sciences, humanities, STEM, arts, etc. So for the analysis, there's a picture of a whole bunch of virtual colored sticky notes that are on a screen, and you can kind of see that they've been moved into spaces that have black sticky notes that have the themes. So we cleaned the transcript. I created a code book. We did inductive coding over Deduce. And then we did this virtual tabletop theming process, which I really love. If you're a qualitative person and haven't done this yet, it's one of my favorites, where you take all the codes and you like, pre-pandemic, physically move them around. But I've gotten with several different studies over the pandemic. Jamboard was great, but now that's gone. This is Miro. But what was really nice is like Debbie and I were at home in 2 different places, and we're both able to code together and put these around. So we came up with 7 themes, which is like a lot of themes, I know, but the data was so rich. There was so much information in this. So and I'm going to talk through them. The first is neurophobia, which is a term we came up with, as systemic oppression, including the obstruction of access and accommodations, and the impact of enforced masking. And I'm not talking about pandemic masking. If you are new to this term, it's this idea of role-playing I mean, I'm a theater kid, so that's what it feels like to me. What society wants and what neurotypicality looks like, right? So this is like, I'm gonna make eye contact with you because this is how we talk. And even today, I was like, I need to figure out an outfit that is autistic yet professional. And spent 3 hours with my other partner. I was like, the jellyfish is too much jellyfish. And then I was like, but that one's too boring. Right? And then this morning I had cat earrings planned, but then my sensory things were like, these are too heavy and they're making clicky noises in my ear. So we went with the queer earrings, right? But like the masking. Navigating the nexus of identities. So using the term intersectionality should only be used when it is grounded in race and gender. And sometimes this came up in other ways. So we're using the term nexus of identities, although race and gender certainly came up in this. The complexity of outness. So being out around your neurotype. In different spaces, whether with admin, with colleagues, with students. The labors of communication, right? So that, how we perform or how we are called out around communication. And then some of the favorite things we had, right? Because the joy is an important piece is, so as a foil to neurophobia, we have neurophoria and the brilliance of neurodivergence, community connection and advocacy, and then shared wisdom. And so some of those pieces are going to turn into the toolkit. So here's where the quotes come in. But first a meme. There is, I don't know, a cat monkey. God, doing image descriptions on the fly is hard with memes. I'm like, does anybody know what that is? Sitting on a box and it says, when you've been given a task with vague instructions, and it's just kind of frozen there and is like, okay. All right, so neurophobia is systemic oppression. These are all quotes from participants. And I will say, in writing this up, so I did the interviews 2 years ago and then have had long COVID and now have this amazing intern and we're working together. But it was really weird reading this because so many of these quotes resonated with me and were things that I would have said and I have said, but I was not interviewed. And so, it's really an interesting experience of doing the work. Some people call it me search, which, I think it's just as valid, but there was so much affirmation around this, like there was very little disagreement, which is surprising because usually in qualitative work you have, well, these people said this, but on the other hand, people said this, and there was not a lot of that. I get well, you're not that kind of autistic a lot. I get the high functioning, low functioning a lot, where people will act like they're complimenting you in a way that's actually denigrating your whole community. It's a weird warning that you can't actually be yourself here. I see a lot of the explicit ableism come out in what my colleagues say about other people and their students, more than explicitly at me. So I'm often a bystander to ableism in a way that makes me really, really shaken sometimes. When you thought another faculty member was chill and good, and all of a sudden they talk about a student they thought was faking their disability. I'm gonna say it because this is how I feel and think, and if that's too blunt for you, I don't know what to tell you. If you're asking for my diversity, you're asking for all of me, not just my face on the website and my complicity. Nah, I'm gonna say something and stop touching my hair. Looking at underneath this, kind of the obstruction of access and accommodations, I told the dean. The dean said to contact the Office for Students with Disabilities. They told me to contact the provost. The provost sent me back to the students with disabilities, who sent me back to the dean. So no one knew what to do with me. I do get penalized a lot for using my accommodation in ways that they don't even see as retaliation, and all that extra labor, all the labor. I did the workplace accommodation with the dean. The accommodation process was stigmatizing, not tailored at all to someone with my particular mental health condition, my neurodivergence with the autism. It was really geared towards some sort of physical short-term impairment. I didn't even know how to answer the questions on most of the forms provided. Right? And we're seeing that again, is that there's, people don't expect neurodivergent faculty. We expect it of students. And that's really ableist or neurophobic in and of itself. Impacts of enforced masking. I won't speak in meetings if I feel I can't organize my thoughts fast enough. Sometimes when I'm confused in a group setting, I won't ask for clarification or repetition because I feel like I'm derailing the group or monopolizing and taking up too much space. I have a lot of shame about my struggles with executive function, so another way of masking is to pretend everything's going to be fine even when I need support. One of the things I spend a lot of time doing is taking notes, even though I will likely never read them again for a couple of reasons. One of is which I can't really read. So taking notes is sort of silly from that perspective, but it helps me focus at the same time, and it makes it look like I'm paying attention. I'm studious, I'm not on my phone. This is the exact same behavior from a usefulness perspective as doing the New York Times Sudoku while listening. With the New York Times Sudoku, it's frowned upon, and taking copious notes is not, even though it's exactly the same thing. I do think that humor and charisma, I don't know if those are things that are masking or if they're personality traits, but I do know that there are two things that make my intensity lovable, where otherwise it could be uncomfortable. I could have said that quote directly. That hits home for me a lot. Navigating the nexus of identities, and I want it this is gonna be 2 or 3 papers. These are just a few quotes, and again, this is my asterisk. Not representative of there's so much more in this, but I only got 40 minutes and you don't want me to read quotes for an hour. So I think my gender is a huge part of why I didn't get diagnosed earlier on, and I think that's part of why it can be read as not neurodivergent by other people, because I have the more inattentive type rather than the really externally viewed type. And I think in some ways I've been able to get away with some of my neurodivergent behaviors because it gets lumped under as something like, well, that one's a little bit odd, kind of like the manic pixie dream girl kind of thing, which I normally don't like, but if it allows me to be myself, then great. I think that also in terms of navigating my own mental health, being someone who lives with depression and epilepsy, I think some of the stereotypes just around Black people in being successful and needing to work harder already does also impact my ability to show up for myself fully and feel good about what's enough, and just being able to say at night, I've done enough. And it's amazing to me that we're having a number of conversations right now about intersectionality and racism, and people don't know what to do with ableism in that. For folks who are US-based, people with disabilities, disabled folks, make up 50% of who is killed by the police, and particularly Black disabled folks make up even a higher percentage. Another meme, so there's somebody putting on a coat and someone says, don't forget your mask. And so that person puts on a pandemic face mask. And it says, and the other mask. And the person says, hello, nice to see you. I love to make small talk and eye contact. With the complexity of outness, it's a very logical decision based on who has the power in the conversation. So if I divulge that I have a medical or otherwise problem, are you gonna backlash on that? Is it gonna hurt me? Then if so, I'm gonna protect myself. If I'm in the position of power as the teacher, and I'm sharing this personal information about myself, I'm not hurting the students. And then if anything from it, I'm letting them know that they can be open with me so that I can be accommodating to their needs. And I've had several students over the years that have been extremely appreciative of that approach, so that when I have the power, I try to use it for good. And if I don't have the power, then I protect myself. And so for me, being open across the board has helped folks feel empowered themselves to use the resources or find additional resources or come to me to find resources or to have conversations about working with supporting students. Conversely, it was advised strongly, and I agreed, that I hide my disabilities from the faculty, but I was totally open with the students. So it was this interesting thing where on campus, I was totally open and out, and at faculty meetings, I didn't mention it except for a few critical people who were my allies, who were like, let me look at this for you, let me do this for you. And I was so glad because it became clear when I was there the level of ableism that was going on. We talk about communication. I wish you all were clearer in your communication. There's so many things that I think neurotypical folks take for granted and then leave us to our own devices to figure out. I think a lot of it is people not understanding what autism is and looks like. Communication is definitely a thing. I definitely have atypical facial expressions, and even the way I say things, I think, can be a little atypical, and people do misread me. So sometimes when I'm excited, people might think I'm angry. When I was a visiting assistant professor, the word that popped up a lot in their evaluations that I was surprised to see, because it popped up multiple times in the 2 years I was there, was stern. And the funny thing is, I'm one of those profs who loves to tell funny stories in class. I don't think of myself as stern. Face-to-face verbal communication being valued above all others. That's a really, really common one. And it's funny because a lot of the time it's the emotionally sensitive people who think that they're being a good ally that are the most likely to do this, to prioritize one mode of communication over another. And now on the beautiful side. It means being a creative thinker. I feel like I can say sometimes processing faster, but also sometimes processing slower, so that it has its pros and cons. You know, make connections that other people don't see. I also think there's a certain amount of empathy, you know, associated with this for other people. Yeah, I see it as a positive thing most of the time. I do things that other people don't think of doing when it comes to research. I don't feel locked into this like this pattern. I'm able to engage with folks. I do a community engaged research. I'm able to engage with folks. I'm able to create environments, I think. We're all constantly working on what this looks like, but there are things that I think I know other folks are not thinking of as researchers. And I definitely approach things a bit differently. It helps that my field has become one of my special interests. Not unusual for faculty. So I spend a lot of time thinking about it and talking about it, even outside of work. It also makes me more understanding of students. I'm super happy to work out accommodations and continue changing my teaching and what I offer students as they express their needs to me. When I think about a lot of other professors come at it from, I don't want to do that, or that's not how the real world works, they need to get over it. I think and this is around community connection and advocacy. I think sometimes that enthusiasm can be infectious and helps me make friends, connections and friends, and find research. I love our disability community. We've had a lot of people in and out over the years, but especially the graduate students who have been here 6 years at a time. I spent long hours with other neurodivergent people on a lot of different topics. It is a joy to work out our neurodivergences together. I've been told by people, you make shit happen. And so I think that speaks to how I show up as a faculty member, but also as a professional in my organization and in the field. I get really big feelings about the things that are not going well and the injustices in our field, or about the ways that my students are not being supportive or seen, or have whatever I need to have, a meltdown, a freak out session, a vent session, a good cry, or whatever. And then I'm like, all right, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna take action? How am I gonna show up in a grounded way and take my time to organize the information? Which sometimes takes a lot of time, but then move into action and make some changes that will benefit the future. So, some tips that came up. This is my first time using Canva, so again, change is hard, but I tried to make it engaging. On the left side, we have some tips or shared wisdom, if you will, for neurodivergent faculty. And again, I just used quotes for this. We'll have a whole toolkit. But I'm done masking. Not pandemically. I don't have the energy for that, especially now that I'm in a faculty job. It's so demanding, I don't have the energy to mask. I can either mask or do good work. Which do you want? Setting boundaries is the best thing I've done in my life. trying to work with my strengths. And if you know, for some reason, if I have a productive surge, that's when I maximize to get as much done as I can, rather than working within the traditional 9-to-5 system. For our allies and accomplices, I prefer the term accomplice, but some people use the term ally, I would want them to engage in the work from an authentic place and want to read. I'd want them to follow the disabled community, neurodivergent community on now the fascist site, but I would say maybe Instagram and TikTok are better options. Other professional spaces, I would want them to engage in the work as opposed to me having to come and educate them, which I think is true of every marginalized identity saying this to our communities. Everyone gets work done and does things differently, and that's okay. Let people tell you what they need and how they're going to do what they're going to do, and make space for them to express if they need something more or something different. I would want neurotypical faculty to think more critically about what is productivity looks different for different people. And so a lot of these things tie in, right? This is where I can like bring all my areas. I do trans research, I do sexuality research, I do disability. When we talk about what justice looks like, when we talk about equity, when we talk about changing systems, this is true for everyone. There's no one way to measure service for faculty, right? Is service how many committees I sit on campus? Is it how many national orgs I am on? But what about all the neurodivergent and trans and queer and fat students that come to me because I'm the only one in the school that has those conversations, right? What about us showing up in meetings and we are the only out autistic person, the only out person of color, or the only person of color generally, the only queer person, the only trans person, the only immigrant, and we are having to decide, are we there to be a token or are we there to educate everyone in that space? So really thinking about productivity is not just papers and books, and service is not just committees, and knowledge development is not just what exists in the peer review literature. And teaching is a lot more than tests and evaluations, but thinking about how we do this relationally. And I think that's true for all groups. I just loved reading all of these quotes because neurodivergents have really great pattern recognition. And so we're able to say it in ways that are very clear. And I'm very excited to come out with this toolkit. So what does this mean for higher education? Like, I think a lot of things, but I only have 6 minutes left. So to be better prepared to support neurodivergent faculty, we should be moving towards models of universal design, which for those who are not familiar, it's this idea of like, what if we just made spaces as accessible as possible to start with? Right? Like the fight that we had in summer 2020 to get Zoom to have captions. But here's the thing, if you don't pay for Zoom, it still doesn't have captions. They have the ability to do this, but they only give it to paid accounts. Which, excuse me, that's bullshit. Universal design would say, we have the ability to do this, let's do this. What if we built all new buildings with ramps instead of stairs? Or both as an option, instead of as an afterthought when we're putting people who use mobility devices in a, like a bin lift in the back, right? What if we made it so every room, I will say my office, this is lovely, has dimmable lights, right? Like it's not that hard, or we give everybody the new LED bulbs you can control on Wi-Fi. Like everybody could change their lighting. We wouldn't have to make it a thing. Now it doesn't mean that accommodations wouldn't need to happen, but it does mean that we are starting from this higher level where more people have access to begin with. Removing barriers for accessing accommodations, I talked about that a lot. Dismantling using neurotypical forms of engagement as norms. I'm currently on a committee that's talking about governance and other things, and every week I'm like, but can we talk about how problematic Robert's rules are? But then we don't, right? But like that's like my example of the most, like faculty meetings are like the most neurotypical thing, but we put a whole bunch of neurodivergent people who don't know they're neurodivergent in a room and then ask them to perform neurotypicality, and we wonder why we don't get that much done. And engaging in meaningful change around ableism and neurophobia in academia, which starts by even naming it and talking about it in DEI. right? Like this is and I know, I mean, everything, the university that I went at was, oh God, we had a different term for DEI, and other people have it as idea, and then there's BDI or DIB, right? Like, it's about intentionality and inclusion, and like if we actually want people to feel welcomed and supported here, like how do we include all of that? And then also, then this goes back to Dr. Pesch's talk, how do we recognize the strengths we have with our neurodivergent faculty? Like, we often make such deeper connections with our students because we show up authentically. I cannot tell you how many students have come to office hours to just be like, wow, I'm in social work, like you are helping me think about how to be an authentic social worker with my clients. Or this is the first class where I felt safe to speak up in conversation because you've modeled it's okay that if my brain doesn't work quite right, like I can still try. Like, y'all, I teach master's students and they're telling me it's the first time they feel safe talking in class. Like that is heartbreaking to me. We use hyperfocus to be successful in multiple productivity measures. Lots of people were like, how did you come to your doc program or out of your doc program with 17 publications? And one of my lovely partners, Leo, who is here, can be like, well, sometimes they would get on a roll and I would be getting up at 6 a.m. to go to work and they would still be working from the night before because they sat down for 8 hours and wrote an entire journal article, which is what does not work for me anymore, but it sure did when my brain worked better. Really unique and innovative approaches to research, right? We see everything from like arts-based and creative things to people who are approaching astronomy differently, engineering differently, really thinking about things in unique ways. And then really creative and interdisciplinary envisioning. Right? We don't like putting things in boxes as neurodivergent folks. We like some clarity, but we're also like, why did you put this here and that here? Like, what if we moved this and put it over here? And then what if we brought in these other people? Like, what could we do with this? And given how siloed universities are and how stuck they are, and this is how we've always done things, what a strength it is to be able to say, I could see things differently. What if we changed this? So with that, hopefully I still have time for some questions. Here's my information with a joke that has my contact information. You'll note there's no phone number. So please don't call me because I'm neurodivergent and I will not answer the phone. But you can find my email. I'm on Instagram and Blue Sky, my website, LinkedIn. I probably should have done some fancy QR code, but I'm not that tech savvy. But I want to really thank the conveners of this, everybody that put in the work to make this happen. I couldn't have imagined there would be a space where I could be so open and out because I've run into a lot of issues where I've been told I'm not collegial enough because of the way that I talk, or that it's inappropriate to use chat on Zoom, you know, that's not what it's for, and all of these other things. And I think neurodivergent faculty are often, our brilliance comes out and then we're often like molded back into what we're supposed to be. And I was really anxious to come here today because I was like, oh God, what if it's a bunch of people that want to talk about ABA and like tell me that like you're too conversational to be autistic and all the other things that I get said. And this space has just felt really, really healing to be in a space where people understand that. And I'm so excited to have our colleagues speak and to see what they say. And again, thank you, Dr. Pesch, for the most beautiful setup. I can't wait to see what Dr. Miller comes up with next. No pressure, but she's pretty brilliant too. Yeah, so any questions? That's all, yes. Awkwardly clap. Thank you.
So we received a lot of comments online, a lot of enthusiasm. So thank you so much. Several comments wondered what sort of investigations you're aware of that have been done into the experience of staff. Wondering, will staff ever be included in studies like this? We're often left out of conversations at UM and MishMed. What kind of resources or work is being done for neurodivergent staff? Could you speak to that?
First of all, preach. And yes, I see that we're going to be talking staff this afternoon. Is that what, or you're just excited? Yes, okay. So don't worry. It's coming for staff. And I do very strongly think that that is so important. And I do want to note, like, staff get left out of these conversations all the time. In qualitative research, I mean, we had, I think I opened the call for 2 weeks and we had 23 respondents who made it to doing the interviews. This was like over the holidays, and I was like, what am I going to do with my time off? I'm going to do research on myself and my community is what I'm going to do. But yes, I think the next step with this would to be the same thing, but for staff, and kind of just show them the models that we've come up with for this and to say, like, is this similar for you? Is this different? And there's also a lot of crossover between like staff that become faculty and faculty who have been staff and that type of thing. So I think that's super important and totally a limitation. So thank you for the call-in. And if you are interested, because I also think it's really important to have people whose experience it is. If you are a neurodivergent staff member and would like to be part of, like, help me create and lead this study, here is my email. I don't know, I'm just articulating to the teleprompter. Here is my email. Please email me. I would love to do that work. I will also note, this kind of stuff is not fundable. And so I'm happy to pay participant stuff out of discretionary funds, but let me tell you, trying to get disability research where it is not seen as a deficit funded is one of the most challenging things I've ever experienced. I say after we spent so much time on an R1 this fall that got withdrawn. So yeah, thank you for the call-in.
To say that this whole thing started because we were interested in working with staff and trying to do this kind of stuff for staff. So stay tuned, it's coming.
No. Questions over here. I was gonna say I answered all of your questions. That was like, but.
Hi, as a quote-unquote neurotypical brain-dead person, I appreciate the organization of your presentation today. And as someone who works with a lot of faculty, how can I help faculty be able to get their thoughts into a very kind of organized way that other neurotypical people can really understand? Because I find it's difficult sometimes for staff members who are supporting faculty who are typically neurodiverse to be able to kind of call it all together in a way that everyone can understand and can interpret.
Yeah, so is anybody familiar with Muppet theory? Okay, a couple of folks. So Muppet theory says that most people are either chaos Muppets or order Muppets. And this can change in various spaces. So like in our polycule, we're all ADHD, all have autism and ADHD. And like I organize all the travel. I am a order Muppet around that because it's a special interest of mine. And I'm like, I spend hours and hours on forums to determine like the best things. I do prices, right? Like that is where I am. If you want me to talk about cleaning the house, I am a chaos Muppet. And I need someone else to be like, this is, right? Like, the same is true for me in academia, is that behind every chaos Muppet is an order Muppet. We have to have them, right? And so it sounds like you're an order Muppet. Yeah, I see the nod. My doc student right now is an order Muppet. It's great. I was an order Muppet when I was a doc student because my professor was more chaotic than I was, right? Like this is how it happens, is you have to shift. And so what happens is sometimes I start with these very big picture ideas and what if we did this thing? And my doc student is like, yes, and the abstract is due tomorrow. So can we use this? So what I would say is, for example, for me, this is putting together this presentation. I hate PowerPoints. I hate using these things. My background is as a sex educator where I show up with like vulva puppets and butt puppets and like throw condoms at people, and it's a much different experience. So, but I've learned, right, that this is an expectation, and I'm like, I don't love them being boring. So that's where I put in like the fun memes and the pictures to try and like keep it hip or with it. I'm not either. But I'm trying. But like, for example, this is a very traditional conference presentation style, right? Like, what's the background? What are the methods? What's the analysis? What are the findings? What are the implications? I didn't really name limitations, right? And then like, thank you. So if it's helpful for that, like I would say like, hey, can you put your ideas into a conference abstract, right? Sometimes I'll say when somebody else is more chaotic, what's the TLDR? Like, what's the too long don't read of your idea? Which is the non-academic version of what's the abstract. And so that type of thing of like, but don't make it just for the neurodivergent people. To be like, your idea is too chaotic, I need you to boil this down. Because we also want the people that have like an hour-long, really boring, dry presentation to also have to boil it down, right? And tell us what they're saying. But then I would also encourage neurotypical people to press their comfort zones and to say, what would it look like if instead of this, we had a cool brainstorm? What if we use something like Padlet, which is one of my favorite things, where people can all put ideas in simultaneously and you can move them around and do all of that. It's free for your first 3 Padlets. I'm not paid by them. It's just really useful, both in class and for research. And to say, hey, this is what we're doing today. And it might be chaotic for you, because you work in these very specific ways, but this is how it works best for some of our faculty, right? And I would say that there's no one-size-fits-all approach. This is the challenge with accommodations, right? It's like, you can't be like, well, if we do these 5 things, then all neurodivergent people are gonna be covered. But to say, what would you like to see in our next staff meeting? How can you present this to us in a way that you think we'll understand it? And then maybe we'll present it back to you, and we'll meet in the middle, right? Because I'm not saying everybody has to become neurodivergent. That would be cool though. Right, and we want to meet neurotypical people and, you know, like, it's okay, we like you too. So let's find that middle ground of trying different things. And also just from a pedagogical standpoint, if we look at like Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences, like that's good for neurotypical people too. Not every neurotypical person learns best through making lists or a PowerPoint, right? Like maybe they'll make a cool podcast episode. I don't know. Like I work with students who are neurotypical who create magazines, who create, one of them again, I'm using Leo's example, like for his final project made a book. Like you can buy blank books at Michael's and she just made a book. But if we put really like staid boundaries in of like, you can only write a paper, you can only present an abstract, or you need to fill in this table, we lose out on so much of that brilliance from everyone. Sorry, I could talk about this forever. Okay. Email me.
So burnout among neurodivergent professionals is very common, but it is so hard to get time away from faculty responsibilities to recover and chart a new sustainable path forward. What would your recommendation be to make space for faculty to address neurodivergent related burnout?
That's such a good question because I am in deep burnout right now. And that's not a joke, that's very serious. Last summer, my therapist was like, you need to take 3 months off or you're gonna end up in catatonia, which is something that happens to autistic people who get too overwhelmed. I did not take 3 months off, but I did take 6 weeks off, which for an academic is like, it helped that Scotland brought me out to keynote there. Hey, Australia. Because then I just spent time in Scotland and that was pretty awesome. They have these cows. Okay, sorry, different conversation. So some things is there was like, because academia is sometimes so amorphous in guidelines and communication, they say things like, you should review journal articles. Y'all, I get about 80 to 100 requests a week to review journal articles. That's a lot of journal articles. And finally somebody sat me down and was like, how many of those are you reviewing? And I was like, God, I can barely do 5 a week. Y'all, no one is supposed to be reviewing 5 journal articles a week. And finally, that person was like, maybe do like 1 or 2 a month. Like that's what's sustainable. And I really had to be like, but there's so many good things that I want to review and there's so many bad things that I want to review, right? So that's actually how I make a little flow chart now. right? Because I'm like, the ones that say like transgendered or how do we cure autism, I'm for sure reviewing. And the ones that are like talk about like gender euphoria and autistic joy, I'm like, I'm for sure reviewing those, right? And so that's how I decide. And now I also have like a whole list of students and colleagues, doc students and colleagues that I can send the other articles to so that I don't feel like they're going into the ether. Also, I think that whole peer review system is about to collapse. So, I mean, that's its own thing. Similarly, like I have a lot of students who come to me for independent studies. And like my first year here, I did like 12 independent studies. Which again, faculty, if you're not a faculty, you might not know, but like that's a poor choice. So now I do 3 independent studies a semester. I have a limit, I have a wait list for them. I require that students send me like a 2-pager and what's on it. So like, I know what it's gonna look like. I know they're self-driven enough to do an independent study, right? Like these things I've chosen to teach classes that bring me joy. I teach a queer class, I teach a sexuality and social work class, I teach our PhD level pedagogy class, and like I'm very privileged to be able to do that, but there's nobody else in the school who teaches them, so that's great. But finding those things that bring me joy, and also like asking for support from people to say, what is actually the expectation around this? Because I was like, I went up early for tenure and I could have taken longer, but I was just, people were like, be productive. Publications are the currency of the academy. Get this out, go to so I did. And I did it at this really horrible rate that burnt me out. I got tenure in 4 years, which is great, but also I was so burnt out. But no one told me, hey, like, actually maybe like 2 to 3 publications a year is appropriate. No one told me maybe 2 books by your 6th year in the academy is too much. And so now I'm having to do that for myself, and it's really hard, right? Because like everybody, particularly of marginalized identities, has to learn how to say no. We all do. If you haven't read Rest is Resistance, if you don't follow the NAP ministry on Instagram, like do that shit now. If you, The Slow Professor is also a great book around that. It follows like the slow food movement. This is like slow academia. But the thing is like nothing we do is urgent. It is okay that this took 2 years. 2 years ago, I would not have said that was okay to myself. And then I got long COVID. And it slowed me down, and I have to listen to my body and my mind now in a way I didn't before. And autistic burnout, neurodivergent burnout is just as real. So taking care of yourself, setting boundaries. I have a colleague, like I can't do this shit because I work whenever my body and mind work, which is fine, but she doesn't work after 5, she doesn't work weekends. She is like, those are my boundaries. My boundaries are around like how many things I take on, what I'm agreeing to do. I now have a thing where I like message my partners and I was like, hey, I got invited to speak on this rally on campus. And they're like, so you're gonna have to find parking. Then you're gonna have to walk to somewhere you're not going. It's gonna be very loud. No one's gonna be masking. You're gonna feel really, and I was like, oh, I was just excited to be invited. But now I'm thinking through those things and how stressed is that gonna make me, right? The conference, our annual conference is in Missouri this year, which has passed a lot of anti-trans policies. And I was like, yes, it's important to go to these things because there are queer and trans people who live in Missouri, but I also don't have to put myself through that, right? And so thinking about those things, having trusted colleagues, partners, friends, family who will give you feedback. And then I also now schedule Wednesdays off. I can do work if I want to, but I don't take meetings on Wednesdays. So that sometimes looks like resting. Those are the days sometimes when I make doctor's appointments or days where I get tattoos, right? Like things that bring me joy. But there's, and I will say like once a month there's a faculty meeting on Wednesday and I can't like not go to that, usually. But whatever it is for you, making that time, and the time that you are taking off should not be, oh, cool, I'm going to fill it with housework. I'm going to fill it with other things that will burn you out. That should be like, for me, that's when I rewatch WrestleMania, or I look on my forums about cruising and like what new ships are coming out and like, you know, like my special interests. This is when you go check out the newest hand dryer or spend some time watching your robot vacuum. So really thinking about, or here's the hard part, doing nothing. And we live in a culture that is so grounded in the Protestant work ethic and capitalism and the hustle, which is not aligned with neurodivergence at all. It in fact harms us. So the more that we can divest from that, the more that we can deconstruct those expectations, the better we do. Sorry, I'm also getting on another tangent. Yep. I've probably taken all of my time. Is that accurate? Thank you so much. If you have more questions or you just want to hear me go off, there's that.
Okay, so now I get the privilege of introducing the person who's standing between you and lunch. Dr. Haylie Miller is an assistant professor of kinesiology at the University of Michigan. She received her undergraduate degree from Vanderbilt with a double major in music and psychology, and then received her master's and PhD in psychology from the University of Texas, Arlington. She studies how movement and vision develop across the lifespan in autism and other neurodevelopmental conditions, and how these skills affect functional mobility. She has received continuous support from both the NIH and NSF for her work, and she has her work has been shaped and strengthened by candid, thoughtful guidance of neurodivergent people. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Miller.
Thank you all so much for letting me take the time before your lunch. I want to start by saying, because we are a little bit behind the schedule, if you need to get up and go get food because your body needs food, that's okay. You can do that while I'm talking. It won't bother me at all. So just to start out with a little bit of information about my positionality, you heard about my training background, but as I stand here before you, I am a white Hispanic woman in a bigger body. I have brown, but if we're honest, mostly gray now hair and green eyes. And I use my hands a lot when I talk. For you to know my positionality to the neurodivergent community, I'm married to an autistic man, and I myself have some glitter squirrels that go on a rave every once in a while as a result of multiple concussions. So we have some neurospicy and some neurosparkly in our household. And so that's sort of the perspective that I come to you with personally. So that might tell you a little bit about what biases I might bring to what I'm telling you, but also to what personal insights drive what we do in my lab. Okay, so you've heard some of this already today, but I'll just tell you from my perspective, in my lab, we use identity first language when we talk about autism, not necessarily about every community that we work with, but particularly autism, because there's been some recent published research that suggests that in the United States, that is the preference of the adult autistic community, so that's what we're going with. But we also respect individual language preferences because language is super personal, and so I want you to know that when we're one-on-one with somebody, we really just try to mirror whatever language they use about their own identity. I'm not going to try to shove my ideas or somebody's paper, even though Monique and Kristen's papers are fabulous, down your throat. So there's some resources here if you have questions about that, but I really love this graphic, which is Autistic Created, that shows you kind of the different ways that autism wording has been used, I guess, against people over time, and why some folks don't prefer some of these conceptualizations. So at the beginning of this talk, I'm going to introduce you to some key concepts that are related to motor development. I'm going to show you some research data from our lab. I don't want this to get too nitty-gritty and fiddly because although I am a psychologist, I do biomechanics research as well, and that can be a little bit to swallow if you haven't been exposed to it so far. So I'm putting QR codes all throughout the presentation, because I am a little bit techie like that. So you're welcome to snap those and they'll take you directly to the papers that I'm talking about if you want some time to digest them later. And then I'm also happy to just hear from you by email if there's anything you want to dig into more. In the middle, I'm going to offer you the opportunity to try a postural control task. You can do this seated or standing, and you also just don't have to do it. It's fine to opt out. But I thought it might be nice to see how your own body feels when we're doing some of the things that I talk about. And then we're going to talk about how motor differences affect lived experience at various life stages and across different contexts for people, because I believe disability is context dependent. I believe that disability or ability changes based on how we go through our day, the tasks we're doing, the supports we have available to us. So while I totally 100% agree with Megan and Shanna's conceptualizations of all of the strengths and joys, I want to send you off with some thoughts about the ways that we societally and institutionally here at Michigan are failing the neurodivergent community by not addressing the aspects that cause disability in these environments. And hopefully by the end, you're going to know how motor differences can affect things like mobility, employment, health, quality of life. You'll have an idea of the things that we could be doing better to create a more accessible working and learning environment. And you're going to, I hope, have some language to do some advocacy within your various communities, regardless of whether you are in leadership, whether you are somebody who's still learning as a student in this environment. Maybe you're a student leader, maybe you're staff, faculty, admin, I don't care who you are. I'd just love it if you'd go back to your units and your communities and talk about these things with them. So first, I have to convince you motor matters, because most of the time when we talk about neurodivergence, we see from even some of the earlier conversations today, a lot of emphasis on cognitive and social communication skills, and not so much acknowledgement of different ways of moving and being in our bodies and perceiving things with our sensory systems. And so I want to make sure that we're just kind of calling attention to that and it doesn't get lost in the shuffle. Motor skills are really necessary in infancy for language and cognition. They're necessary in childhood for things like school and handwriting and play. And we need them in adolescence for things like social interaction, to be able to find proximity with our peers that feels comfortable to both interactors, to be able to do self-care and daily living skills, and maybe even eventually to start doing things that are more complex like driving. So we know that goal-directed movements, like all of these things I'm talking about, rely really heavily on what we call postural control. So when I use that term, what I mean is the ability to maintain yourself upright without swaying so much that you can't do your task and without falling over. Whether that's seated or standing doesn't really matter, it's just the upright control of your body. The nice thing about motor things, whether they are skills that are positive or things that are causing you a problem, is that they can be recognized pretty early in life. In fact, earlier than most social communication features and most cognitive features that we use to diagnose neurodivergence today. So they're a really early marker of some of these things that might be going differently in the developmental trajectory. And we could use that information to empower people earlier with the correct information and give them the right supports so that they can develop in a way that suits their body and the way that their sensory systems work. So I thought it was funny when Megan had on her slides this idea of sort of the auditory spectrum. This is the way that I think about the spectrum of neurodivergence as well. That it's a really broad spectrum of ability and disability, but it's not just two-dimensional. So I have for years used this analogy of like a mixing board and turning things up and down. So I love to hear that reflected this morning as well. If you imagine that the red was your motor skills and the yellow was your social communication skills and the green was your attention and the teal was your cognition, on any given day, that mixing board might be turned up or down depending on the environment that you're in and what resources you're working with. The kinds of things that we see typically in neurodivergence might be delays in meeting motor milestones, hypotonia or hypertonia, so either laxity and floppiness of the body or rigidity and spasticity of the body. Differences in motor planning or motor learning, especially in new situations where we're having to process everything fresh and figure it out on the fly. Differences in coordination of different body segments or limbs, toe walking or other differences in gait. Differences in visual spatial processing, how we take in our visual world and understand the space that we're in, and differences in proprioception of how we sense our body in space, knowing where we are in the world. And all of this down the line can produce problems with balance and postural control. And I specifically use the word problems here, not because the person is the problem, not because the motor difference itself is the problem, but because having motor differences in a particular context can cause a problem. It can limit you from doing what you want to be able to do. It can make it hard or uncomfortable or dangerous. It can place you at risk for falls or injury. And then also we have this just sort of more minor thing of increased risk of trips, slips, stumbles, collisions. You may find yourself bumping into things, tripping over things. Those kinds of things can just be disruptive to your day. They can make you nervous about moving around. They can make you uncomfortable or fatigued. But all of this along a dynamic spectrum. This spectrum is not static. It changes moment to moment and certainly across the course of a life. So the key systems we're going to talk about today are vision, which is how your eye moves and how we process and filter visual input. We're going to talk about proprioception, which is your sense of where your body is in space and how your body is moving. And we're going to talk about vestibulation, our sense of equilibrium, our sense of motion. So I gave you some examples underneath. I'm not going to read every single one, but for the sake of those who may not be looking at the slides, I'll read a couple for you. So for vision, if you have a vision difference, one of the things you might notice is, do you stop moving when you have to sneeze? If you're walking down a sidewalk and you feel a sneeze coming, do you stop dead in your tracks, sneeze, and then keep going? It may mean that you have a difference in the way that you integrate vision, and your body has learned, if I don't stop, that loss of vision is going to make me stumble or feel dizzy or fall over. For proprioception, do you hit your hip on the same cabinet in your own house every time? Has your body not figured out where that cabinet is yet? You may have a proprioceptive difference. It's okay. Do you feel dizzy or nauseated when you're riding in a car or turning your head rapidly? If you are confident you're not going to throw up, close your eyes, twist your head really rapidly, and open your eyes again. You dizzy? The amount of time and effort it took you to recover from that head shake tells us a little bit about how well your vestibular system is catching up after we perturb it or move it around or mess with it a little bit. And differences in vestibulation can cause a lot of problems for people's comfort and safety as well. So one of the things that I recommend that people do, whether you're neurodivergent or neurotypical, is check in throughout the day on your sensory needs. Where are your sensory systems at the moment? Are you close to overwhelm? Are you understimulated? Are you overstimulated? We've talked about in our visit when we were talking in the lab about like caffeine. Did you have too much caffeine and now everything's vibrating? Like these types of things can affect how you move throughout your day. What needs do you have that might not be met? And if you have trouble remembering to do this throughout the day, as those of us who are a little neurospicy or neurosparkly tend to do, if your glitter squirrels have gone into a rave and you can't get them back in the cage, maybe try setting an alarm. Set a reminder on your calendar. Make yourself a checklist. Here are the different things I need to check in about with my body. Make sure that you're hydrated. Make sure that you're fed. Make sure that you have physical comfort to the best of your ability. Because all of those things will affect how your body moves and how we go about achieving our goals. So what does this have to do with motor skills? Hopefully you're starting to see the puzzle pieces come together here. Puzzle pieces not in the weird autistic imagery sense, just a regular old puzzle. I'm going to show you some research data from our lab that will hopefully kind of bring this home for you. But again, I don't want you to get too lost in the weeds here. I'm going to start with some lab-based postural control tasks. Then we'll do some community balance testing, and then I'll talk to you about clinical motor assessment and how we do these things in clinics. So this first task, if you look at our little fella here, is done in a big virtual reality system with motion capture. So he has little shiny balls all over his body that we track the position of with cameras. And that tells us where his body is in space at all times. His task is to get the blue ball, which is controlled by his body position, into the green target location by leaning. Okay, so you could do this task like this, and it could be that simple. Or, if your proprioception's a little bit different, if your vision's a little bit different, you might do the task like this. That's a different move, right? Arguably a more interesting looking move, a cooler move for sure, but a move that takes more energy. A move that takes more effort, a move that places you at a higher risk for a loss of balance because of the fact that you're way over here, outside of your base of support, instead of straight on top of it, which is your most stable spot to be. So what we found in the papers that we put out on this particular task is that paths that autistic people took to this non-moving target, so something holding still, were less efficient than the paths of neurotypical people. And I'm defining efficiency for you here just as how much distance did you have to cover, how much effort did it take you to get there, okay? We also found that autistic people had less smooth movement when they were leaning to that target than neurotypical people. Again, the less here just being quantitative. Their moves, in a physics sense, had more stops and starts to it than a neurotypical person's move that was there and back in a straight line. We also found this in developmental coordination disorder. So people with developmental coordination disorder were also more likely to have a less efficient path as they moved to a particular target compared to neurotypical people. But they were pretty similar to autistic people in the way that they got to that path. In this task, which is same system, same general experimental setup, but a slightly different task, the target is moving. So she sees, this is Shania, Shania's fabulous. Shania sees on the screen a disc that's sliding back and forth on a track. Okay? And Shania has a disc of a different color that represents her body position. And her job is to keep her disc on top of the target disc. Okay? So if your performance was absolutely like chef's kiss, perfect, no notes, your disc would be directly on top at all times. That would be 100% efficiency, right? If you had some trouble integrating the visual information about that moving target, I keep pointing to the prompter too, Shanna, that's a whole thing right there. If you had differences in the way you're integrating your vision, then you might have a hard time getting that information into the motor parts of your brain to make a plan for staying on top. And so your disc is going to come off of the target location several times. You're going to kind of go like this, okay? So what we found in this task is that leaning to match the speed of a moving target differs between autism, DCD, and neurotypicality. So now we have not only differences between neurodivergent and neurotypical, but within neurodivergence, there were different patterns of movement. People with DCD tended to move their bodies in a sharp way with a single motion, like they knew where they wanted to go, but they still missed the target. Autistic people had a tendency to kind of languidly sway a little bit back and forth with lower acceleration, which is generally what we see when people don't have a really defined motor plan. So it was almost like they were taking in visual information but not totally sure what to do with it to make their target match the target. And anecdotally, during this task, participants would yell, "This thing is broken! It's not working! I'm doing it!" The little kids had a lot of feedback, particularly. So we wanted to know, did we just get like a very specific cohort of people who come into the lab? You see a flyer that says, assess your movement. You go, oh, my movement needs assessing, and you come in. That's a possibility, right? That we maybe just got the people with the most unique movement patterns coming into the lab for the study. So we said, you know what? Let's not gatekeep this. Let's go out in the community and figure out how to do this in the wild. So I am the NIH's worst nightmare because every time I propose a grant, I tell them I want to test what we call wild type neurodivergence. I don't want this super, super, super controlled sample of only like sad looking white autistic boys like you see on the flyers between the ages 8 and 10. I want everybody. Do you have multiple conditions? Are you a member of a whole lot of different communities? Super, bring it on. So we went to the Science Museum, we went to libraries, we went to schools, we went to summer camps. I did 3 of these in a Target parking lot. Anywhere we could go, we went, because I wanted to make sure that we had a more representative sample. So this is a portable force plate, similar to the ones that we use in the lab, but we can move it around, we can take it wherever we want to. And this thing gives us what we call a stabilogram. That's the squiggles you see here. So I showed you 2 representative people up on the screen. The green one is an autistic teenager. The gray one is a neurotypical teenager. What you can see from this graph is if you start over here on this side, in the eyes open condition, they look relatively similar. That squiggle is how much they sway. Oops, sorry. Hang on, wrong button. Squiggle is how much they sway. Okay, so if you look at the eyes closed, you can see that our autistic participant starts to sway a little more when we take vision away. This is a pretty typical pattern in autism. Uh-oh, you remove one of my senses. Now I have to figure out how to turn that one off or down and listen to this other one instead, and it's not my default way of going. And so it is a little more effortful for me. But she's okay, she's still upright. In this last condition, what we do is we take a translucent dome and we put it on top of your head. It's very light. Have you seen like large paper lanterns? Okay, so it's kind of like that. Well, it's exactly that. I buy them on Amazon. And we cut the back out so that we can get it over your head. And we stick it on your head, and that way, nothing's touching your face. You keep your eyes open, so you have visual system stimulation, but no visual context. I don't know where I am in the world from my vision. I still have to rely on proprioception and vestibulation. And what we're testing here is what we call sensory reweighting. How able are you to turn down one thing even when it's active and kick up the volume on the other thing that's more reliable for you? What you'll notice from the picture is sometimes we also are just really menaces and we make you stand on foam. So now I've messed with vision and I've messed with proprioception. All that's left is vestibulation. And this is where sometimes people throw up. Not very often, every once in a while. Sometimes people just fully fall off the force plate. Nobody's hit the ground yet. That's rule number 3 in my lab. It goes, nobody dies, Haylie doesn't go to jail, nobody hits the floor. So after about 300-ish people, no one's hit the floor, and I'm very proud of that. But this is really useful for us because it tells us that sensory reweighting is difficult for her. She had a hard time taking all that information and figuring out how to untangle it and make it into a stable motor plan. In this task on the same plate, what you're looking at with this squiggle is the real-time trace of somebody's sway as they do the task. And their task is to try to hit each of these targets, which make kind of a little star pattern, with a cursor that's controlled on how their weight is distributed. So they've got to stand with their feet still and lean to control their body to different positions. And what we saw from this task is that, again, just like in the lab, autistic people's paths were less efficient, more squiggly, longer, and so it took them more time to get to each of those spots and complete the task. And again, I'll tell you anecdotally, they would get off the plate and go, God, I was doing it. I don't know what's wrong with your cursor. So there's a sense that my motor plan is working for me. There's a sense that I knew what I was supposed to do. I wasn't confused about the task. I wasn't not trying. I was giving it my absolute best effort, but look how squiggly I ended up somehow. I don't know how. So what about on clinical tests? This made us wonder, are all neurodivergent people similar in their motor profile, or are they a little bit different from one another, which would have important implications for what we do in practice and in policy. We don't necessarily want a one-size-fits-all solution to this if everybody's not going to find it helpful. So in one of our studies, we found that 97% of our autistic group met the clinical criteria for DCD, for developmental coordination disorder, when we did parent-reported and observational measures. So we brought them into the lab, we tested their skills, but we also asked their parents, how do their skills stack up to their peers? What things do they struggle with? What's easy or difficult for them? And I thought that was really striking. So you can see here that the blue dots are our participants with DCD and the green triangles are our autistic participants. And this red box is the area where your clinical scores met the criteria, okay? Do you see that like 3 people are outside the box? Only 3 people outside the box. And they're not even outside of both boxes, in both, like both sides of the box in both cases. So this was really striking to me because this tells us that there is a clinically significant, functionally significant motor difference in autism that looks a little different in our lab tests between these 2 groups, but in clinical tests looks the same. That's a problem. So now we have to ask this question, are these similar behavior level features that are driven by different mechanisms? So we can only really see the difference when we look at the nitty-gritty of the biomechanics, which might tell us where these things come from in neurodivergence. We also have to ask ourselves, what's the process of getting a motor-related diagnosis? I think Megan alluded to this earlier, that if you don't have these labels, it makes it really difficult in the US and a whole lot of other countries to get access to services and supports, to get accommodations for things, to be able to be in your community in a way that's comfortable and safe for you. So we looked to try to understand the path that people go through from first concern or first interest in their characteristics or their child's characteristics to ultimately getting that label. And what we found from talking with people is there's a striking lack of uniformity in their trajectories. It's a little bit luck of the draw. Maybe you came through an initial referral to psych. Most psychologists don't do motor testing. Did your psychologist refer you for motor follow-up? Maybe you came through neurology. Neurologists do more motor testing, so maybe you've got better luck there, but you know what tests most neurologists do? Sorry if you're a neurologist in the room. Most neurologists do this. And if you don't sway too much, you're good. How often do you use that posture in your daily life? Not super frequently, right? So we're not doing enough assessment to really get a comprehensive understanding of your strengths and difficulties in these various areas. So that's where we end up clinically with this issue of like prioritizing social communication or cognitive or whatever, because we do this like 7-hour battery of assessment of those things, and then we just go. Right? So we don't have all the information we need to really effectively support motor development in the way that I would like to see. And this to me is really important because I told you like 90% or more of autistic people have motor differences that can cause problems for their mobility and their safety and their comfort, but only 48% receive occupational therapy. And usually that's when they're little kids in school just for handwriting, and then we say, ta-da, you can write now, we're done. Or it's physical therapy for 19%, and that's usually focused on very early motor milestones. And once you have independently stood, we say, you did it, ta-da, you're done. And we withdraw those services. But your motor needs change across the course of your life, and your body changes across the course of your life. Would you do me a favor? Would you introspect for a moment? I won't make you raise your hand. Just introspect for a moment about your body. How it looks, how it feels, how it functions. Is it different than it was a year ago? 5 years ago? 10 years ago? 20 years ago? Your motor plans and the way that you use your body have to adjust because your body changes. And you may need physical therapy or occupational therapy to help you make those adjustments, to help you come up with new strategies for how to make your body work for you in the way you want it to, comfortably, safely. But too bad you can't have it because only 1% get a motor diagnosis. The issue here is that all of these motor features, these sensory integration things are crucial for activities of daily living, for communication, for functional ability, and poor postural control places you at real risk. Risk to your physical safety, risk to your health, risk to your ability to just do activities that you like, to do the things you love to do in a way that's safe and comfortable. So we found that nationally in another person's study, they found that more and more and more, and up to 50% of autistic older adults were using the emergency department for falls and fall-related things, and that was 50% higher than neurotypical people. In Michigan medicine, in our own backyard, autistic young adults, 18 to 35, are at a 6 times higher risk of falls. Clinically significant, you went to a doctor for it falls. That's a serious fall for a young adult, than neurotypical people. And 12 times higher risk for older adults, 50 and up. That's massive, you guys. Falls are associated with such high morbidity and mortality because of all of the secondary things that can happen to you. The fractures, the limited mobility, the getting to a situation where you have to have a lot more support than you had in place previously. There's a lot of risk associated here. So we have to be super, super mindful of providing appropriate accommodations for these things early. So, cool, I found all this in the lab. Maybe it's just me, maybe I'm biased, who knows? I wanted to go out and ask the community, because for me, if we're doing stuff and then we present it somewhere and the autistic or neurodivergent community goes, no, then we're doing it wrong. We wasted a huge amount of time. We wasted money. We hurt people, potentially, if we weren't careful about that. So first I go home and gut check it with my husband, which helps. And as he's tripping up our basement stairs for the 83rd time, he says, nope, you're still on the right track. But then we try to check it with real data, because as Shanna alluded to, as much as we know these things and we talk about these things within community, if it's not published in a journal that's indexed in Web of Science or Scopus, it doesn't count, right? Big air quotes. And so we wanted to make sure this stuff made it into the literature so that people had to listen. So before I dig into those lived experiences, I want you to try this if you're willing. Keep your feet, both feet, on the floor or on your footrests if you're a chair user. Put your hands down to your sides or in your lap, whichever you prefer. Try not to use your arms for this, okay? Just notice your body right here for a second. How much is it moving? How much is it swaying? How hard do you have to work to hold still? Just notice yourself. Everybody's going to be a little different. Think about what strategies you're using to hold still. See if you can kind of tune into how you're holding yourself still. Then I want you to try closing your eyes or lifting one foot, or if that's too easy, do both. Notice your body again. How much is it moving or swaying now? You can do this while standing. This is a good way to check in with your postural control at home or at lunch or whenever if you want to try it. Now, while you're sitting there, open your eyes again, gently shake your head, and check in with your body again. How much sway do you have now? How easy is it to hold still? Do you feel like you had to recover? That's what I mean by postural control. If you didn't feel any difference across those conditions, you may also be neurobasic. But that's okay, we accept you. If you did feel differences across those conditions, that might tell you a little bit about which of your systems you rely on the most. If lifting your foot off the floor caused you a lot of disruption, you might rely a lot on proprioception. You might have needed more proprioception to stay stable. If closing your eyes disrupted you a lot, you might rely on vision. You may need more vision to help yourself stay stable. If shaking your head, I can't do it because my vestibular system's crap. If shaking your head caused you disruption, you rely on your vestibular system to not be perturbed. And when it is, it can cause you problems. So we asked neurodivergent people, what's this like for you? And we asked caregivers, what have you seen in the person that you're caregiving for? So I would call these parents, except not all of them were parents. Some of them were just the person's primary caregiver. We also asked self-advocates, so this is kind of a mix of both in this sample. And I have quotes from a bit of both as well. The big thing that came out was just sort of a general trend towards saying there's something motor. I don't have specific language for it. I just feel clumsy. I just feel like I can't get my body to do what I want it to do. There were some trends around balance as a theme. It can be kind of wobbly. I feel like I'm going to fall into people if there are a lot of them around me. There are things related to gait. I start to take a path and then I run into something. I didn't have a plan for how to navigate around that before I started off. Manual dexterity, I have trouble manipulating fasteners like buttons or zippers. I think it's great that some clothing brands are doing a better job of starting to offer, you hear all the qualifiers in this sentence, starting to offer a little bit more of slightly better adaptive clothing. Coordination themes, spills and breaks a lot of things by accident, difficulty carrying a cafeteria tray and walking. So these are the types of things that we're hearing from the community as the motor things they're experiencing. But again, I'm a realist, and I thought maybe this is just the people who came into the lab. It's fine, let's go elsewhere. So we went to the bad place, which used to be the good place. And we looked at data from the publicly available Twitter data archive. Okay, so you can do this. It is legal. There's a pathway for researchers to do it, and we also talk to the IRB. In the interest of respecting the privacy of the specific Twitter users, however, these are paraphrases, not direct one-to-one quotes. Because when you tweet, you don't expect that Haylie Miller at the University of Michigan is going to read your tweet out loud to a whole group of people who could search it word for word and find you. Okay. So what we found in our themes when we looked at DCD Twitter, people who identified in their bio as being hashtag dyspraxic or hashtag DCD, we heard things like, I find dyspraxia hard to deal with all the time. It impacts every aspect of my life. Completing tasks can be overwhelming and takes time. The one that I really liked about coordination was, I hurt myself making toast, fell out of the chair, hit the table, and scraped my foot. I have lots of bruises on my legs from bumping things. Just making toast. Somebody talking about fine motor skills. Automated steering in video games would be helpful. Having something to help me with that fine motor control so that I can play the games. Using adult scissors is a challenge for some people. So these are the kinds of themes we heard in developmental coordination disorder. When we went to autistic Twitter, so people who had actually autistic, autism, autistic, or autist in their bio, or who participated in AutChat, which is a moderated chat thread, or in Asking Autistics, which is a hashtagged conversation, I guess, ongoing. We found themes of manual dexterity, lower extremity movements, and oral motor skills, which I thought was really interesting as well. I have trouble eating, I choke on things like spit and food, and I tend to bite my lips while I'm eating. So these things, it seems, are problems across more than one community within the neurodivergent population. Unfortunately, we're not doing enough to address them. We have a community advisory team within our lab. We've had this since back when I was in Texas, so like 6-7 years running, we've had this group of people who are neurodivergent self-advocates who talk to us about their experiences, who we ask questions about our research to make sure that we're doing things that are in a relevant direction for them. And the kinds of things that we've heard are university classrooms aren't accessible. There's inflexible seating, there are standing podiums, there are narrow pathways. I have trouble coordinating my fingers, so learning to play an instrument is hopeless, even if you wanted to. I have difficulty navigating steps, so I can't live in places with harsh winters because I would fall on slippery surfaces. I'm able to make my body work on some days or in some contexts, but not always. There are so many barriers to furniture or space accommodations. It would be nice to have multiple chair options or more work from home flexibility, but it requires too much effort, so eventually you give up. I've tried yoga and jogging for exercise, but any type of physical activity is immediately exhausting. And learning about proprioception and interoception has been empowering. So how do we go from this information to creating accessible learning and working environments? Here's some considerations for you. It's a long list. I hope you'll look back at it later, especially if you're a person with power. Especially if you're a person with power. Sensory needs and preferences differ for every person. Sometimes we find that two people's access needs or support needs don't align, and they may be in the same working or learning space. And we got to figure out what to do with that, because both of their sets of needs are valid. Motor and sensory differences may lead to faster fatigue for people. People may need to leave a space when they hit a sense of sensory overwhelm. Repetitive movements, as we've already talked about today, serve a lot of different functions. They may signal stress or distress. They may signal joy. They can help with self-regulation or comfort or focus or stress relief. And so we need to have safe spaces where those things are accepted. Interpretation or production of nonverbal cues might differ, because now we're talking about vision and movement and social communication all in one package. It doesn't mean yours are good and mine are bad, yours are right and mine are wrong, and this is my beef with ABA as well. There's no one way to communicate. There are a lot, we're diverse. So we gotta be giving space for lots of different facial expressions, body postures, proximity, use of gaze, the way that we use our gestures or our bodies. And if you're neurotypical, you gotta be a little more flexible. And if you're neurodivergent, It may help if you start to understand how you yourself and your body use these things and use specific words and say, here's how I use my body, so that the neurobasics can get it, okay? Coordination differences might increase your likelihood of drops or spills. It might increase your likelihood of need for assistance with carrying things or shelving items. We got to think about this in the workplace context. It's not just about, can you lift 50 pounds? Thank you, boilerplate HR sentence. Sometimes you can lift 50 pounds, but if you ask me to lift 50 wobbly pounds or 50 pounds of stacked items or 50 pounds above my head or put anything together with both of my hands at the same time, I might struggle with that. I might need some support. So what's really important here is that we have accommodations so we don't box people out of those jobs just because of a physical difference. Co-occurring conditions can also exacerbate pain and fatigue. Things like Ehlers-Danlos syndrome are really relevant here. Things that involve chronic pain are really relevant here. Disturbances of the vestibular system, joint laxity, all of this is relevant. There's an interaction between all of the different types of neurodivergence and physical condition. So we got to take all that into account. We're almost done, I swear. I'm going to tell you some recommendations. I see my time just hit 0, but we're going to get through this one slide and it's going to be okay. We got to provide a safe space for habitat creation. In the workplace, in the learning space, we have to make it okay for you to make a habitat that works for your body and your brain. We were talking about this as well when we were lab touring, that like having beanbags and fluffy sitting surfaces, having swings in spaces, having quieter or louder spaces, having brighter or dimmer spaces, and the flexibility to move between those is really, really crucial for universal design, right? That's how we universally design spaces. We have to identify the sensory and motor demands of the task, not just cognitive and social. I think in the workplace, a lot of times we focus so much on what it takes to be collegial, what it takes to interface with a team, that we don't often think specifically about the motor demands of somebody's job or the sensory demands of somebody's job. And those things are important to really like be mindful of and have a clear concept of. We got to provide opportunities for relaxation, rest, and decompression. We have to figure out how to make all activities accessible. I hear the excuse sometimes, oh, we can't do this in the clinic. Oh, we can't do this in my kind of lab. We're special. No, you're not. It's hard for everybody in all spaces to make everything accessible for everyone. That's not easy. I'm not asking you to do something easy. But it is important. So in my lab, you have to crawl around on the floor, because we work sometimes with 2-year-olds and we're trying to get sticky little markers all over them for motion capture. Does that mean I should never take a student who can't crawl on the floor? Absolutely not. Does that mean that that student just has to sit at a computer and enter data? Absolutely not. That means it's my responsibility as the PI of that lab, as the leader of that team, to come up with a way to meaningfully include that person in the work, even if whatever their support need is, makes it difficult for them to do what I had originally envisioned. It requires me to be flexible, not them. Thanks. So, in doing all of that, the goal is to make sure that people don't feel stigmatized for having support needs that are different from somebody else's on the team. Making sure that we safeguard against psychological and emotional harm by making it the norm to accommodate, not the exception. So, now what? Go forth and advocate. We have unanswered questions. I'm not going to read them all to you. You can guess what they are. We need more studies. You know this. We've been talking about it all day. But none of this work should be done without the meaningful involvement of self-advocates. The phrase, nothing about us without us, has to be central to everything that we do in research, in clinic, in classroom, in community. Shameless plug, if you want to come be one of us, join our community advisory team. We have the best neurospicy and sparkly folks around and we're a good time. Happy to talk to you more about that. Or you can come and participate in our research. Our oldest right now is 79. I'd love for that number to go up, and our youngest is 2. I'm not going lower than that. They're very drooly. Huge team to thank. All of this will be in the slides that are going to be made available to you. So for the last couple things we rushed through, I'm sorry. But I'm very, very happy to have been here with you today, and I'm very happy to answer your questions over lunch, in the afternoon, via email, wherever you want to find me. I'm happy to hear from you. Thanks. Hello. Hi. I'm an autistic therapist, and I work with... Yay.
We need more.
Yes.
Sorry.
I specialize in working with autistic kids.
Super.
And so often I'll have a kid come in and say, like, Katie, look what I can do. And then they insert some hypermobile flexibility thing or very poor balance. How do I support my clients in getting this kind of diagnosis, as well as diagnoses like EDS, hypermobility, or POTS that are obviously seemingly associated, but very difficult to receive?
Yeah, that's an awesome question, and I'm so glad you asked. So I will say, first of all, I just want to acknowledge that it's hard. Like, the diagnostic pathway for that is hard. Getting through the executive functioning required to go from asking for that information from your clinician to like making the appointment and getting to the appointment is not easy for families. Usually, when we have folks come into the lab and we notice something about their mobility, I might say, hey, have you ever noticed that this, that, or the other, whatever it is I'm seeing? Does that cause you any difficulty, or does that ever cause you discomfort? Okay, if it doesn't right now, I just want to make you aware it could cause you problems down the line as you get older, because we are at just higher risk of falls as we age. It could cause you difficulties as the things you're doing in your day-to-day change. So it might be good to have somebody assess that now so that you have whatever you need for accommodations or supports or services down the line, even if you don't need it right now. So in kind of a non-threatening, like, we're just gonna see and find out so that the stuff's all in place. And then the suggestion for me would typically be to either send through neurology or physical medicine and rehabilitation or physical therapy, depending on the access level of your participant, patient, and where other services are that they're getting. So I find schools are really reluctant to do some of this stuff for kids. Schools don't want to have to hire the PT to support you or hire the OT to support you, and not all schools have one embedded. So going through the schools is usually a little bit of a losing game. I don't know if others have had different experiences, but both in Texas and here in Michigan, I found them more resistant than healthcare systems typically. But if you can come with that information from a healthcare provider and say, my doctor says I have this additional diagnosis, then either within the scope of your existing IEP, they're going to have to accommodate it, or you can seek those accommodations outside. So PT, PM&R, neuro. Does that answer your question? Okay, good. Looks like we got one over there. Is there a microphone over there? Okay, they're coming for you.
Thank you so much. So you mentioned habitat, and this is probably a really hard question, but for people who work in like trying to figure out the optimal design of classrooms, if you could like design the best lecture space or, you know, like large classroom space in terms of habitat for students and things that we could be thinking of, do you have some recommendations for what that might look like?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think, so my perspective is maybe a little bit fringy in the sense that, like, yes, universal design, but also individualized accommodation. Like, I think both of those things should be options for people, because we're not ever going to have a perfect space that works for everybody. So I am a little bit less concerned, like here at U of M right now, about redesigning all of our classrooms in one particular way. I'm more concerned about making it flexible. So let's say like having several different seating options within a given classroom, and then telling people if there's a seating option you prefer, let the school know and we'll get that in here too. I've found within, so not to throw my own school under the bus too much, but I do it all the time in my disability and movement class, so I might as well do it here. Within the School of Kinesiology, they built that building without accessibility buttons on all of the doors. They built that building with like one type of seating in every single classroom, one type of table structure in every single classroom. Acoustically, it's kind of a nightmare. Temp control is kind of a nightmare all the way through, and there is no way for us individually as faculty or as users of that space to adjust it if we wanted to. We have to go through a space committee that signs off on every single change.
That's the part I would change, because I think we need to be able to adjust on the fly based on who the learners are in the space at the time, not a 6-month process of getting approval for a different type of chair. That being said, dimmable lights, adjustable temperature, sound management strategies, like some soft surfaces, some sound deadening panels on the walls to take the high frequency noises out can be helpful. Allowing people to wear headphones in classroom spaces, either that are playing music if they're an auditory seeker, or that are canceling out noise if they're an auditory avoider, are some of the things. Having like the squishy chair pads for folks can help sometimes. The little ones with little nubblies are nice if you like to stim off your rear end. Things underneath the seats, the swing bars for the chairs can be helpful for people. So I could stand up here and give you a whole laundry list of things, but I think, again, it comes down to like flexibility so that the individual who is the user of that space at that time, in that moment, in that body, can get what they need.
We have a question from online. Yeah. How do you recommend employees begin having a conversation about their neurodivergence or support needs with their employer? And how would you approach that conversation as an employer?
Imperfectly, I'm sure. We've had neurodivergent students and staff in my lab since my lab started. We fail a lot at trying to accommodate everybody. I will hold my hands up and say that I fail at that. And I'm actively trying to learn and do better as I go along. But I do sometimes have that resistance of like, that's not how we do it. And then I have to remind myself like, no, come on, let's get it together. We can do this, we can figure it out. I think as an employee, going to your supervisor is a very vulnerable thing. Like going one-on-one and saying, I have an unmet need, is a very vulnerable thing. And so I would say carefully is the short answer, until you have a sense that that person is someone you can trust. And I absolutely hate that I am saying that, but I would also absolutely hate to put any of you in the position of like, Haylie said I should just go and say it all and it would be fine, and then it's very not fine. Sometimes if you can find allies in your space, if you can find other people who have similar needs, or even other people who have different access needs but just also have an access need that's unmet, or if you can find a neurotypical person who's willing to raise the conversation in a faculty meeting. This is where like I, as a Hispanic woman, am constantly looking for like a white guy to say it in a meeting. Like, can I convince you to say this out loud? Because if I say if you can find an ally who can open the door for you, sometimes it'll make that space a little less vulnerable because you yourself are not then in the hot seat. Do I think that that neurotypical person should always be the mouthpiece? Absolutely not. Do I think that sometimes it helps to have an ally that you can use as the mouthpiece to test the waters so you know you're safe? Yes. So as much as possible, I guess the short answers are like, check the temperature of the room, see if you feel like you have a supervisor you can trust. What kind of language are they using? Are they using ableist language? Are they using inclusive language? Do they say they want to be better, do better, know better? Or do they just like to keep things status quo? And then that'll kind of tell you how you have to proceed. But for me, with our team, generally, we are pretty open within the lab about our neurodivergences or physical differences. And so that's kind of an ongoing conversation of like, what do you need? What do I need? And how do those things line up or not?
Okay. Am I on? All right. Hey,
thanks,
Dr. Miller. We now get to have lunch. It is set up over here on the table. It is a two-sided buffet. Help yourself. Oh, I guess there's food on that side too. I didn't.
Good afternoon, everybody. You thought you were going to get away with a quiet lunch, but that's not true. We have an exciting speaker right now, Dr. Shanna Ahlquist. Did I say that right for you? Perfect. I'm going to make this brief, but he is the Associate Professor of Architecture at the University of Michigan here, who leads the Sohai? Is that how you say it? Sohai. I'm sorry? Come on up here, Sean. He's an architect. He's going to tell you all about it. I'm just more excited about his sensory imagination and play talk that he's going to give you, and turn it over to Sean.
I hit go to get to my slide? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Thank you very much. And thanks everyone for taking the time over lunch. Yeah, I'm a professor in architecture, and it's absolutely perfect to come up after Haylie's talk, as I work a lot with the autistic community, as well as sometimes the broader disability community. Done a lot of work with the Center for Independent Living, now called the Disability Network, in Ann Arbor. So it was great to have Haylie introduce some of the more complex concepts that I come across in my work, and that is to try and design really sensory responsive environments for children with autism, individuals with disability, to put it very simply. So we'll kind of jump into it. So there are sort of two hats that I wear, I suppose, if you want to call it that feed into this work. So the first one is working in architecture. So trying to find a little bit of a poetic statement to describe the agenda for that work. So this is from Goethe. People of uncommon abilities generally fall into eccentricities when their sphere of life is not adequate to their abilities. So I thought that's certainly speaks to, again, I think this is going to come up a lot in my presentation, what Haylie already talked about. So the idea of very inflexible environments. What I also like to say is immutable environments, ones that are designed with a narrative that is very narrow, one that is irrespective, certainly of neurodiversity, and irrespective of the ability to allow for adaptability. This is something, certainly I come across in working with other architects. I've done some work in theater, participatory theater. And the one thing that comes up very very often is the issue of ego. So in architecture, there's very much this is my design. This is the expression of my ideas. In theater, as I was told, it's very much about, appreciate my skill and my gift. You are to receive that. And that really doesn't work at all when it comes to understanding neurodiversity, to accepting neurodiversity, addressing neurodiversity, accommodating neurodiversity, where it's a perspective that to a certain degree we shouldn't even try to imagine for ourselves and let somebody else be able to freely express that. So the work that I do is largely with textiles. So that gives me the ability to create a range of really immersive environments where the idea is it's always about the interaction. It's always about, again, what Haylie had talked about, things like, vestibular movement, proprioception, sensory interaction across scales, tactility, movement of the hand, the arms, to the point that, and to the idea that, it's really, as the title said, like somebody can explore their own imagination as they explore the various sensory nature of these environments. I think, universal design was mentioned. And I think the idea here in terms of universal design is it's not one design, it's more like a universe of opportunities to discover within one space. From the scale of moving parts of these structures around, becoming enveloped, becoming submerged completely within it, or we've even done stuff where literally you can start to unravel these textiles, and as a kind of sensory experience, but certainly to kind of change aspects of the very nature of the environment, sort of leave your mark on it. So this ability, without getting too deep into this part of the work, this ability is we're able to do this because we have these large-scale industrial knitting machines in my lab. So what's valuable with this is it gives us the ability to really start from the finest grain of a material, from a yarn, from the color of the yarn, the quality of the yarn, and build that all the way up into these very sensory-rich, textured, colored environments. So really across the scale, we can design these materials for that purpose. This is supposed to play. Is it going to play? There we go. So a very, technical process to be able to do that. But from a design perspective, as I say, it's incredibly daunting, but very exciting that we can design all these different facets of the material. Did I press something to make that stop? Okay, sorry, that didn't play all the way through. So the other hat that I wear is I'm a father to a daughter with autism. She's 14 years old now. She's nonverbal. Again, as Haylie mentioned, she has hypotonia, so very flexible girl. She's what you'd call a sensory seeker, so actually looking out, lots of stimulation. But this quote from Carly Fleischman, an autistic self-advocate, this idea that in a world of silence, communication is everywhere, you just need to know where to look. So from being an architect, the idea that the environment can now become a part of communication. The surfaces that you interact with, the things that you change within the environment, the things that are problematic within the environment, these all become moments of communication. So again, very much a challenge, but the idea that there is vocabulary in a different language. And the key is, how can I communicate with my daughter so that I can understand all of these moments? I can understand this language that she is crafting through how she experiences the environment. Quite challenging, very, very challenging, but I think also exciting and gives me that chance to kind of wear both hats at a time of being somebody who tries to design space and see how people experience it, but then also try to understand how my daughter navigates through the world. So that's her from a bit ago. So again, the idea that she's a sensory seeker, and I didn't see this in Haylie's presentation, but maybe it was mentioned before. So there is this, maybe more conventional understanding, of course, of hypersensitivity to stimulation. And that, someone with autism is very sensitive to certain environmental factors. While that is true, somebody who is hypersensitive also has the situation where in the right set of stimulating circumstances, you can actually have incredibly beneficial effects to that. So that's what we're seeing here. This is the right moment of the right bubbles, the right buffer from a bunch of kids around her. I kind of cropped everybody else out, but this is at, an event, I can't think of the name of this place, but this is an event that a center puts on every summer. So there's a lot of kids around, a lot of activity, but this is the right immersive experience. And, this allows my daughter to be vocal. She's not non-vocal. She's definitely not non-vocal, just not verbal. So we can hear those communications. We can now understand this environment, this stimulation is meaningful to her. That opens her up. She wants to pull somebody into that environment. She wants to be social. This is a comfortable moment for her to be social. So that, of course, is wonderful. And then as an architect, again, I want to understand what are those aspects of stimulation that are key and most valuable to her to really open up her personality, open up her creativity. So I always have to preface this one. We did not put her in that suitcase. She very much chose to be in there. I didn't include the photo, but there's one when she's 12 and still trying to put herself in the suitcase, and that doesn't work anymore. So what this actually became a really valuable tool. So this was working with a group called the Play Project, which is based in Ann Arbor, a therapeutic program that started in Ann Arbor. I think they're kind of worldwide now. And the idea was developing what they call circles of communication. And the idea was that through triggering those valuable sensory stimulations and connecting that with communication, it becomes a reinforcer for building language together for somebody who's nonverbal, and building trust as well, that you can understand each other. So and the other thing that was really interesting with this experience was it's not just the small confined suitcase. She doesn't want to just sit there in the suitcase. She actually wants to be carried around, or not carried around. She wants to be rolled around. She wants to be rolled around inside. She wants to turn corners. We'll go outside. So what's great, and again, this comes back to me with my architecture hat, it's not just recreating the suitcase. It's the fact that there are all these other variants to it as well. It's a suitcase moving forward. It's a suitcase moving backwards. It's a suitcase going really fast. It's a suitcase going really, really slow. It's a suitcase going across a carpet versus a floor versus the rocky outside surfaces. So it has all of these key variables in it, which means if we want to build language around it, we can use all of those variables, and it's not just locked to, okay, coming up with sign language or using utterances or using the talker to just say go or stop. We can say go left, stop, go right, go inside, go outside, go forwards, go backwards. So through this sensory experience and all the variables of it, we can explore a depth of language and not just a very individual and non-generalizable experience that says like, yeah, this one pointing thing just means go forward in the suitcase. So in turn, again, kind of, this maybe gets a little bit abstract, but going back to like universal design, the idea is building in an experience that just has a wide range of opportunities of which you can either explore all of them and experience all of them, or discover the key, most important ones within that. So the other thing, these things should play automatically. Hopefully this one plays all the way through. So the other thing has been the car. Ever since she was little, she's always wanted to drive around the car. It absolutely has nothing to do with going somewhere. It's about going in the car and coming back to the same place. So, again, this was several years ago. She's now, this might have been like, 8 or 9 maybe, and now she's 14. Still, every day is an hour-long ride in the car, at least, if not a couple rides in the car. And so now putting my architect's hat back on, thinking about all of the variables that make up that sensory experience. One is there's a certain scale to that environment. 2, it's very controlled in understanding who can be inside or outside, who can be welcomed in, who can be easily said, nope, you're not going on the ride with me today. It has the facets of she can open and close the windows. Probably the biggest one is that she has the ability to control what's being played on the radio. So in her talker, she has her list of songs, which of course is either 1 or 2 BTS songs. People know that. Or Kids Bop's songs as well. I don't know how well people know Kids Bop, but there's one of the people, Egan, who she has an absolute crush on. So in terms of like hitting that top part of like what is a preferential sensory stimulation, watching Egan on YouTube like is off the charts. Okay, so if we look at that first statement, this is kind of like how I try to blend those two hats, and thinking how do I get rid of this ego that I'm the designer of the environment? Well, I do that by how much authorship, how much agency can I cede to somebody else in at least the experience, if not actually the making of the environment that they occupy. How in shaping that, does it allow in their ability to shape and adapt an environment, how much adaptability is there? How does that allow for someone with an incredibly unique perspective on the world? How does it allow that creativity to be activated? And once all that comes together, it starts to form this very, multimodal language that is as much about, objects and gestures and movement as it is about, actual words. And then, of course, bringing it all together, that obviously through communication forms social connections and social trust. Oh, this should... There we go. So just again, kind of quick highlight of the work itself. So we use these textiles, create them as very interactive, immersive environments. Actually, in some cases, have projections on them where these projections are interactive. So the idea that when somebody, there's very immediate cause-effect relationships. So somebody understands, oh, I'm actually supposed to touch this textile. And then kind of the story starts to unfold. Not only can I touch it, I can climb in it, I can move across it. So again, as what Haylie mentioned, this idea that we're trying to use the environment to offer a range of sensory interactions, of which all scales of kind of movement and interaction are at play. So without going too deep into this is essentially trying to connect these two approaches where on the right, we're seeing this kind of idea of circles of communication, how you design this sort of sensory was that something? So you design this sensory experience and integrate that into moments where communication happens, and through an iterative process of cycling through that, you start to practice, iterate, redesign, and ultimately master these modes of interaction, which starts to again put you in this graph here that talks about that kind of hyper-aware sensitivity, as I call the orchid versus the dandelion, sort of puts you in that upper right quadrant that says we're actually trying to design for the most exciting, the most preferential, the most relevant sensory experience, which gives us the most beneficial outcomes. And I think what's valuable to understand in that, again, in this context of this circles of communication, what's valuable to understand that context is now I'm as much an orchid and connected to that environment as it activates the kind of stimulation and excitement for my daughter. So instead of me being the dandelion that's trying to relate to the orchid, it's really that in this context we're both orchids because we're both interacting in this environment, and that's meaning to both of us in the construction of a social experience. So it's much more about how can the environment support that as opposed to thinking about how this is a comparison of individuals. So in a bit of a study, I'm definitely not a scientist, so I'm a little bit limited in how to actually design and run a study. But we did something working with some psychologists, kind of take one of the designs, and what we did was we worked with a couple different schools. We set up one of these sensory playscape projects, as we call them, had kids come in groups of 2 to 3, and they would interact with these environments completely freely. So it's up to them how they wanted to interact with it, and do it on a scale of like about 10 to 15 minutes. So interact with it, again, doing a face plant into it and touching the, kind of material, or climbing through it, were some of the ways they were interacting. So what we did, this is the design of the overall environment. We then kind of isolated regions so that we could study through video coding, we could study, okay, how much time was spent in these different regions and what kind of sensory interaction was happening. Were they touching it? Were they laying in it? Were they putting their face in it, their legs in it, their butt in it, their feet in it? What were they doing? So through that video coding, we did identify, as shown on the right, this one region where there was actually quite a wide range of different experiences happening. So again, if we want to, I honestly don't like using the word universal design all that much because many people misinterpret it, but in any case, this is an example where the universal aspect is within this one small space, it was functionalized, it was used in many different ways to interact with it. The one child we saw at first, the images are on the bottom, he was using this space in a very, very fine way, touching his face, touching his fingers, running his hands. So he was pretty stationary, but using his hands and his body to explore just this very small region. On the top, there was another child that looked at it at a much grander scale, more at a kind of gross motor scale, where he wanted to figure out, how do I climb through this space? So not just sitting within it, but how do I climb through with it? Do I go legs first? Do I go head first? Do I go arms first? Is it one leg? Is it 2 legs? And you really saw him trying these different modes of movement. And what was great to see is it gave him that chance to explore, it gave him that chance to experiment, it gave him a chance to practice it, and then ultimately within that 5, 10, 15-minute window, he mastered the series of movements that allowed him to go through it quite quickly, and now he's racing through this thing. So instead of taking him 3 minutes to figure out how to move through it, all of a sudden it's 10 seconds and boom, he's through and doing it again. So I think, the soft nature of it allowed that flexibility for him to test these different movements of his body and different coordination, motor planning. So all within the same space that another child was looking at it much for its very fine-grained tactility. This was just more of an anecdotal discussion afterwards, but the child who's documented on the bottom, the teacher had noted that after his 15-minute window, he went to the classroom afterwards, and sitting at his table doing his usual tasks, was definitely noticeably more attentive than in the past. Instead of lasting maybe 5 or 6 minutes to a task, it was more like 8, 10, maybe 12 minutes. So it seemed like there was this kind of itch that had been scratched that allowed him to give more focus, which is, brings up one of the concepts of the work, like, is there a kind of sampling of these preferred experiences, these preferred sensory stimulations, that if dosed, I guess, at a certain frequency over a certain time, allow for a kind of behavioral regulation that helps, for attentiveness and engagement in the classroom. So the last thing I want to mention, and this is the sort of very newest part of the research, is I'm just curious, instead of me making these environments, how can others make the environments for themselves, be given that agency to do so, and then with that authorship, maybe if it's not the most perfect environment for them, it is something that they can note, I made that, and have that ownership, have that recognition, of course, as well. How meaningful can that be as a part of the experience of an environment? So in this case, I worked with some of my students, grad students in architecture, and we did what's called human knitting. So where on the machines, the size of a stitch is on the scale of millimeters. In this case, the size of a stitch is really the scale of your hand. So you're using your hands, you're sliding them on your arms, somebody's feeding you a yarn and grabbing more stitches. Here's kind of the documentation that we shared for the students to develop and learn, and then how we had the other children engage the process as well. So there's also another facet to this, is because it's a group exercise, it's a collaborative exercise. The other question is, not only are we making a kind of sensory environment, but we're actually doing a very sensory rich experience as well in the making process. Does that making process facilitate interaction across neurodiverse communities? So does this allow my students, who are often just so scared, am I gonna say the wrong thing? Am I gonna do the wrong thing? Am I gonna hurt somebody? Does that allow them to more comfortably engage through this activity with a set of children that they might often classify as vulnerable? So this was the premise of the activity. We had this kind of infrastructure with some objects pre-built, and then kids came in, other students participated, and built additional objects to then plug into that larger infrastructure. So there's the iteration. There's one of the children interacting with with something that she had made with the group. So it involved these three children, so my daughter being on the right, Gloria, a friend of hers, in the middle, and then Eliana on the left. What was really valuable, again, thinking about this aspect of universal design, creating many opportunities, many different opportunities in which the children and the students could engage in the process so that they could find the most engaging, the most comfortable moment. So for Eliana, what was really valuable was they were doing this kind of circular knitting. So she's on the inside of the circle and she's carrying the yarn that slowly gets handed from one set of hands to another. So that was a very comfortable moment. And as her mother said, for somebody who's very easily distracted and would, if she's here, she'd be running over to that table and sitting next to somebody she doesn't know, and then running over to another table and disrupting some other students and some other people. So having this kind of loose boundary of people and material helped her maintain focus, kind of, gave her a little bit more of a kind of, a bubble to work within and prevent distraction from beyond that. So that was a really valuable kind of moment that she discovered. For Gloria, she was much more adept. So, she learned the process pretty quickly and joined the group and was incredibly productive. For my daughter, a little bit more work. As with everything, it seems with her, it took a bit of a village to help her. So we had her ABA therapist with us, or her mom is there. So a little bit more guidance of the different movements, the patience of waiting for the yarn to come around to her spot again. So a little bit more challenging in finding the comfortable spot for her. So I'll finish with this, just another example of, these are some more current students, my Master of Science students developing this. So just the ability to be very, more intentional with the design, or at least, bring out more vocabulary in the kind of shapes and spaces and colors that can be integrated into this process. So this is something we're looking to further explore. Potentially with Haylie, but also been working with Rich Gonzalez and some people in the home lab at the Institute for Social Research. So we can really understand and measure, this aspect of social connectedness, and how does that emerge in this process of making and the experience of these spaces. And I will finish with that.
We have a West Coast presentation now, and he's online. So Sean will be around. If you have questions, please seek him out after. Thank you.
Okay. Hello again. At this time, I have the honor to introduce Dr. Lawrence Fung. Dr. Fung is an assistant professor at the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Stanford University. He is the director of the Stanford Neurodiversity Project, director of the Neurodiversity Clinic, and principal investigator at the Fung Lab. His work, which focuses on autism and neurodiversity, traverses from multimodal neuroimaging studies to a new conceptualization of neurodiversity and its application to clinical, education, and employment settings. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Fung.
Thank you so much, Liam, for the kind introduction and invitation to this conference. Congratulations for putting the conference together. So today I'm going to be focusing on neurodiversity in the workplace. And before that, I'll give some introductory remarks on what neurodiversity means and what is the model that we have been using to conceptualize what we can do with this strength-based model of neurodiversity. And then I'll give you a couple of examples on what we have done in the Stanford Neurodiversity Project. And I'll wrap up and ask all of us about how we can work together to maximize the potential of neurodiversity. Neurodiversity is really a concept that regards individuals with brain function, with differences in brain function and behavioral traits as part of normal variation of the human population. When we think about neurodiverse conditions, however, it is a bit more comprehensive. A lot of people would think about autism first, maybe ADHD and dyslexia, but it doesn't stop there. We always think about other differences, such as motor differences, as well as other neurologic conditions and psychiatric conditions. It is very common to see neurodiverse individuals around us. The prevalence of autism is now 2.85%. So 1 in every couple of classrooms will be will have someone on the autism spectrum. Dyslexia is much higher in prevalence, 13 to 14%, and ADHD is somewhere in between, 5 to 7%. And when we think about traits of any kind of human traits, oftentimes in our mind, we think about a bell-shaped curve, kind of pretty much without really thinking about it, because we always think about there is a large group of people that are basically in the average or typical range. So 68% of the people will be within 1 standard deviation from the mean. And on the right-hand side, you would see people that would represent people that are above average for that particular trait. And on the left-hand side will be below average. An example for looking at this is to use IQ, which is a very limiting way of thinking about human abilities. And I'll tell you why I say that in a little bit. Someone that have IQ of 85 to 115 would be considered to have average IQ. 130 IQ would be pretty smart. Above 145 would be at the genius level. On the other hand, someone with less than 70 IQ would be considered to have intellectual disability. And I say this IQ assessment, as much as it is so common, that's so commonly used, it is limiting because it only tells us a little bit about human abilities. It tells us about verbal, linguistic ability, visual, spatial abilities, and logical and mathematical abilities. it doesn't really tell us anything else. Howard Gardner at Harvard University tried to expand our thinking about what intelligence and human abilities really mean, and expand to other domains of human intelligence and abilities, such as bodily kinesthetic or athletic, naturalistic. Interpersonal is the ability to relate with other people. Intrapersonal abilities are the abilities to understand self. Existential abilities is the ability to appreciate the existence of the universe, your own existence, etc. An example of thinking about like a profile, a multiple intelligence profile, can be illustrated by thinking of one of the genius of the genius, Albert Einstein. So what is his multiple intelligence profile? His musical rhythmic ability is almost above average, visual spatial way up here at the genius level. Verbal linguistic, not so high. He actually didn't speak until 4 years old. Logical mathematical, he is at his in his own island of genius. Naturalistic, average, and intrapersonal and interpersonal abilities, actually he struggled quite a bit. Bodily kinesthetic, average, he ride a bicycle on time. So when you're looking at the multiple intelligence profile for the genius of the genius, what you can see is that he is not superior in all different domains. He is superior in a couple of domains that really distinguish him from everyone else. And that's really changing the world. And his work has continued to change the world. And he's not the only person that has this kind of profile. There are many others that are really changing the world for the good, and because of some of the really amazing things that they have done. And many of them have traits of autism. And some of them actually have the diagnosis of autism. So we have Isaac Newton here, Albert Einstein, Alan Turing, Nikola Tesla, the guy that owned Tesla, Elon Musk. We have some mathematicians here, Julia Bowman-Robertson, Sophie Germain, Paul Erdos. And then we have the first African-American scientist, Benjamin Banneker, philosopher Immanuel Kant, the father of evolution, Charles Darwin. This is Barbara McClintock, who won the Nobel Prize for the genetics work that she did. And then we have Diane Fossey, who taught us everything about gorillas, and Temple Grandin, arguably the most insightful person on the autism spectrum, telling us about her own experience and really has taught us a lot about what autism really means. And then we have Greta Thunberg, and a teenager, a young person who has really changed our thinking about the environment. And without her, we're going to be very behind in the environment. And then we also have people that are in the arts and humanities. Michelangelo here, Andy Warhol, who is the father of pop art, Wassily Kandinsky, Pierre Mondrian, Joseph Corral. And then we have Stephen Wilshire, who has his diagnosis of autism at age 3. And then after that, basically, his family has been giving him opportunities in all different ways, especially in drawing. And they later on figure out that he's actually quite gifted. And he's not only gifted in drawing, he actually has a really remarkable memory. And the memory is really different from the typical photographic memory. He can fly up the sky with a helicopter. memorize the entire city and then come back down to draw the entire city in detail in front of tens of thousands of people. And you can Google him and look at all the work that he has done. He has drawn many cities right now, and is one of the most celebrated artists and draftsmen in the world. And then we have musicians, Mozart and Glenn Gould. We have writers, Lewis Carroll, who wrote Alice in Wonderland, Hans Christian Andersen, a poet. And this is Freddie Jelinek, who is one of the first 4 patients that Hans Asperger had described in his first description of children on the autism spectrum that's published in 1944. And she later on also received a Nobel Prize in literature for the work that she wrote on musical flow of voices and counter voices in novels, and this is a very distinguished individual that has really changed the world of literature. And then we have people that are in the entertainment industry: Anthony Hopkins, Andy Kaufman, Dan Aykroyd, Susan Boyle, Daryl Hannah, Tim Burton, and then we have Jim Henson. This is Satoshi Tajiri, who is the creator of Pokemon. And we have Mike Burry, who is an American investor and neurologist and pathologist trained at Stanford. And this is Assemblywoman Yulin Neal, who is an assemblyman of the New York State Assembly. She's on the autism spectrum, and she's very open about her diagnosis. This group of people does not have, they do not have the diagnosis of autism. They have diagnosis of ADHD. And they include Alexander Bell, who invented the telephone, Thomas Edison, who invented the light bulb among all the inventions. And then President John F. Kennedy is Sir Richard Branson, who is founded the Virgin Group. And then Michael Phelps and Simone Biles, no introduction needed for these amazing athletes. And then Lisa Ling, Emma Watson, Liv Tyler, Howie Mandel, and Justin Timberlake. And one thing that many of them have told us is that without their ADHD, they're not going to be as successful as they are. And then we have another group of individuals that have the diagnosis of dyslexia, or we believe that from the history books that they have the diagnosis of dyslexia, including our first president of the country, George Washington, and the amazing artist Picasso. This is Charles Schwab, but some of you may have accounts from the Charles Schwab investment firm. Dr. Carol Greider won the Nobel Prize in medicine for the work she did in with the enzyme telomerase. And then we have 2 physicians here. Dr. Udofsky, Stuart Udofsky, the past chairman of the Department of Psychiatry at Baylor College of Medicine. And this is Dr. Toby Cosgrove, president and CEO of the Cleveland Clinic. And then we have Anderson Cooper, distinguished journalist. This is Sir Jackie Stewart, who won more Formula One races than anyone. And Jay Leno, Whoopi Goldberg, Robin Williams, and Cher. And when you're thinking about all of these people and a lot of what they have been needing to do for their profession, and also what dyslexia means. You may think there is a big disconnect because the dyslexia is really defined by people that are not able to read very well, and also a lot of the time they don't write very well. But these people really change their trajectory and make the obstacles that they have their strengths. So neurodiversity can be considered as a competitive advantage. And in order to conceptualize this, how we can do something about neurodiversity, we created this model of strength-based model of neurodiversity. And this model is very different from the typical medical model in that it is not about the diagnosis. It is really about what the person can do. And to reframe some of the neurodiverse conditions using this strength-based approach, and a way to think about it is you can have one list of characteristics of the condition that can be both challenges and strengths at the same time. When someone on the autism spectrum is doing something over and over again, and you think they're not getting anywhere, you may describe that as perseveration. But when you actually discover that the person got good results, then you're going to call it persistence or perseverance. People on the autism spectrum tend to be drawn to details. They don't see the big picture right away, or they tend to be drawn to details. Later on, they may decide that they want to see the big picture too, but they are usually really wanting to be drawn to details. So when someone is working on a task that will require the details, like debugging a program, you would want the person to be drawn to details, not the big picture. So what that means is the context will allow the person's characteristic of autism to be a strength rather than the challenge. People on the autism spectrum tend to have fewer interests. When they have that interest, they will dive in, immerse in the knowledge, and would be an expert in whatever they decide that they want to know more about. Sometimes they may not take other people's perspective in the same way as others, but they at the same time are very concrete and honest. Their way of interacting socially with others are different. At the same time, they can be the most loyal friends that you can ever have. You see, there is one list of characteristics of autism that can be both strengths and challenges at the same time. And what can make the strengths to be manifested is really about the environment. When people in the environment appreciate that people on the autism spectrum have strengths, then you are going to be able to see their strengths much more so. While we won't forget about there could be some challenges, but you will have a more balanced view. People with ADHD, they have the challenge of impulsivity, which also bring with the rapid decision-making abilities that they have. Hyperactivity will come with high energy. Difficulty focusing on tasks that they are not interested in will bring hyper-focus on tasks that interest them. Distractibility will come with creativity. In fact, creativity of ADHD is one of the most talked about traits of ADHD, and also very well studied. And in addition to that, people with ADHD are highly resilient, they multitask very well, they are a big picture thinker, and they are cool in a crisis. So when you're looking at this list of characteristics of ADHD, it really looks more like the traits of a CEO to me, not a medical condition. Dyslexia, on the other hand, is not one list of characteristics of the condition, and it can be strengths and challenges at the same time. The strengths and challenges are discretely different. The common challenges are reading, writing, spelling, time awareness, and rote memory. Common strengths are problem solving, creativity, they're highly observant, and they interact with others very well. So to put the strength-based model of neurodiversity into the individual components, we would be thinking about positive psychology, positive psychiatry, Garner's theory of multiple intelligence that we have already talked about, and Chickering's 7 vectors of development. And we also want to emphasize that neurodiverse conditions are conditions instead of disorders. And we acknowledge that there are challenges, but we don't want to call them deficits. And we also want to apply the strength-based approach across the entire spectrum of the neurodiverse conditions. And I'm going to say a few words for some of these components in the next few slides. Positive psychology is a very well-established field, started by these giants, Martin Seligman, Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, and Chris Peterson. And about 25 years ago, they started really building this construct of strengths, which is called values in action strengths. And it has the 6 domains: wisdom, courage, humanity, justice, temperance, and transcendence. And underneath are the strengths constructs. And people on the autism spectrum tend to have more of the ability, more of the emphasis on wisdom. And for neurotypical individuals, they tend to be a little bit more distributed. A lot of the time, they are in the humanities and some other domains. Neurodiverse individuals also have a lot of emphasis on the justice domain. And the positive psychology field have really developed a lot of different ways of thinking about human abilities. And to define them, there are really 3 different things that will come up top. If you are to memorize what is the essence of positive psychology, it is really about strengths, personal fulfillment, and growth or development. The second component of the strength-based model is positive psychiatry. And to distinguish between traditional psychiatry and positive psychiatry, you want to think about positive attributes and strengths are really how we are thinking about the assessment of the traits. However, in traditional psychiatry, it is about what's wrong and what are the risk factors, instead of the protective factors and neuroplasticity. Traditional psychiatry is doing a lot of very important work in terms of treatments that are related to crises that people may have. And this will be about symptom relief by medications and short-term psychotherapy. However, positive psychiatry is really about keeping the person healthy. When someone is not in crisis, there's no need for traditional psychiatry approaches. We need positive psychiatry approaches to increase well-being and growth by psychoeducational interventions to enhance positive attributes, which make this a preventative approach that can last for a lifetime. And this preventative approach is typically not considered in traditional psychiatry. So again, I'm not saying that traditional psychiatry is better or worse than positive psychiatry. They serve different purposes. Positive psychiatry is to keep the person healthy, and traditional psychiatry is to help people that are in crisis. The last component of the strength-based model is Chickering's 7 vectors of development. And basically, these are the developmental tasks that all the adolescents and young adults have to achieve in order to become a full adult. And they include developing competence, managing emotions, moving through autonomy toward interdependence, establishing identity, developing purpose, and developing integrity. And when we are looking at these 7 vectors, we ask 3 questions. The first is about what do neurodiverse individuals have to do in order to achieve these developmental milestones. And then second question is, what about the other people in their ecosystem? In the employment setting, for example, their co-workers, supervisors, and executives, how can they help the neurodiverse individuals so that they can have a higher chance to achieve these developmental milestones? And then lastly, what about the mental health providers? How can they help neurodiverse individuals to develop these developmental milestones using more of a developmental approach as well as positive psychology approach? So for a second, if we focus on the neurodiverse individuals, what does the strength-based model of neurodiversity do? What we want to do is to raise their awareness of personal strengths, to increase their trust in personal ability. We also want to help them learn to engage in meaningful relationships and increase their self-satisfaction through success. And this way, we're going to be able to move them away from negativity and immobility, such as anxiety, depression, and executive dysfunction. So using the strength-based model of neurodiversity, we have built the Stanford Neurodiversity Project in the last 7 years. So the Stanford Neurodiversity Project is a special initiative of the psychiatry department. And it has several objectives. The first objective is the most important. We want to establish a culture that treasures the strengths of neurodiverse individuals. If we are able to do it right, then we are going to be able to empower neurodiverse individuals to build their strengths, build their identity based on their strengths. And they will have a very positive identity about themselves. And this can last for a lifetime. We want to attract talented neurodiverse individuals to come to Stanford to study and work, and also come to our partnering organizations as well. And we want to train talented individuals to work with the neurodiverse population and disseminate this model as widely as possible. Ultimately, we want to maximize the potential of neurodiversity, not only for neurodiverse individuals, but for everyone in the society, because they have so much to bring to the table. First, we are definitely very person-centered. We want to focus on the neurodiverse individuals, but everyone has an ecosystem that contributes to the success of any kind of intervention that will be involving like the families and friends, the mentors, the therapists. In the education setting, the teachers, coaches, classmates, roommates can change the immediate environment to make it more neurodiversity friendly. And the school officials and the school community can also build the better culture to make it more neurodiversity friendly. Similarly, in the employment setting, the supervisors, job coaches, and colleagues can make the workplace more neurodiversity friendly. The executives can support these initiatives to make programs grow, and the wider community can also contribute to changing the culture to make neurodiversity part of the culture. So based on this ecosystem approach, we built 3 initiatives: the Neurodiversity Awareness and Education, Neurodiversity at Work and Wellness, and Neurodiversity Independent Living Skills Initiative. And embedded in each initiative are several different projects from the special interest group that we have been running for 8 years now. And I'll share a slide later for you to consider joining the special interest group. I also teach neurodiversity on campus at Stanford, actually in the spring quarter right now. And also we have a neurodiverse student support program. We run a neurodiversity summit. It's the 5th year this year that we are running, and we have been attracting thousands of people every year to join virtually. This year is going to be hybrid format. And we also have a summer camp for about 6 years now. And we also attract students. The last couple of years, we have over 100 students. And some of them are joining from other countries all over the world, and some of them join us on campus at Stanford. And we'll focus more on Neurodiversity at Work program in this talk. And under the Neurodiversity at Work program, similar to Neurodiversity at Work program, the Diverse program also is focused on employment. And we also have a consortium, a neurodiversity clinic. CBT app is cognitive behavioral therapy for autistic adult provider training. And we also have an independent living skills initiative that's kind of in a brewing stage. So at Stanford, we would like to make sure that whatever we're doing is going to be satisfying our mission, following our mission on clinical innovation and service, educational excellence, community commitment and engagement, leadership, and advancing science. So the last 8 years, we have many people that are talking about a topic that's related to neurodiversity in the special interest group every third Monday at 4 p.m. Pacific time. We meet. And if you're interested in joining the special interest group and learn about our project as well as the other topics that are from people from all over the world, please consider joining us. So now I'm going to talk about the Neurodiversity at Work program. The Neurodiversity at Work program is basically, in a nutshell, a program that is to change the workplace environment to make it more neurodiversity friendly by using targeted approach to train people on the autism spectrum as well as the employers. And in the last 4 years, we have worked with many departments within Stanford as well as organizations outside of Stanford. This is an article that talks about our first participant of the project, Rebecca Edwards, who is on the autism spectrum, and she got a job as a life science technician. And last year, she also got a promotion, and she previously was working part-time, and now she is working full-time in the Neuroscience Institute. We also had collaborated with Google on various projects, and these are the articles that are appearing in various different sources. And what we have been doing basically is to, on one hand, support neurodiverse individuals to apply for their positions, and if they're job ready, they are applying for the positions that are appropriate for their background. If they are not job ready, then they will be referred to pre-employment training or internships, and then they come back to us. On the other hand, the organizations that we work with, we would encourage them to make their workplace more neurodiversity friendly. And if they already have a specialized employment program, then that's fine. They would post their jobs in our job bank. If not, then we'll train them. And then basically we'll go through the process with them to make sure that they are going to be going through a process that are neurodiversity friendly. So on one hand, we support the neurodiverse individuals in the early phases in job search and interviewing. We also help them during their hiring and onboarding, as well as with the transition 12 weeks. In parallel, we supported employers in awareness training, position consultation. We teach them best practice in best practice for neurodiversity employment. And then if they have identified someone that they want to hire, then we'll continue building their environment to make it more neurodiversity friendly. And in the transition time, we also support them with a 12-week support program. So each individual each neurodiverse individual will have two support circles. One is the workplace support circle. The other is the personal life support circle. The workplace support circle have the team manager, HR manager, team buddy, the neurodiversity at work mentor, who are supported by a coach. And another coach is also supporting the neurodiverse individual. And sometimes this coach would also need to have the personal counselor and the family member involved. This is a brief summary of an example for some of the topics that the neurodiverse individuals would go through in 12 weeks. And this is the curriculum or an example of how we are spending time with the employers. So using this approach, we actually have got some data. It's actually done with using a randomized controlled trial design, and there are 9 individuals that have got enough data. We have got enough data that we can do some analysis. And basically, NAW is the group that receive support right after onboarding, and the NAWDS received their support 6 months later. And basically, this is the range of age range, the sex distribution, the ethnicity distribution. And then one of the first things that we look at is the retention. That's kind of our primary outcome measure. In the neurodiversity at work group, basically 80% of them are retained at 1 year. versus 25% in the neurodiversity at work delayed start group. So basically, that means that our intervention when we start the support for neurodiverse individual right in the beginning, in the transition time, it is very desirable. And we also look at mental health outcomes. What we can see is that the neurodiversity at work intervention correlates with a lower frequency of burnout and the extent of burnout using this Maslach's burnout measure. We also see that there is the neurodiversity at work intervention is able to result in a higher reduction in anxiety. And this is basically determined by the Leibowitz social anxiety scale. And what we do not see is that there's any change in the social skills knowledge compared to baseline, as well as the general total score of the social phobia and anxiety inventory, as well as the self-esteem scale. The last section that I'm going to talk about is the Diverse project. It is a project that is supported by the California Department of Developmental Services. So we are charged to develop a curriculum that's for helping job coaches to learn more about how they can work better with people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. This is a curriculum that's developed by the community for the community using the community-based participatory research approach. I'm not going to describe the details of this development process. It is kind of its own talk, but basically after 8 months of almost weekly meetings, we develop 12 modules. Each module is about 15 to 20 minutes long, and they're in the categories of how to work with people with IDD, and there are some specific employment-related modules as well. There are 7 core modules and 5 supplementary modules. And what we have seen from our preliminary results in our first 6 months, we have 44 people that completed the diverse training, and this is the racial and ethnic distribution. This is the gender distribution. There are more females than males, and basically in our study we have more job coaches that completed the training compared to family members and employers. And if we focus on the job coaches, we see significant improvement in their confidence in working with people with autism or with intellectual disability, as well as their self-efficacy in working with these groups. Their general knowledge is not really, general knowledge in autism and ID, and their attitudes were not changed. And this is basically after 3 months at the end of the, so this is 3 months after their start in, after they completed their training. So in summary, neurodiverse individuals offer so much to the society, and they have specific challenges that can be overcome we have built a strength-based model of neurodiversity that incorporate several components that are well studied in the literature. And we use the strength-based model to build the Stanford Neurodiversity Project. And I've given you a couple of examples, the Neurodiversity at Work program that have shown to increase job retention and improve mental health outcomes, as well as diverse program that has the potential of improving job coaches' confidence and self-efficacy. So how can we work together to maximize the potential of neurodiversity? Join the special interest group. You can scan the QR code and join us. We have about 1,400 people in the group right now, and every month we meet. Please feel free to send us an email, Stanford Neurodiversity Project at stanford.edu, about your interests, and introduce us to any groups that are interested in learning more about neurodiversity, and tell us how you want to be involved. By working together, we can make a difference to the neurodiverse community and beyond. And at the very end, I'd like to tell you about our conference, Stanford Neurodiversity Summit, from September 22nd to 24th. If you Google Stanford Neurodiversity Project, you're going to be able to go to our site. If you are interested in submitting an abstract, please do. There's still time for potential presentation at the summit. And we really can't do all of this work without many people, faculty members, as well as postdocs and staff members and students in the last 7 years. And this is to acknowledge our funders, and also I'd like to thank all of you for attending this conference and this presentation. And with this, I'm going to stop, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I guess while we're waiting for people in the room to raise their hands, we'll take a question from online. A lot of people who are really appreciative of your work and are hoping to see some similar things enacted here at U of M. Our first question is, do we have any scientific studies or research on how much the environment contributes to whether a neurodivergent individual can succeed? Like, is that a measurable outcome?
That's a great question, and I think there are many people that are starting to work on this question. It is a very complex question. The environment has so many components, and it's not only about the environment in a static way. It is also the kind of like the trajectory, how people are exposed to the environment. So let's say, for example, if someone on the autism spectrum have a lot of support, strength-based support, rather than deficit-based support as a child, then you would hypothesize that this person is probably going to be more resilient as the person is growing up. And right now, a lot of the studies tend to be cross-sectional, and it's very difficult to sort things out. So basically, there are definitely good approaches that are emerging, and I'm hopeful that my group and many other groups will be giving us more answers to this question in the future.
Thank you. We have another one. We're very appreciative of Dr. Fung's work and Stanford's focus on positive attributes and well-being. There is an epidemic of depression and suicide for autistic individuals. Do you think these are organic comorbidities, or does the depression and anxiety come from the constant struggles to fit into a neurotypical world?
Well, I tend to think that it is the latter. I don't think we can scientifically prove that right now, but knowing that the group, the autism community, really is having a lot of really mistreatment, and there's a lot of stigma around autism for many years. The environmental component is just so enormous that I cannot say that it is likely ingrained in people on the autism spectrum. It's not their genes. I don't think it's because of their biology that's causing that there is more depression and suicide. But this is my own personal opinion. I think we do need to scientifically justify it, and over time we'll know. But the main thing is to do something helpful for the neurodiverse community, for people on the autism spectrum. So whatever we are doing right now to improve outcomes is the most important to me. And over time, if we are doing this right, then we will be able to answer this question more rigorously.
Hello, my name is Sebastian Beckley. I'm the head of finance and fellowships at Rackham Graduate School at the University of Michigan. I am part of the organizing team who put on this conference today. I'm also a member of a neurodivergent community who have navigated the challenges of dyslexia since early childhood. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce our next speakers, a team of 3 distinguished researchers who had the Neurodiversity Project at the University of Melbourne, Australia. A Zoom meeting with this group of passionate neurodivergent scholars in November last year is what sparked the idea of the NDEI conference that we are participating in today. They travel close to halfway around the world to be with us today and to share their experiences, their expertise and their research in the space of neurodiversity. Dr. Jessica Rodran is a director of Neurodiversity Project at the University of Melbourne, is an early career researcher with a passion for conducting a neurodiversity affirming research, translating research into practice, and inspiring positive societal change through community-based advocacy and education. Dr. Sarah Temperley, director of the Neurodiversity Project at the University of Melbourne, is a researcher with a background in psychology and neurodiversity, drawing on her professional and lived experiences with ADHD. She's now serving as the project leader for community education and professional development to build capacity within the University of Melbourne and the broader community. Dr. Matthew Harrison, director of the Neurodiversity Project at the University of Melbourne, is an experienced teacher, researcher, and digital creator with a passion for utilizing technology to enhance social capacity building, belonging, and inclusion in education. Please join me in warmly welcoming Jess, Sarah, and Matt.
Oh, wait.
wait for you guys to get on the stage. Thank you. Great, and I hope the auto cue can keep up with my accent. I'm really sorry. If it doesn't, I'll try to enunciate. And I just really wanted to thank you for inviting us to speak today. But before I begin, I just wanted to do an acknowledgement of country. And I just want to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the unceded lands on which we work on in Melbourne, Australia, which for us three is the Wurundjeri people. And I also want to pay my respects to elders, past, present, and emerging, and extend my this acknowledgement and respect to all First Nations members here today. And, that wasn't supposed to be in there. And we decided for today, because we could have talked about so many different things, as you can see, the great scope of work that's being done in this area today. We decided to give a broad overview of who we are and what we've been up to over the last year. And this is a brief overview of our project, a little bit about how we got started, our staff needs analysis, which is one of our first research studies together as a team, our program of work, and hopefully enough time for questions and answers at the end. So this is us on the stage here today. You've already heard an kind of overview of who we are, but I'm Dr. Jessica Reardon. I am a research fellow with a background in developmental psychology. Over in the middle here, but over there, we've got Dr. Sarah Timperley, also with a background in developmental psychology. And also we have Dr. Matthew Harrison here, who is got a background in inclusive education. And we also decided, for a bit of colour, to add in some pictures of things that we are interested in. So for me, I've got a really big love of DIY and crafts. For Sarah, gardening. And for Matt, you can't tell there, it looks like writing, but that's Lego. And you can speak to us about any of these topics, but do it at your own risk, because everyone who's met us on this trip knows we like to talk. But we do have a shared passion. So all three of us really wish to empower our community and also to help the University of Melbourne to become a more global leader in neurodiverse inclusive research and practice. And within this kind of broader aim, we have 4 smaller aims, as you can see here. We have the first one, to build a stronger sense of community for our neurodivergent staff and students, to improve the understanding and awareness of neurodiversity and neuro-affirming teaching and learning practices across the whole university, to connect our neurodivergent staff and students with support services within our university, and to hopefully conduct world-class neurodiversity affirming research. So this first section, which I wanted to give, is entitled, How Did I Get Up Here? And I also put on, but seriously, how did I get up here? And to find out how we got funded and how this project began, we kind of have to rewind the clock a little bit. So, no, that's too far. Hang on. There, yeah, this is better. So here's me as a little kid. And back when I was a little kid with, pockets full of shiny rocks and sparkly pens and stuffies that I'd rescued from being abandoned, I was often described by adults as an old soul. And by that I mean I was an extreme rule follower. I never really understood my peers and their need to rebel. In fact, I was often found going rolling my eyes in the back of the classroom. And I would tell myself that they would grow out of it. And it's okay. I can put up with this. But what I'd really love to do was learn. And so I was particularly obsessed in elementary school with anything to do with art and design and science. And I was really in love with geology. So there's me rock hunting with my dad, who shares that passion, and psychology. That love developed very, very early for me. And you would always find me in class. I think this has already been mentioned. I was the one with my hand in the air waving, no, I know the answer, please pick me. And I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and had my nose in a book and drawing all day long as well. And I think you can kind of guess where this is going. And maybe you've guessed a few steps ahead for those of you with very good pattern recognition. But for this time, there was basically a target on my back for bullies because little kids can be very clever and very cruel. Now, I did have a couple of really good friends, and this group grew over time. But what had happened was I started masking. Not to fit in, I didn't want to play the games. I became quiet. I went inside myself. I learned to stop talking about my interests, to not take up space, to hide my excitement. For me, sometimes that's the happy feet, and just play it cool. But this shyness carried on into high school, but then other things started popping up in high school. So I'd often be late for classes. I struggled with a bit of anxiety. Far too much of my work was done the night before. I also struggled to pay attention to any topics that didn't interest me. Fortunately for me, my interests were wide, so you've got science and the arts. I could kind of cobble together a class schedule that would work for me and kind of just say to the teachers, oh, no, I'm just not interested, I just won't take that class. And with this anxiety, teachers often put it down to perfectionism. I continued to get really good, pretty okay grades. I don't want to, we have this thing, we don't talk about it as much in New Zealand, so I'm still finding it hard to say that, because again, that's the masking. And because of my love for learning, my love of whimsy and creativity, and my panic anytime anyone ever broke a rule, I was a pleasure to have in class. They didn't look twice at me, except for just to celebrate my grades. But bullies thought differently. This carried through. It's pretty easy to spot. Bullies are very good at spotting neurodivergence. And so again, I thought, okay, there's still some growing up that needs to happen here. I stuck to that same script I developed as a wee little lass, and I told myself, hold up for university. Surely I will find my people, and once everyone became adults, this type of behavior would stop. Yeah, I know some of you know. And so I was right about one thing. I did find my people at university. I found the most amazing group of friends in my first year who were very much like me, and I could be my complete and whole self with. I did a degree in fine arts because my fine arts teacher locked me in a room and said, you're not just doing science, you're applying and sitting out and filling out this application right now. But I also did psychology degree at the same time. I just couldn't run away from that love. And I also met my husband, and I was thriving for the most part, but I still kept running into the same type of behaviors and the same type of bullying. I also turned everything in last minute still. Was sprinting down the hall, was like shoving it under the door, like with a nick of time. And I started struggling with more extreme anxiety, more bouts of depression. But I pushed through because this is normal, right? This is everyone's experience. This is just, this is university. Until finally, during my PhD, everything kind of came to its head. Again, I was relentlessly bullied, this time again from other PhD students, and I was ostracized. So there's only so much of this time this bullying can kind of happen before it kind of catches up to you and you start internalizing it and thinking, it's me, I'm the problem, hi. And so I crashed. I burnt out. I could no longer stomach the idea of academia. I could no longer stomach the idea of working, full stop. And I devoted all of my time to my other passion from childhood, which was I really wanted to be a mum. I really wanted to be a stay-at-home mum for a while. And I thought maybe I just needed a break from the school system. Just get off the treadmill, have a break. Break parenting. No. And so you can't run away from your own brain. You can't run away from trauma. And the pandemic made things pretty clear. There was some difference I was starting to see in my children, and there were definitely differences I started to see within myself. Keeping up with housework and all the life admin when all I wanted to do was play games with my children and, do all the fun stuff. But by now I believed everything was my fault, and I didn't really want to share that this experience was pretty hard. I just needed to try harder, try harder, try harder. Until one day I downloaded TikTok. And this was just on a whim because I wanted to learn some whimsical little dances and have fun. But within 30 minutes, it had clocked me. I started to get video after video of women, particularly mothers with ADHD, describing their childhoods and all their experiences, and this fundamentally changed my life. I shared these videos with my husband, and he looked at me wide-eyed and encouraged me to get on a waiting list, a long waiting list. I also started obsessively reading everything I could about the topic, because how on earth did I not see this earlier? And how did my husband, who also has a PhD in developmental psychology, not see this earlier? And why was our training not, yeah. Anyway, that can be a whole nother topic. But the answer was very clear. The models that we got taught were extremely flawed. So, my academic hat was finally back on, but I was still really terrified of trying again, until my friend and colleague from my old lab in New Zealand, Dr. Sarah Timperley, nudged me and said, come on, you know you love this. I just signed on to be a research assistant on a study by Dr. Matthew Harrison. Come back and job share with me. We'll job share and just see how you feel. So I did. Now, this pilot research study was on the experiences of neurodivergent staff members and postgraduate students at the University of Melbourne within our own faculty. And Dr. Matthew Harrison believed in the importance of having interviewers with lived experience of neurodivergence. So off we went. Now, Jess, I hear you asking, you're taking on a sort of bit of a tangent and haven't really answered the question about how you guys got started. And I promise I am getting there. I'm just treating you to an ADHD kind of storytelling method because it's really important to understand who we are, to understand what we do. And it's not my job to share their stories, but I can share mine, and I can share the stories from our first pilot study. Now, I don't have to go too much into this because of speakers earlier today, but it's well established that many neurodivergent individuals process our sensory information in different ways from each other, from neurotypical people. We're all very unique. So some people are hyper and some are hyposensitive to a whole lot of stimulus, and this goes beyond what you normally think of, sight, touch. This is temperature, this is location and space. And great, I don't have to go too much into that, which is hopefully going to shorten my section of the talk. And because of these differences, we can sometimes experience unseen barriers to work, or just inclusion in general, because of these differences. So we started to wonder, how do sensory-related differences shape the experiences of neurodivergent staff and postgraduate students on our own campus? Now we know, and this was great, again foreshadowed by the earlier talk, there's not much research on neurodivergent staff or postgraduate students who fall somewhere in the middle. Most of the research is done on autistic undergraduate students, and there has been some research done recently on autistic staff within the general workforce, and we know that there's kind of increased inaccessibility, stress, anxiety, we've heard all of this today. And when you look at accommodations, most of the research has been done for accommodations for children. And also, lived experience has traditionally been overlooked or undervalued by researchers. So we invited all staff and students who identified as neurodivergent and who are having sensory differences to participate in semi-structured interviews. So we had 11 participants, and we had mostly autistic participants, or autistic and ADHD, and we had one who only identified as having ADHD. And we used reflexive thematic analysis, which I won't get into too much here because we will run out of time, and content analysis, but I'm going to just talk about reflexive thematic analysis today. And these are the three main themes that popped up. Difficulties navigating sensory and spatial challenges, navigating the complex terrain of accommodations, and aspirations for inclusive university spaces. So the first one, difficulties navigating sensory and spatial challenges. the main things we found is that a lot of people were having a lot of difficulties with background noise, with lighting, with temperature, with visual distractions. Things were either too bright, not bright enough, too much heat, too cold, too variable, too many visual distractions. But again, it's really important to note we had sensory avoiders and sensory seekers in this sample, and a lot of the sensory seeking is not really covered in the literature. For example, someone said, I need to have lots of sound and movement around me, not stillness and quietness. I'm sure you could guess, but open plan spaces were still a big problem because you can't control any of the sensory input that you have coming in. Many participants also reported feeling uncomfortable with being observed, or they were hyper-aware of their quirks or being naturally too loud, and they felt that they constantly had to mask at work. People who had enclosed offices said that this was better, but they do little to reduce sensory input and output because they were made of glass and often had gaps over the top, so they weren't that great. Hot desking was also seen as a problem. Ooh, there we go. Hot desking was also seen as a problem. It's the amount of time and the energy to find acceptable places and the lack of opportunities for personalising workspaces. And because of this pause, I'm going to have to fly through some of these, and we can share the slides afterwards. And students did share that things were more favourably than staff. They wanted the freedom and the autonomy, and they were grateful that they had it. And they saw the lecture rooms as being sensory friendly, but leaving classes broke their concentration as there was nowhere to pick it back up. And theme 2 was navigating the complex terrain of accommodations. And I'll talk briefly about this one because, I'll cut a few things out here. Sarah's going to talk more about some of these issues soon. And people really thought that accommodations were really, really important. They wanted to stress this. They were really important for helping people to do their work, but they felt uncomfortable asking for them because there's a lot of judgment about being neurodivergent still. So someone said, I'm totally misunderstood. For a long time here, I didn't say anything to anyone because I realized that people here were not inclusive in any way. And other people likened it to trauma, disclosure. And even people who had disclosed had mixed experiences of formal accommodations. Some people had positive. They said they worked out well. They were appreciative they could take breaks. And others felt disappointed they had to disclose their neurodivergence or even get diagnosed just to feel less guilty for what they needed. And they were really sick of fighting for getting the things they found that they really needed and for why they were important. So they said, why do I just bother? And they don't work a lot of the time. So they planned for risks before they happened and mitigated risk by making a lot of changes to their workstations, wearing headphones and specific clothing, and seeking privacy in bathrooms. But this takes a toll, and this participant summed it up nicely. How many meetings can I miss without being noticed? How can I dodge this? How can I sit through this and not have a panic attack? I spend all my time thinking about the environment. And finally, for this part, it's aspirations for inclusive university spaces. And I think Matt will talk a little bit more about what we're doing there later, so I can whip through these ones too. And again, we've heard this earlier, participants really loved being able to work from home because it was life-changing. They wanted mechanisms to say, this doesn't work for me, and to be able to raise it without putting people out. They wanted less hot desking, and they wanted 3 or 4 rooms that are kind of blocked out so that all staff could use them, so that neurodivergent people didn't feel so singled out, and just to acknowledge that everyone could kind of use different spaces to work sometimes, and they should have different sensory needs. And this quote really kind of summed it up, which is recognise people's diverse needs, people's with care responsibilities and complexity in people's lives, and adopt a really strong policy towards inclusion and diversity, where everyone had permission to operate how they need to operate. Now, back to finishing off this part, and I'm already over time, yay ADHD and time blindness. So back to my story. My brain after the study, I like to joke, looked like this. Not only through this experience did I realise, oh, I'm autistic too. Yeah, cool. This all makes sense now, which I think, some of you would have seen the clues in my story. But this wasn't a disorder. This was a neurotype. This has been disabling for me, but this was me. And so my sense of justice was completely triggered, and we would rant at length about a different system and what it could look like. And Sarah and I decided we'll just slowly work our way towards this dream. And Matt said, why not now? I was like, I just came back into the game, we can't. Why not now? People had been trying to advocate for changes and better support. There was a success of a social enterprise, next level collaboration. Jess Rowlings was the first openly autistic female CEO at the University of Melbourne. Matt had spent some time with a neurodivergent friendly lab in Santa Cruz and had heard about the Stanford Neurodiversity project, and people were really interested to hear about our project. And this is how things normally go at universities. Our committees have committees. And this is what I joke that we actually did. For those of you who know Legally Blonde, I won't go too much into it. I had a whole story, but timing. But the whole thing is underpinned by the idea that she has this unwavering belief in herself, this positivity. I can do anything. I can apply to Harvard and go there and chase my ex-boyfriend and get him back. I will just, send in a video. And this is audacity to me. This is a trait that a lot of neurodivergent people have, this courage or confidence that some people do find shocking or rude, but it's this courage. So we emailed our Vice Chancellor, which is our president, and we included a video that we made pitching this idea, and we got a response. We met with the Director of Diversity and Inclusion, and I got asked if I wanted to speak at the University of Melbourne Leadership Conference on a panel about diversity and inclusion. I met with other people to get their advice, and we all did. And here's me at the panel sharing my story, kind of similar, a little bit more details about my PhD experience, which is why I cried on stage. People in the audience cried, it was a thing. And we started to receive a lot of support from all around the university, other faculties, as well as the Dean of the Faculty of Education, which is where Matt is. So we really quickly wrote a more formal grant proposal, and we were generously funded by the Vice Chancellor himself. This was strategic funding, and the Faculty of Education co-sponsored it. And we've got given 2 years as a pilot project to see what we can do, prove this concept, and we have been at work ever since. And I'm going to pass you over to Sarah to share some of their work.
Thank you very much. So one of the first things that we wanted to do with this project was to find out what the neurodivergent community in our university actually looks like, and to make sure that what we are planning on doing is actually relevant and wanted, which is always important. So we conducted a staff needs analysis survey to help us understand this, to give everyone a chance to help design the neurodiversity project and what that looks like, and also sort of to understand where the needs are, what the current sort of cultural state is. And then Jess is also going to be doing a student needs analysis, but that is to come, not today. Oh, that's right. So Matt insisted that I give you some actual context for this. I just wanted to jump into the numbers, but all right. So the University of Melbourne is in Australia. You can probably guess by our accents, although we've tricked you because Jess and I are actually from New Zealand. And it's the second oldest university in Australia. So we've got approximately 54,000 students, including 20,000 international students from over 130 countries in the world. We have approximately 10,000 academic and professional staff members across 8 faculties, and many different research centres. And I have forgotten what you call professional staff here, but it's the not academic staff. All of those really, really important support roles and director roles, and it can be everything basically. The glue. The glue, yeah. Matt says the glue. Yeah. So we asked a lot of questions, and I was very surprised that 386 people made it all the way to the end of the survey, plus another 38 who made it far enough that I could be certain that they were not repeat responses. So that was really, really good. So this survey was open to all staff at the University of Melbourne, and as you can see, we asked about a very wide range of topics. This survey only closed a week before we left for the US, and I've been frantically cleaning data to analyse for this presentation. So luckily for all of you, I can't keep you here all day. We're just going to focus on a few things. So we'll focus on the first question, which was the neurodivergent identities, disclosure, and a few fun demographics as well. And so the disclosure section I'll talk about will be made into a resource eventually on our massive list of things we need to do about what to do when someone discloses to you. So firstly, participants were given a range of different ways to identify with it. It's coming up with very differently on here than it is on here. I hope you can read that. That's okay. So participants were given a range of ways to identify. It started off, the most important part of this was so that people weren't left out. People didn't kind of go, are you autistic? Well, I don't know. I haven't been formally diagnosed, but I've been peer reviewed, and I'm pretty sure, which is a lot of people, I think. So I gave people a range of different ways to identify. Which actually ended up being really, really interesting in and of itself. There's so much data just in this one thing that I could talk about all day. But one of the interesting things I found was that 85% of participants who identify with ADHD either have a formal diagnosis or plan to get one, whereas only 62% of autistic identifying participants had or planned to receive a diagnosis. Not sure at this stage. I haven't read everybody's answer to every question. As you could see, that's a lot of questions and a lot of people. But we do suspect this may be in part due to the fact that ADHD, while you might not get any accommodations, a lot of us find medication really helpful. And so that can make it worth the horrifically long waiting lists, the thousands of dollars it can cost to get a diagnosis, and being labelled that way. Whereas with autism, it's less obvious what the supports might be, if any, especially when you're an adult who's already in employment, with a system of accommodations that has been described by some as traumatic. Why would you? And in addition to this, it can affect, in Australia, if you have an application for Australian citizenship, it can affect that as well. So it's, it kind of makes sense that a lot of people are like, you know what, I'm peer reviewed, that's enough. And personally, I don't think that I would have spent all that money getting an ADHD diagnosis if my many ADHD friends hadn't convinced me that it was worthwhile. They convinced me on the medication, but then it actually came with a lot of other self-acceptance and all of those other things, which was really important as well. But that's kind of that really tangible, obvious reason too. You can, however, see that this would cause strife when a lot of the time for accommodations you're required to just give reams of paperwork, which seems really unnecessary, that a lot of people don't have because they haven't, paid thousands of dollars to get a diagnosis that may or may not help them. So back to the data. To get sent into the neurodivergent path of the survey, it was any self-identification of any of these conditions. It's worth noting, though, that of those 162 participants who went down the neurotypical path, 65 of them suspect they might be neurodivergent. So I should probably call that group don't identify as neurodivergent yet, but that doesn't fit in my tables as a heading, so we're just sticking with neurotypical for now. And the last thing about this is the list of conditions isn't exhausted, obviously. We kind of decided on a mixture of typically noted conditions in articles about neurodiversity, conditions our community asked us to include, such as acquired neurodivergence, and things that are likely to be common in the university population co-occurring with other neurodivergent conditions. However, we didn't include anxiety and depression. We understand that those can absolutely be neurodivergent identities. However, we thought that we would never get a neurotypical sample if we included that in a university population. But also some of those conditions are very transient, and probably most of those people wouldn't identify as neurodivergent, whereas some absolutely affect the way that you see the world over time, and can be, those people are more likely to identify as neurodivergent. But we couldn't list every single different condition. So lots of people wrote anxiety and or depression in the other category, and of course they were included in the survey if they did that. Those were the most common other conditions, followed by sensory differences, just other more specific sensory differences, and the most common acquired neurodivergences were PTSD, CPTSD, and trauma. And I haven't done much work analysing the data set by specific conditions yet, because, sorry, we've got our own little notes section. I asked a lot of different conditions, which means there's a lot of overlap. So this is our largest sample of one condition, which is ADHD. We had 168 people with ADHD, and you can see that 95% of us only identified as ADHD, but 51 people, sorry, it wasn't 95%, 95 people. 51 people identified as having ADHD and something else, and 18 had and something else and something else. So 3 different things, and then 3 people had 4 different things, and 1 person had 5 different things. So yeah, analysing anything by condition, I really have to figure out exactly how I'm going to do this. I went through and coded all the different combinations, and there were 50 different combinations. So that's not particularly helpful at this stage. I thought I would also just include our second largest group, which was the autistic participants, who it had even more overlap than the ADHD group. So even more autistic participants identified with other conditions in addition. All right, so now I've got a few quick fun demographics. I'm not going to go through the whole demographics section, and in particular of note, I will not be talking about ethnicity because I let people write their own ethnicities in. So I have to now figure out how to code comments like milk toast white man, was that you?
That's true.
So yeah, the coding of that one's going to be challenging. I assume European Australian, all right, and then we've got gender. Just to note that it was mostly women in our sample. I assume this is just because women are better at filling out surveys. And for those of you in the audience who are interested, yes, 9 of the 15 non-binary people are autistic. I did check that. I haven't checked about the suspected autistics yet. So it's also worth noting that all the questions are optional. So when you're like, if you're like me and you're like, those numbers aren't exactly right, that's why not all participants answered every question. All right. One of the best ones, I think, personally, as a queer ADHDer, found it great that 43% of our neurodivergent sample who answered this question identify as part of the LGBTQIA+ community, compared to only 16% of the neurotypical participants. And what are you doing, neurotypicals? Like, honestly, just try it out. I also thought it was worth noting that the level of education across the neurotypicals and the neurodivergent people in our sample was about the same. And yeah, we had 71 neurodivergent participants with PhDs in our sample. Also, call out to those people with dysgraphia. 100% of this group had PhDs. That was only 2 people. But still. All right, so now we're going to talk about disclosure. So you might be saying, well, where are all of these neurodivergent academics with PhDs? Well, obviously here, there's a lot of them. But of course, there are many people quite reasonably who decide not to disclose that they're neurodivergent. So, disclosure to management. This was the easiest question to show you about disclosure. So when asked if participants had disclosed to their current manager or equivalent, only half of the participants had. And disclosing to a manager, of course, doesn't mean that that they've disclosed to anyone else at work. So even in the yes category, there'll be probably quite a lot of people who haven't disclosed to anyone but their manager. And this can be because they needed to ask for an accommodation or they just didn't have a choice. So now I'm going to discuss reasons why people choose to disclose or not disclose, and talk about positive and negative disclosure experiences. It's worth noting that most people filled in both sides of this because most of us have had both positive and negative disclosure experiences. For this question, participants were asked, thinking about any neurodivergence you have, what reasons do you have or may have had in the past for choosing to disclose at work? So this was a randomised multi-choice question, and choices were written based on a mixture of experiences shared in our sensory spaces research, other research about disclosures, and our own personal and community experiences. So a total of 212 people answered this question, and participants could select as many reasons as they liked. The most common reason for disclosure by far was to help others understand me, or understand me better, which was selected by 3/4 of the participants. So that was, or the ones that answered this question. So yeah, that was pretty powerful to me because that was by far the most common experience, especially when, I feel like there can be stereotypes that people just disclose to get stuff. It's like, no, we want to be heard, we want to be understood. And then the second 2 most common were so that I don't have to mask, which I feel, and to self-advocate. All right, in the other category, the most common reason was that they didn't choose to disclose, they were kind of forced to. So they disclosed out of necessity rather than choice. Positive disclosure experiences. So I'm still going through this data, but there's been a few key themes that have come to light very quickly. And these have been acceptance without questioning diagnosis. So these are positive experiences people have had when they've disclosed to someone. Feeling like there isn't judgment, not making a big deal of the disclosure, and having an established trusting relationship with the person they're disclosing to. The person asking whether support or accommodations are needed, and then providing them when we're asked for, but not, you know, just shoving a whole lot of things that they think will be helpful without asking. And the person being disclosed to being neurodivergent or having neurodivergent family members or close friends, that makes it a positive experience. And also just understanding and kindness, which seems obvious, but also like, yeah, it needs to be talked about. So a few quotes. So having it feel like part of a casual conversation, and having it prompt curiosity rather than judgment has made me feel more comfortable disclosing. The best times are when people respond kindly but with something really mundane, like, oh yeah, that's cool, because it makes me feel like I'm not different or a spectacle. And supportive managers, colleagues and students with whom I work closely. Multiple people disclosing neurodivergence and or disability to me because I am a serial discloser, and sharing with me how relieved they are to talk about it. And that's something that we've felt this week, meeting with lots of people across this university, is people are so relieved to be able to talk about it. I think most people have experiences of either neurodivergence themselves or people close to them who are neurodivergent. And people are relieved to talk about it, especially in a positive way. Unfortunately, now we're going to the negatives. Participants were also asked about why they chose not to disclose at work. So 235 people answered this question. Yes, that's more than answered the choosing why too, and a few people noted that they had never disclosed at work, so they never had reasons to. So the most common reason not to disclose was worrying about judgment and stereotyping, followed by worry about how it might affect job or promotion opportunities, which is a real worry a lot of the time, and uncertainty about who it is safe to disclose to. The other category had a lot of different responses, but some key themes were worry about whether and how the information would be shared, and fear of being treated unfairly or micromanaged, which, yeah, no, I've had that, and not wanting to be labelled or feel like they need to be a model minority for their condition. So some quotes from this one. So this was an other category quote. So once you are labelled in a particular way, it's very hard to ever shake the perception that it controls everything that you do. Talking about negative disclosure experiences. So when people were asked to describe negative experiences of disclosure that they'd had, there were, again, some key themes that came through really quickly. So feeling dismissed, invalidated or not believed, judgments and assumptions being made, being treated differently after disclosure, hearing negative comments by managers or colleagues, having requests for accommodations ignored, brushed off or just forgotten, people thinking they are just making excuses, and people thinking they're stupid, infantilizing them and belittling them. And I think it's worth me noting here that I think that I've personally experienced every single one of the positive themes and every single one of the negative themes, which can make it hard to read sometimes. And I think that one of the scariest parts about disclosure is that it often doesn't depend on you how it goes. You know, sometimes it feels like there's nothing that you can do or say. It just depends on the other person. And it sometimes feels completely random. I think some of the best disclosure experiences I've had have actually been to people who I thought wouldn't take it well. And some of the worst disclosure experiences I've had have been to people that I thought would, you know, who kind of outwardly expressed general allyship to everything and then actually treated me horribly. It can be really, really terrifying to disclose. so a few comments here were not being believed. Statements like, oh, everyone is a bit that way, it's normal and we all have bad days. Not getting accommodations without reams of paperwork and expensive visits to the doctor, which feels like not being believed or trusted about my own experience of the world. Direct discrimination by boss following disclosure. It was horrible and took about 12 months to recover. And my previous role, and I had to put some brackets in there because it's very hard to get people to not identify themselves. In an anonymous survey, you're like, please stop. I had so many things, I'm like, don't. Yeah, anyway, it's fine. It's only us three reading it, but still. My previous role, in a role that included supporting disabled students, made it clear to me that many of the most harmful stereotypes about neurodiversity are active in this team. These opinions were expressed by managers frequently, and this created a sense that it would have negative consequences for disclosure. So that was a bit upsetting. So what are the takeaways from this? There are a lot of reasons to disclose or not, and I think that's been a theme through a lot of this talk, which has been really important, because a lot of the time we kind of talk about accommodations and accommodating, neurodivergent people, and what are we going to do for this group, without thinking about the fact that we don't even know who this group is or what they need a lot of the time, and they're not going to tell you unless a whole lot of things change first. There can be a lot of trauma around disclosure, so be kind when someone discloses to you. If you think you don't know any neurodivergent people, you're almost certainly wrong. If you hear others talking negatively about neurodivergent people can probably hear it too, so consider calling them out, especially if you're neurotypical, although I'm not sure how many neurotypicals I'm actually speaking to, to be honest. And education is important, so smash those stereotypes. Contrary to popular belief, our sample in particular was mostly women, all adults and well educated. And of course, I want to put a very strong caveat on that, that I wanted, to point out that, we're bright, but not say that we can all do it, because actually there are a whole lot of barriers in place. We just happen to have a well-educated sample. And most of the ones of us who are lucky enough to have made it often have a lot of trauma as well. So yes, we do need support, but also we can get there. I have one final slide. So I had a feedback section in the survey, and this was my favourite feedback from someone who I assume just loves to trauma dump, which I understand. All right, I'll pass it on to Matt.
Hello, Jess and Sarah are always a hard act to follow, so but I'll go last and then I can cut my time down. That's good. Hello, my name's Matt, more formally known as Dr. Matthew Harrison. I have the privilege of working with Jess and Sarah on the Neurodiversity project. I have two jobs, one official, one unofficial. My official job is looking at inclusive teaching and how we can create inclusive curriculum, inclusive educational experiences for our students. The second job, when Dr. Miller made reference to the fact about sometimes having to find a white man when she was being ignored, Sarah leaned over and said, "That's you!" So a lot of what I'm saying is actually the work of Jess and Sarah. I would be lost without them. So I just wanted to acknowledge that I am so lucky to have them. And as someone with ADHD, it's just so nice to find people that get me. So I just want to throw that in there without putting it in the script. So thank you both. more formally, back on script, I'd like to now to introduce our program of work for 2024 and then discuss some of our longer term plans for the University of Melbourne. As many of these people in the audience are on similar journeys in trying to be those agents of change, I just wanted to share what we're doing. We're not perfect. We started this in August, and we, like people here, we're learning, we're making mistakes, and that's wonderful because we've got a community that tells us you're not quite there yet, but it's moving forward, and that's the main thing. It's very easy to be discouraged. It's very easy to have doors closed in your face. But because we across oceans have each other, we can do this. I really believe that. And I get told in meetings that I'm very passionate, and my dean loves it. It's probably watching right now. I get very passionate, and I do believe we're at the right point in history. This is really powerful for me. We together can change the world, and I believe that. So, over the next 9 months, we have an ambitious program of work. I wouldn't have it any other way. We've launched our staff needs analysis, which has been led by Sarah. Jess is leading our student needs analysis. On the plane ride here, we got our ethics approval. Yes, ready to go. We have established an advisory group, and I'll speak to that in a minute. We'll be sharing resources and our success stories, which we know from Sarah's brilliant work on the staff needs analysis is going to be so important. Highlighting people who have not just survived, but are thriving and are those beacons on the hill that people like myself look to. Developing and conducting neurodiversity inclusive teaching workshops, that's me. And establishing a celebrating neurodiversity research symposium. And I'm going to have an ask for you guys later on about that as well. And then, of course, talking about the purpose of this study tour and why we're here. I've promised Sarah and Jess I'll allow time for questions, so I'm just going to have 1 minute on each. I could talk about this for hours, as everyone here probably knows. So, our student needs analysis. It's a survey focused on the experiences and needs of our neurodivergent students only. So where the staff needs analysis looked at both neurodivergent students and staff, you saw Sarah had that context slide, 54,000 students. There's 1, 2, 3 humans here analysing that data. So we're focusing specifically on neurodivergent students and trying to platform their voices. We are really thinking about how we can communicate with the community. And this is really important because we know there's students that are hard to reach. It's about how can we reach them. I've put in an ask here about how we can work together. We want to share our data with you, and we can tell you about the Melbourne, Australia experience, the University of Melbourne experience. We want to hear the University of Michigan experience. We want to hear the Stanford University experience. We want to hear the UC Berkeley experience. We want to hear and see if this is a global pattern, because I think it is. I think we think it is. We have our advisory group. So if the in-depth information from our staff needs analysis is any indication, we suspect we're going to get really rich data through our student needs analysis as well. We are 3 people. What we want to do is really think about how we can ensure that we're accountable to our community. And there's more, we've talked about labels and the problems with labels, because neurodiversity is a broad umbrella and we want to welcome everyone into that umbrella. So how can we make sure we meet the needs? It's having an advisory group that talks about that nexus. I love that language. I was going to say intersectionality, but I'm going to say nexus now because I've learned something today. It's fantastic. Between all these other identities and labels and needs, and how we can make sure that we're meeting the needs of our whole community, or as much as possible. So having an advisory group of people preferably with lived experiences, and then we'll have students later on as well, to guide our body of work, where we present as a project team our projects, and they give us feedback. And having them from all faculties and research centres to make sure that we're on the mark, and when we're not, making it safe for them to call us out and say, hey, Matt, Mr. White Bread, What, milk toast white man? Is that it? Yeah, you've got a pretty big blind spot here. Let's have a look at this. I think that's really important to have that sort of oversight from our broad community. The sharing the resources and success stories on the website is really important. So people saying, okay, I'm excited. I want to do something here. What's next? What do I do? So having somewhere to go and have a look, what is neurodiversity affirming research? What can it look like? And having those videos of success stories, someone who's dyslexic, who's just entering university, you can say, hey, there's a professor in pediatrics who's dyslexic, and they've got an Order of Australia. I can see that video. That's something I want to aspire to. Expands the imagination of what is possible. Seeing that there are PhD students who say, yeah, you know what? It's not a superpower. We have challenges, but also I think I do pretty good research. So having that sort of visibility is so important, because I know, and the three of us know, and you probably know, it can be pretty lonely out there. So when you see other people, you say, you know what? I've actually got a community here. I belong here. That's really important. Also having a workshop on curriculum, what we're teaching, not just how we teach it, is really important. So having workshops where we're co-adapting, and it's saying that we're not here to change everything. It's saying we're not here to tell you that you've been teaching the wrong things for 100 years. It's about the idea of saying, okay, in 2024, can we work together to think of, is there a more neurodiversity inclusive way? And can we bring you in and have those conversations? And we had that wonderful speaker this morning from a pediatrician about how can we change the things that we do to make sure that we're being more inclusive, about how we talk about autism, how do we talk about ADHD, how do we talk about dyslexia, how do we talk about these different identities or conditions, or whatever language we want to use, and how can we make sure that we're doing it in a way that makes people feel like they belong in the university community? And how can we not pass trauma forward? That's really, really important. Also, the idea of pedagogy. So again, having workshops, we bring in staff who want to say, I've got a group work activity. Yay, group work. How can I support that for someone who maybe has anxiety around social interactions? How can I remove barriers in my teaching? And having students and people, staff lived experiences to be able to say, hey, how about you try this? Creating a space you can go to look at how you teach and think, okay, as Sarah pointed out, there's probably going to be a lot of people who don't feel safe disclosing. How can I remove barriers for everyone? Because I love the phrase, essential for some, harmful for none. The idea that we can do things that actually make life more enjoyable for most students in our class. And that safe feedback, the idea that we can be receptive as teachers to the feedback that says, hey, you know what? I missed the mark in that activity. I want my students to feel safe to come to me and say, hey, Matt, I really didn't feel comfortable doing that. Go, great, thank you for telling me. I'm so sorry that was your experience. I'm going to change that for next time. And the Celebrating Neurodiversity Research Symposium. And this one's really important for us because it's the idea of saying we have already great things happening, great neurodiversity affirming research. We've got wonderful neurodivergent researchers. We want to be able to share that and have the idea that anyone can come along from the University of Melbourne and share their research. And this is a space where your work will be celebrated. And so we're having two streams here. We have the neurodiversity affirming research stream. Anyone who's doing research across any field that really helps to remove barriers or helps to empower or helps to make people feel like they belong to their community, that's neurodivergent, they can share their research. These can be neurotypical researchers, these can be neuro-curious researchers, these can be ultra-neuro-spicy researchers, anyone's welcome there. But also having a stream for our neurodivergent researchers who feel safe to be out and to present their work on anything. It could be research around paleontology, it could be research around WrestleMania, I'm really excited for that one, hopefully. It could be research around anything. And so we want to make sure that this is a research symposium just like this one that's really moving the ball forward, shifting things for our university. Okay, learning from you, the final one. I promise I'm not going to steal any stuff from the University of Michigan. Our budget's all spent, it's good. We want to set up a global network, and this is really important because, as I said before, you come across an ocean, you feel at home. You do meet people, and we had this experience the whole trip. You go to Santa Cruz or Stanford or Berkeley or U Michigan, and you're like, these people are wonderful. Where have they been for the last 40 years of my life, you know? And it's the idea that you can be so disconnected geographically, but you find people that you connect with and you think, I want to learn from that person. So why stop here? Why not have a global network? And when a door is shut in your face locally, you know you've got friends in Melbourne, Australia, or Berkeley, or Stanford, or the UK, or Indonesia, or Malaysia, or anywhere in the world that you can connect with and say, hey, I've got these people who believe in my work. So that's going to hopefully get that sort of advice and persistence, maybe some joint grants that keeps things moving forward. Really powerful. So I'm right on 0 seconds, and I've got the red light right now. There is our address, but I just wanted to finish off by just saying thank you, because I never thought I would be on a stage here, and I don't think the three of us did. And it's just unbelievable. And I do think, when I think back to myself and my own self-image as a child, I was surprised I got into university. So to be here and to be able to meet you and learn from you and work with you is just such a privilege. So thank you.
Is this on? Ooh, it is. Hello. I don't know if we have time for any questions, but we do have time for questions? Okay, cool. Sorry, we like to talk. We hit the limit. We thought we would.
Sorry to the next person.
My question is just, I was very interested in the difference between individuals that have grown up with neurodivergence and those that have acquired it. And I know you haven't analyzed your data, but do you have any thoughts about what differences there might be in those individuals, or are there more similarities than differences?
I'm not actually sure, but the people who came to me and said, you need to add acquired neurodivergence, I've had some really great chats with them, and they're very, ADHD friendly. I don't actually know, and I think part of it may be that so many of us were late diagnosed, that a lot of the time it probably feels like our experiences are often more similar than different, other than that those aspects of having absolutely no idea what on earth was going on throughout childhood and all the rest of it. Like I said, I haven't really looked into that yet. But absolutely, I'm like, yes, be part of our community, you're amazing. It was something that I didn't know much about at all coming into this. Like I said, it was other people from our community came to us and were like, you need to be inclusive of, people who've acquired neurodiversity. The other thing about that is I think most of the people who have acquired neurodiversity, because most of them it was trauma, CPTSD, etc. It was acquired in childhood. So then it actually even becomes more similar for most people. I don't feel like there's a big difference there, really. It's one of those we all have spicy brains. A lot of us have had a lot of challenge in childhood, and we're probably a lot more similar than different. Yeah, does that? Yeah. Thanks.
Hi. First of all, I just want to thank you guys so much. That was a wonderful presentation. So interesting to learn about what you guys are doing over there. My question, I am an aspiring psychologist and aspiring researcher. I'm also autistic. And one of my biggest anxieties about going to grad school and working as a professional has just been navigating all of the stigma and like the judgments from colleagues and other professionals. Do you have any advice for someone going into that field as an out neurodivergent researcher or professional, and how you navigate those situations?
I have a couple of ideas. One is what I wish I had, and that is a good community around me of neurodivergent people and allies who can build me up when the PhD program inevitably kind of crushes your soul a little bit. And also to find a neurodivergent mentor who's further along, who can do the same thing for you. I think that is a big part of what can make it more enjoyable. I think my own experience would have been more enjoyable if I knew I was neurodivergent and it didn't take having kids to figure it out. Yeah, there are so many other ideas. Do you guys have?
I'm not a psychologist, I'm a teacher by background, and I'm doing some research with autistic teachers in Australia and how they have navigated similar challenges. And what's been really interesting has been social media. And we hear about the horror stories. The dumpster fire, formerly known as Twitter, used to be a space where a lot of people went to. But there are other platforms, TikTok. The grey hairs sort of date me as a bit older than Sarah and Jess. But there are, social media has been a really big, powerful enabler for them to be able to talk through those issues and connecting with other autistic teachers to be able to find ways to have conversations that address the pain points and and just giving them language around how to navigate, ableism or we call it the staff room conversations when they're talking about an autistic child, and there's a teacher who's, a not out autistic teacher, hearing the way some people talk about that child, well, I'm never telling you, I don't feel safe to tell you anything, having that online community go to and to give some language. And I know that the wonderful presenter this morning, the pediatrician, had a template. There are sort of things like that to be able to have those scripts almost to go back to about how you can address your feelings and about the evidence that contradicts a lot of these stereotypes that are actually wrong, scientifically incorrect, as you probably know firsthand.
Actually, one last thing to add to that. Sorry, again, we like to talk. Just to give you hope and other people who maybe are in the same boat or want to become psychologists. Again, adding from my personal story, I've seen a few psychologists over the years, and it was always anxiety. This is anxiety. This is anxiety. This is anxiety. You're a woman. This is anxiety. And it wasn't until I had an autistic psychologist after I was diagnosed with ADHD who clocked me within 30 minutes. I didn't know I was autistic then. She did. And I was very distressed and in a very bad place. And over time, she had helped me see it and work through it and embrace that identity with a capital A. And she is one of the people who saved my life. So holding on to stories like that.
Hello, fantastic job. I'm going to give you and any students a plug for DC at UM, which is a fairly active group that is of disabled and neurodivergent grad students, undergrad students, and just a really wonderful community. So something to think about. And if you're a PhD student here, I will be your non-gendered parental bear. Come find me and I will go to bat for you whenever you need. That I'm happy to offer. My question for you all is, it was so interesting seeing these studies done at similar times, but in two different countries, having such similar findings. And then this beautiful idea you have of this creating the world in which we want to be in. And we exist in institutions that are grounded in white supremacy, cishet patriarchy, and of course, ableism. And that often don't want to change or want to change very, very, very slowly. So, you had all this great stuff about you sent this video, you went to the channel, everybody was on board. Have you run into any challenges in envisioning this thing? And how are you, I think also you're like, we have 2 years of funding. And I'm like, oh, this is like a lifetime project. So kind of how are you thinking about navigating the challenges and also making sure that this is sustainable?
I'm going to let Matt speak to this, not because he's a straight white man, but because he's the most likely one of us to give a diplomatic answer.
I am going to watch the eyebrows of Sarah and Jess to see whether I'm saying the right things or not. So we did something that was sort of controversial in going straight to the top. We are one of the oldest, we're not one of the oldest, there's 60,000 years of learning and teaching from our First Nations peoples on our land. We are one of the first colonial institutions, universities in Australia. And they're very big on tradition, and there is a unspoken rule that you learn very quickly about a military style chain of command. And we don't work well in that sort of system. So the fact that we went outside and went straight to, it's like, who's the person who makes decisions ultimately? Who would you go to? The Vice Chancellor. That wasn't universally appreciated. But the great thing about working with Sarah and Jess is that we can all be unemployed together. And I can have more time for my hobbies. But it didn't work out that way. There is risk, and there's privilege, right? Like I joke about being my friends and colleagues who are non-binary or people of color or members of the trans community joke about me being the diversity hire, being the only one in our group. But there's a privilege there. So I think what Dr. Miller said earlier is actually kind of true, is finding allies who are heard is really, really important. But it can't just come back to us, because if we have such a narrow viewpoint, I think, and having people like Sarah and Jess take the reins is really important. But it's just, I guess, finding people like me or people Dr. Miller found to at least kind of open the door a little bit sort of gets things started. But I'm not doing the work. I mean, Jess and Sarah are really doing the work in a lot of the ways here. Does that answer the question diplomatically? Yeah.
I'll give you the not diplomatic answer later.
We have a question from online. Knowing that the needs of certain individuals can vary so much between individuals, and sometimes accommodations might even be conflicting for two people existing in the same space. What kind of approach do you recommend for that sort of diverse work environment in determining those kinds of accommodations and providing them?
I think that something that came through really strongly in our first project, and I imagine it'll probably come through in the needs analysis as well when I get to that part, was people just want choice. And you know what? That's not that hard to give them. So, no, you don't dim the lights in the entire office for every single person. You give people, you might dim it and then give people lamps so they can, decide how much light they want. Some of us really like to body double, and actually working together and not at home can be really, really good. But we need environments to do that aren't absolutely nightmarish open plan offices where if we do talk, we're going to be way too loud and everybody's going to be mad at us. So I think giving options, thinking about ways where you can create something, that can be adjusted rather than creating something that you think is going to be best. And that was something that came up in the when we were talking about people's experiences with disclosure. We had people who were like, oh, I disclosed and then all of my work was taken off me because they decided that that was an accommodation for me, that I needed to do lower level work. And it's like, no. That's not an accommodation. That's an assumption that you've made that's really detrimental to that person's career. So yeah, just thinking about ways that you can make the environment more adaptable rather than trying to force change on everyone. And sometimes that can be things, everyone wants less open plan. Everyone wants, both the neurotypicals and the neurodivergent people want less open plan. We want less fluorescent lights specifically, people want more light or less light. It's something everyone agreed on was that I hate fluorescent lights, things like that. I think that most of those things, and I always think about it as a universal accommodation, and then people are like, oh no, but some people like more or less. And it's like, yeah, but my universal accommodation is giving choice. So yeah, I think that's how to think about it. And we met someone yesterday who has designed the most fabulous, amazing space. And I cannot...
Hello, John.
Huh? Yes.
Yeah. Right, where?
Stand up if you're okay with that.
And, one of my other autistic traits is I really struggle to lie, so you will believe me when I say this was the most beautiful, sensory-friendly workspace I have ever seen in my entire life. It was so thoughtfully put together, just every single detail, and the design work was what... my two loves were going together. I was almost like, okay, hide the stimmy dance. I'm so happy here. Because when good design is incorporated into it and work and care and money has been incorporated into it, it means you're valued. And that really came through in this room. So I really encourage everyone to go to the engineering area and find this room and just marvel at its beauty.
So basically, if you want accommodation, you want a universal accommodation space, just talk to John. I'm sorry, John. And I also want to say, sorry, disclaimer, I'm the worst person with names in the world. So I am really bad at that. Yeah.
I think next person.
Let's thank them again.
Yeah.
Hello. This has been so great. I don't want it to end. Our next two speakers are two of the three accessibility specialists with the Americans with Disabilities Act team of the Equity, Civil Rights, and Title IX Office, ECRT. Their work focuses primarily on facilitating the interactive process for employees with disabilities seeking workplace accommodations. They also work alongside the rest of the ADA team to deliver workshops and provide information about accessibility and disability to promote inclusion at the University of Michigan. Please join me in giving Lauren O'Connor and Erin Metz a warm welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for sticking around this afternoon. I know it has been a really, really long day, so feel free to get up and stretch and do anything that you need to do this afternoon. So my name is Erin Metz, and like we've heard, I'm an accessibility specialist. This here is Lauren. We want to start by just acknowledging that our presentation today comes from the perspective of assisting employees who have limitations or barriers in the workplace and how we kind of assist them, but really knowing that you can take a lot of this information and share it into whatever environment that you are in. There we go. So our quick agenda this morning is to realize that disability is an integral part of our diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, DEIA, efforts. So we're going to talk a little bit about the ADA, just very basic information, move to talking about our neurodiversity, executive functioning, ableism, and language etiquette, and then end on some inclusive environments. So what is the ADA? Not going to bore you with a long definition, but it's prohibiting discrimination and harassment against qualified individuals with disabilities in employment, public spaces, and here at the University of Michigan, along with other public education areas. Also protecting individuals who have maybe an affiliation with someone else who has a disability, and it's providing that or creating that affirmative duty to provide reasonable accommodations as well. As you probably know, the disability definition is any physical or mental impairment that is substantially limiting one or more major life activity. So this is including someone who might have a record of that impairment, but also including individuals who don't have that disability, but are regarded as if they do have one. There are 4 different disability models that I want to talk about. We can kind of break those into those older models and then some newer models. So the older model is the legal model, which is that definition of the ADA that we just talked about. This is kind of where our team is kind of doing that compliance-based work. There's also the medical model, which we don't love. It's kind of showing that it's this diagnosis that needs to be fixed. And we all know that we don't need to be fixed. We just are who we are. Some of those newer models are the social model, where disability is created by those barriers that are created in society rather than by our own differences. If you're not familiar with Stella Young, I know our friends from Australia and New Zealand might be, I highly recommend you check out Stella's TED Talk, I'm Not Your Inspiration. Thank you very much. I think it's great. We do have it linked here so that you can all catch that. But most recently is the biopsychosocial model. So disability is this combination of biological factors, how our environments are structured, and then also how a person thinks or feels about their abilities and their limitations. Some quick stats on individuals with disabilities. I know we've heard a lot of stats today, so again, very quick. 1 in 4 adults in the US, so I think we're at about 26%, and there's over 1 billion individuals with disabilities worldwide. That's a lot of people. That unemployment rate for these individuals is 4 times higher than for individuals who don't have disabilities. 96% of individuals with chronic conditions have non-apparent disabilities. We're going to go into a little more depth about what some of those might look like. And this is one of the largest minority groups in the US and one of the few that you can join at any point in your life. 2 people can have the same disability, but with very different impacts. So that list of non-apparent disabilities, keeping in mind this is non-exhaustive, so many more than this. A lot of these we've talked about today, and maybe some are things that you haven't really thought about yet. So diabetes, fibromyalgia, chronic pain and fatigue, I think that's a really common one that most people don't think about as a disability, but as you are a person that deals with this, you know very well that it's a disability. So just wanting to take a moment to discuss this concept of non-apparent in that sometimes it may be non-apparent, other times, depending on our situation, it might be a little more obvious to others. So it's important to remember that disability in and of itself, it can be the spectrum of experiences and change over time. So our disability can wax and wane, become more progressive, maybe become a little less, even be temporary. So now I'm going to turn it over to Lauren.
Hello, I'm going to be speaking about the introduction to neurodiversity and neuroinclusion. I was planning on starting by talking and defining some terms, but a number of those have been defined earlier today. So to save us time and to not have to go through them again, I might skip over some. Many of them sound familiar to one another, but they have different meanings. So we are all neurodiverse in some way because no 2 brains are exactly alike and no 2 people are thinking or processing the exact same way. This is referred to as neurodivergence. And in these terms of neurodivergent and neurodiversity, we're speaking to these differences within terminology. And on the next slide, I'm going to be talking about neurotypical or neuromajority. And so these terms that are up here are practices that refer to a set of assumptions, norms, and practices that neurotypicality is this superior mode of functioning. These perspectives stigmatize attitudes, behaviors, or actions that reflect neurodivergent ways of processing as either deviant or inferior. And so, as you can see in the quotes above, there is normal and normalize in quotes, as others have today. And this is because there isn't an overall standard of what is considered normal. These are societal expectations that are placed on us. Some examples of the neuronormative and neurotypical societal expectations consist of eye contact. So what do we think somebody else should be doing during a conversation, as well as appropriate facial expressions or flow of conversation when having a dialogue. Again, this is a standard that's projected onto others. And some individuals have challenges with this, but not all neurodivergent individuals experience challenges with these interactions, but some do. These interactions can be more difficult for some neurodivergent individuals, and either if it's through understanding, sensing, or applying these principles due to variations in their own neurocognitive processing. Again, we're all neurodiverse and experience our differences in varying ways. So this slide is going to talk about masking, camouflaging, and social mimicry. Due to frequent practices of neuronormativity in our society, these are 3 strategies that are often employed for our neurodivergent individuals in order to feel more included, welcome, or accepted in community-based settings. So when thinking of a tangible example for masking, camouflaging, how many people in this room have laughed at a joke that you didn't understand before? Oh, thank you all for participating. So this is one way that helps us feel included when we're in a group. We try to blend in and camouflage ourselves. So when neurodivergent individuals are working to conform to these standards, they're dissociating from their own unique identities. And as disability allies, we want to embrace all of our differences. So one way to do so is by both identifying and creating supports, as well as resources that can include variations in our worlds and workplaces. Transitioning into neuroinclusion then. So this is an equitable and inclusive system and practice that help account for variations in all of our differing brain functioning. More specifically, since our presentation is regarding the workplace, we want to create more inclusive work environments that value and support employees and individuals with diverse neurocognitive abilities. This supports the understanding of neurodiversity and encourages that we unlearn those practices of neuronormativity. So on this slide, similar to Erin's slide, this is a non-exhaustive list. These are some neurodivergent categories because societally it is common when people hear neurodiversity and neurodivergent to think of autism spectrum disorder. And so when we hear that term, there are so many other conditions or diagnoses that fall within this umbrella term. So again, this is a non-exhaustive list. It does not include all, but it does speak to other diagnoses that are categorized as such. Now, speaking to some of the myths and misconceptions that are placed on individuals both with disabilities and more specifically those who identify as neurodivergent people. So it can be perceived from some that people with disabilities are either less productive, less efficient, or less effective, that they can be difficult to manage. Some people also think that they're required to disclose their disability to their employers, and that they can be difficult or expensive to accommodate when doing so. When speaking more specifically to that neurodivergent population, as I stated on our last slide, a number of people think that this only includes those who have autism. That these individuals don't work well in a team, or that they don't want to socialize, referring back to that eye contact or our expectations of how we interact with others. We don't want to just perceive that somebody's antisocial because of assumptions we're placing on them. Some people think that they can create a burden and that there's a problem that needs fixing. That goes back to that medical model. And then categorizing that somebody is high or low functioning. So executive functioning more specifically is the set of cognitive abilities that include one's ability to plan, organize, attend to information, recall it, initiate or terminate actions, form concepts, and the ability to be able to think abstractly. So these are commonly affected by individuals who have neurodiverse conditions, but vary based off of each individual's idiosyncrasies. So we want to work to create a more neuro-inclusive work environment that helps to allow individuals who have executive functioning differences to address many environmental factors that may impact their ability to be able to manage those limitations in the workplace successfully. So moving on, we're going to get into 3 examples that kind of relate to workplace accommodations. So as Erin and I were presented, we are accessibility specialists. Our role is to facilitate what we call the interactive process, and that's where we identify and implement reasonable accommodations into the workplace for individuals who have disabilities. In this process, employees provide us with their personal lived experience, and then we also discuss what barriers or limitations are impacting them in the workplace. We use our backgrounds, expertise, and resources to collaborate with the employee on what potential supports, or as we call them, accommodations, may be able to be implemented into that space to help them to fulfill the essential functions of their job. So as I stated, I'm going to provide you with a few examples of executive functioning limitations that an individual who has a neurodivergent condition may experience. And then we'll talk about some potential resources or supports that could be available in the workplace. These, as Erin stated earlier, could also be used in the academic setting or in the community in other areas of one's life. So we're going to start with time management. Some barriers that an individual may experience with time management are difficulty with time initiating. So who here also has issues getting themselves to get started on a project? Sometimes they feel so daunting. Similarly, there are other areas of time management. So one's ability to mark time as it passes, so anticipating how long it's taking something, and then time anticipation, so determining how long it may take to accomplish something. Some supports that can be implemented to help mitigate these symptoms or challenges are use of Okay. That's okay.
This must be the Oscars. Let's wrap it up.
Okay, so some accommodations that could be implemented to help mitigate some of these symptoms or barriers in the workplace are timers and alarms, having a schedule, so helping individuals transition between tasks or between calendar events, as well as providing individuals with checklists of assignments or what we call task breakdown. So if there's a large project, how can we break that down into smaller, more manageable components, or even assign specific completion deadlines to help keep progressing? Another low-tech option would just be providing a wall calendar. This can give a great visualization of due dates or provide color coding, and you can make it personalized to what's going to benefit your conditions and how you experience your world. The next executive functioning limitation that we'll be speaking to or challenge that somebody may experience is concentration. This can be by visual distractions or by auditory distractions in our environment. So if we're working and people are walking by us and that sound, we start tuning in instead of what we're supposed to be doing. Or our own ruminating thoughts, those internal distractions that exist within us. So as an accessibility specialist, some things that we may explore as a support or accommodation would be noise canceling headphones, sound absorption panels to block out that neighbor whose office is next door that we keep hearing their conversations, or white noise machines. For those visual distractions, can we put up higher cubicle walls that help block out some of the things that come by, or frost windows if they're there so that we don't see traffic coming through? Similarly, for our own workspace, can we find a way to reduce the clutter that's on our desk that we're getting distracted attending to instead of what we maybe should be doing? By providing an organizational bin or some form of organizational desk organizer. Or can we look more large scale? Can we relocate this office? Is there a lower traffic area that has less distractions where we can accommodate this individual to be more successful? Another option from a sensory standpoint is modifying light. And I'm gonna keep doing my best to block that out. So we can modify lights when we're considering the sensory standpoint. Can we put filters in, or can we have a dimmer so that we can help meet the needs of what each individual in the workplace, especially shared workplaces, is experiencing? And then the last executive functioning barrier that we're looking at in the workplace for these examples would be memory. So this might be one's ability to remember the daily tasks that they have to complete, or maybe challenges with perspective memory, that forward thought. What do we have to do at a later future time, and how do we plan for it? Supports for this could be providing employees with written instructions or verbal feedback, or both, depending if somebody processes better by reading and retaining or through their own auditory processing. If somebody struggles to retain that information later on, can we provide them with the meeting minutes so that they have a reference to look at later? Or using a recorder if they, again, prefer auditory processing for that delayed or later on review of information. When we're onboarding somebody, can we give them more training time to make sure that we're retaining tasks before progressing to the next one? And then providing flowcharts or visual cues of daily job tasks just so that there's a reference available so that somebody can refer to if they need it. And then some general tips just outside of the workplace, in the workplace, or any environment that you access to support neurodivergent individuals. We want to embrace individuality. So understanding unique needs and strengths, identifying, acknowledging, and understanding that we all have differences, tailoring roles to individual abilities and avoiding that one-size-fits-all cookie-cutter mentality, and then reducing sensory overload and having sensory inclusive environments available. We also want to make sure that we have meaningful interactions with those individuals that we are interacting with on our day-to-day. Ensure that we're making direct conversations about personal needs a priority instead of just waiting for those to arise. Build trust through understanding that each one's experience is different, and then engage resources when needed. And I'm going to turn it over to Erin now.
As our PowerPoint has come back up. Thank you, Lauren. You're so welcome. So now we're going to switch kind of gears a little bit and talk about ableism and language etiquette. So this is regarding those who may have neurodiverse identities, but also those within the broader disability community. So our language and our actions are two of the most impactful ways that we can really work to make a difference in creating and maintaining our inclusive environments. So ableism, what is it? We've probably all experienced it, but the actual definition of ableism is the intended or oftentimes unintended discrimination and social prejudice against these people that we may believe that their abilities aren't as great as those who have typical abilities. So there's this assumption, like in that medical model, that these individuals require some sort of fixing in order to fit into our society. So it's similar to those other isms, racism and sexism, where we're taking this entire class of people and just calling them less than. So there's these harmful stereotypes, misconceptions, generalizations, all of this devaluing and limiting our potential. So what are some of these microaggressions that hopefully we're not participating in, but again, sometimes this is unintentional. So maybe it's questioning whether someone really needs to use their assistive device or whatever accommodation they might be using, a piece of software or some ergonomic equipment. So they seem fine to me, or they sure don't look disabled. These are absolutely ableist comments that we want to remove from our language. Also, interrupting someone or finishing their sentence because maybe they're taking a little longer than you might like to get their thought out aloud. Using condescending or louder voices when you're explaining something. Requiring everyone to participate in the same way. Very happy this is a hybrid event, so for those of us who want to sit in the room, yay, we can. But for those of us who might be more comfortable in our other environment, whether that's our home or in our private office space or wherever that might be, a coffee shop, you do you. That's good. And lastly, that ableist microaggression is just doing the bare minimum of an accommodation or making something accessible. So how do we replace those microaggressions with micro-affirmations? So be considerate about how we all process information. So some of us might be visual learners and we like to have our slides available. Others are okay with hearing or seeing or experiencing. Some of us need multiple modalities all simultaneously. When you're considering providing an accommodation or a request for accommodation, think about whether or not you can provide that accommodation to everyone, maybe even without them needing to ask for it. So if you're going to have a meeting, can everyone just have a Zoom link available so they can make that decision on whether or not they can attend? Or can everyone use the noise canceling headphones or any other accommodation that there might be? Make sure you're providing agendas and clear directions so we can figure out how we get to this building. Have a variety of seating options for people who may not find these chairs the most comfortable or need to be able to stand. Where can they go stand? So providing all of this stuff in ahead of time, and again, maybe not making someone ask for it, just having it available, or at least stating that this is what is already available. Let us know if you need anything additional. I'm going to very briefly go over this slide. I know it's been over quite a bit today, but considering our language, those two different schools of thought of person first and identity first, where we're kind of leaning more towards that identity first language. So again, not going to go into a depth of this, but we want to talk about how do you know which to use? Do you say a person with a disability or a disabled person? And really, both can be right. It just depends on your situation. So some things to keep in mind when we're talking about our language is that disabled and disability are not bad words. They are okay to use. So we can check out some resources that are available if maybe we're not sure which one we want to be using in our current situation. But really challenge yourself to remove those characterizations that may not be so great, that might be a little bit offensive. Specially abled, differently abled, these are not terms we need to use. Disabled is perfectly fine. If you feel comfortable doing so, ask what someone would like to be, what language choice they would like to go with. If you don't feel comfortable asking that question, perhaps just pay attention to how they're referring to themselves. And lastly, acknowledging that language does evolve over time. So with that in mind, here are some pieces of language that we should avoid. Language with negative overtones, stating that someone is a victim or afflicted with or suffering from. That's got to be my least favorite. Some of us have disabilities that we're not suffering through. We just have disabilities. And wheelchair bound is another one that gets me. How many people have seen someone physically tied and strapped down to their chair where they can't get out of it? More language to avoid would be language that might be regarded as slurs. So crazy, using that R word, the word spaz. Remove those from your vocabulary. Also language that is going to assume knowledge about someone's individual experience because you have, a friends have, I used to have, my family member has, whatever that similar disability might be. Everyone experiences their disability in their own unique way.
And this is Lauren speaking. So following some of Erin's tips for avoiding language and improving the verbiage that we're using, we also want to create and maintain inclusive environments, both socially and physically. So in the photo that is on the screen, I had to make sure it was still up. This is the curb cut effect. So what it says on there is when we design for disabilities, we make things better for everyone. And depicted in this picture is an individual who is a wheelchair user who's utilizing the curb cut to descend down from the sidewalk through the crosswalk into the street. What we can also see here is that there's an individual who's pushing a stroller who may benefit from this. Somebody who's pushing some packages with a dolly, some individuals who are riding bikes. And Erin's favorite example to use during this is our students who are nose down in their cell phones, who then reduce a fall risk because there's a curb cut looking out for them. So we want inclusion to be involved. It helps change our environment. It reduces the need for modifications or accommodations later on. It also helps to remove or reduce structural access barriers in our environments. And as seen in the picture, it tends to benefit everyone. Inclusion is proactive. And as accessibility specialists, we love that accessibility is a piece of inclusivity. So making something initially accessible, using principles of universal design, this helps as many people as possible. And it also then helps to anticipate for diverse needs, and it saves time and expenses later on when changes are requested. Going back to some language, So communication, how can we help to make that more inclusive? So beyond the tips that Erin's already provided us with, ask individuals about their communication preferences. So if you're having a conversation, maybe follow up with an email. Again, some individuals do better processing things through writing, others do through auditory processing, or do both, depending on the circumstances. Maybe following a meeting, put some bullet points together and blast it out to everybody to be able to review and recall later on. We also want to avoid idioms. One example of this is, you can say that again, sarcasm or jargon. Pausing when you ask questions, a strategy to help with this if an individual has a different processing time than you. Silently and slowly count to 10. This gives them some time to process or digest the information and determine if they do have a question. And then we want to pay more attention to what people are saying in the context versus their facial expressions and tone. I think I've gotten into that quite a bit, so I don't think I have to describe why. More on communication, we can model active listening. So if you hear something and you're not completely certain if it was correct, we can follow up with, I think what I heard you say was, instead of being more direct and saying, you said. We don't want to equate directness or a lack of small talk with individuals being antisocial. And then specific to the workplace, there may be conversations that are potentially sensitive. So let's provide some context and give advanced notice for individuals to prepare for that. We want to look at these as opportunities for growth as opposed to mistakes. And then also consider that we don't need to just give feedback and continue that dialogue immediately. Be prepared to step away, take a break from that conversation, and allow the other person to receive that information and digest it. Once they're given that opportunity to regroup, come back and continue that conversation if necessary, when appropriate. Transitioning more into the physical workplace design. We want to consider the impact on senses. So our sights, our sounds, what we feel, what we smell. So some strategies to help with this are offering spaces that avoid strong, harsh, or unnatural fragrances when possible. Can we possibly alternate lighting? Can we have dimmable switches and lights so that this can be changed based off of individual needs? And then when we create intentionally welcome environments for all employees, this means that we have more options and we embrace the differences in how people work, because nobody works exactly the same or is successful in the exact same variables. We want to offer different types of spaces with intention. So some examples of this would be having a low stimulation or quiet area. This can help some individuals concentrate. Others may benefit from a space to get up, to move around, to collaborate and talk with their colleagues. So we want to consider the variations and needs. We've already spoke to the seating, but provide various ergonomic seating options or comfortable seating. Same with desks in the workplace. Can we have a sit to stand desk? And rather than making somebody request that, could it be something that's available to all? And then they can adjust it to seated or standing based off of their preference or need. Building in breaks during long meetings or if there are several back-to-back meetings. This gives people the opportunity to recharge or take breaks if they may need. And then considering apps, planner options, or other tools that were mentioned earlier with the accommodation examples. The goal is for us to help normalize putting these accommodations in place and not normalizing people. This helps us to prioritize comfort and safety over efficiency and economy through the use of education and training, modifications, and integration of sensory-informed spaces. And then lastly, in this section, we want to talk about some neurodiversity affirming practices. These help us focus our shift from looking at deficits and limitations to pursuing competence, which empowers strength and potential in each individual. We can do this by challenging systemic barriers and those societal assumptions I spoke to earlier. We can unlearn practices of ableism, remain sensory informed, recognize and encourage all of our authenticity and differences amongst ourselves, view those modifications as growth. Not all change has to be negative, and then convey respect for one another. And then to wrap up, I'm gonna give it back to Erin.
All right, everyone, we're almost there. So our key takeaways for today, we like to define these into our do's and our don'ts. So our do's, let's consider accessibility barriers when we're planning. So if this is an event, a meeting, a building. Let's really make all those considerations and do it right from the get-go. Embrace our individuality. Realize that everyone is in a different place in their lives and that that's okay. Utilize multiple communication strategies. So just like we talked before, think about all those different ways that people learn or perceive information and use lots. As for our don'ts, don't assume knowledge of whatever someone's circumstance or their situation is. Let's not assume that we know what they're experiencing. Don't be complacent in learning and growing. Keep coming to these conferences so that we can really impact and make a difference. And then lastly, don't be afraid to ask questions, but not yet. We also just want to take a moment to plug an event that might be coming up from the ADA team. So tomorrow morning, we want to continue this conversation. We have some registration spots still available. If you head over this way to our info table, we got a few people over there that'll help you get registered. For those of you who are joining us online, I believe a member of our team is dropping that registration link into your chat box. Actually, I have one other thing here that I wanted to say before we move on. So we have more learning opportunities which you can find online from us, and then also our contact form. So for those of you who do have questions, I know we're running a little late today, you can contact us via this online access point, but this is utilized for those who are requesting accommodations. So I know we've heard a few different times today that sometimes requesting accommodations is not always a positive experience. We're here to help with that. We want it to be a positive experience where people will come forward and request the accommodations that they need to be successful. So oftentimes what we do as accessibility specialists is to facilitate what are often difficult conversations that employees have with their supervisors. So we mentioned earlier, a common misconception is that employees need to disclose to their supervisors their diagnosis. Here at the University of Michigan, that is not the case. You may need to disclose that you have an accommodation, but you do not need to state what that accommodation is for. That accommodation is meant to address the limitations and the barriers that are existing for you, not your diagnosis. So another thing I wanted to talk on was that through this online form, we also have a new thing called Report a Barrier to Access. And this is not new to University of Michigan, but new through our office that we are now an extra place that you can tell us where the barriers are so we can work to address them, hopefully a little more expeditiously. So this may be an elevator that's not operating, or when you go to push the button to your door and it doesn't open, or there's a website that may not be as accessible as you need it to be. These are all examples that sometimes we don't always know about right away. We need your help to find those. So I think with that, we are finally to the point where we can ask any questions, or you can use our online form and save some of this afternoon.
Hi, you knew it'd be me, sorry. So one question that I have, and this is gonna come out cranky, but it's from a place of passion and well-meaning. Where do you see your office's role in proactive planning for some of these things? Because I hear a little bit of a mismatch between the talk here today, which was lovely about, accommodate everything ahead of time, don't make people individually ask, and practice here at the university, which is we're not changing anything till a specific person gives us a specific set of needs. I think that's been our experience within our building, that the interior designer had absolutely no thought about who the users were in that space, and it seems like a missed opportunity for your office to be proactively collaborating with designers as spaces are redesigned, retrofit, or built from scratch.
Yes, Erin speaking again. That is a issue that is very, I was gonna say near and dear to our heart, but it's whatever the opposite of that is, because it is a frustration for us as well. So what we are hopeful for is that our vastly, rapidly growing team, where it was once just one lonely deputy ADA coordinator, is now a team of 12 people. So we do a lot of these kinds of conversations where we're really working to promote we exist, because many people don't know that our office is here on campus, the Equity, Civil Rights, and Title IX office, so that you can come to us and tell us there's a project that's getting started, let's loop you in, make sure you're in that conversation. There are needs that need to be addressed, that this is a very big place. We are still a small group, even though we are expanding. We don't know where all of the needs are. So we have our ADA coordinator and our deputy ADA coordinator that sit on a lot of committees, and they're working really hard to retroactively fix a lot of those errors. But like we mentioned, it's so much easier if you just do it right the first time. So let's fix it from here on out, because fixing things retroactively, remediating all of these issues it's neither fun, easy, and really it's very slow. But with that said, there are some things that can be done quickly if we know about them. So for example, we had someone request some of those door opening buttons in a certain building. As soon as we were informed, we start meeting with the people who are in the need to know to get that addressed. And within a week, there's a work order and it's getting going. So as soon as we know about things, we're there to proactively get to them. We would love to be in a position where one day we are not reactive at all, but we need a lot of help to get there.
To follow up on that, for someone requesting workplace accommodations, are there any sort of protections for employees who are concerned about their supervisor treating them differently if they were to find out that they have, that they were the one that the accommodation was being provided for?
So the university has a non-discrimination policy. So another office within Equity, Civil Rights, and Title IX works very hard in making sure that retaliation, discrimination, harassment are not things that are tolerated. So it can be difficult conversations the entire accommodation process, but again, our office is here to help facilitate that, to really help to alleviate a lot of those tensions, to try to make it a, what was the word that was used before? I don't remember, a terrible experience, whatever the word that was used before. So we're really trying hard to get rid of that experience, and we do have protections in place for employees who are requesting accommodations.
Is it possible for an employee to disclose their disability to you without it being disclosed to their supervisor?
Yes, exactly. So we mentioned that before. You are not required to disclose your disability to your supervisor. You may need to disclose that you have an accommodation to address limitations that you're experiencing, but you do not need to share your diagnosis with them. So if you come to our office and talk to Lauren and I or the other members of our team, you may need to share your diagnosis with us, but that is not ever from our office shared with the supervisor or anyone else in the department.
Hi, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about any efforts to promote neuro-inclusion during the hiring process, the hiring and interviewing process. I think that's actually the point at which there's a lot of barriers, and I'm thinking in particular of autistic people and a different social interaction style that might be perceived negatively by neurobasic individuals. So are there any efforts underway, or what do you see as kind of best practices for increasing the number of neurodiverse individuals in the workplace?
So great question. Lauren and I just finished preparing a presentation that we're going to give to many of our hiring partners. So it's specifically related to hiring process and interview related, not just accommodations, but ways of speaking, how to frame questions, what information to provide ahead of time, things of that nature. So yes, we're getting there, hopefully very soon.
Is the event tomorrow going to be offered online as well, or is it just in person?
So the event tomorrow is in person only. I'm forgetting what date. It's one day next week we're doing the online version. So the following Friday. The following Friday, Lauren tells me. So yes, we do almost all of our presentations from a virtual capacity. When we do them in person, we follow up with a virtual version.
Hi, my question is similar to the question about proactivity about inclusive spaces. So I think a lot of, let me not speak for anyone else. I often find, like in spaces like this, that the people who have the power
to institute things and who need to hear this stuff like are not in these rooms. And so a lot of what we're hearing is like, this is how you can advocate to get these things for yourself. But if we're not sitting in a place of protection in order to advocate those things, right? So it kind of like, this is how you advocate for it, but the people who need to be amenable to your advocacy are not here, and right, whatever. So I guess my question is kind of around, is the university developing, where is the accountability for the people who are sitting? Like, we don't even need to get into like talking about higher level management, but like middle management people, to say like, where is the check and the balance and the accountability to say, when you get your budget or before you get head count or some sort of checkpoint in there to like, what are you actively doing? What's your strategic plan for like inclusion for your employees? How does that factor into like how you do like your performance reviews, like any of this stuff? Because I feel like at a world-renowned research university, like there's so much, we're gonna cure diabetes with a contact lens. But like if you want to be able to doodle during a meeting, it's like a whole issue that you now have to like go through all these processes and like advocate for yourself for, and there doesn't seem to be any manager level accountability to like level up that responsibility to becoming top down. It's like, if you catch somebody out not doing something, here's how you can go about trying to correct them, but that really shouldn't be in like the responsibility of like ICs.
So I feel like what you're saying is, can we mandate training so that the people who need to hear this message are hearing it? The answer to that is no. But what we are doing is we are basically doing, what is it now, weekly workshops. So we are just pumping the information out as fast as possible so that everyone can hear it and continue to share it. So I'm not going to get into this in a whole lot of detail, but I know our ADA coordinators are really strong proponents of setting aside budget for improvements, budget for accommodations, so that these things are happening more proactively rather than reactively. As with all things, and we hate this, but it is unfortunate where we're at, the change takes time. So we are making as many conscious efforts as we can to get there, but we can't do it alone. So we need everyone who's here to continue sharing this information and making sure that those that are in that middle management area are learning the things that they can do differently to make this more inclusive and an accessible place.
Thank you. This is ECRT. Their table is over there. Please join them during our network presentation.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, and I'm back again. Yes. So I had the privilege of introducing the last speaker before lunch, and now I have the privilege of introducing our last speaker. This is another UROP presentation. Last year, Chris, Sandy, and I got together, and Sandy had this brilliant idea of trying to find a way that we can get all of our mental health resources here at the university in one place so people can find them. If you think about it, if you are an engineering student, you have different resources that are available to you than if you are a staff on the medical campus. And it is very, very difficult for you to find things online that are specific to you. So if you are in crisis or approaching crisis and you are trying to dig these things out of the internet, it is very difficult. So we, as we say, we knew how to get from our idea, or we knew what our idea was, we knew what we wanted to do, but to drive the car to get there, we had no idea. But we had awesome students. And those students knew how to drive the car. So we just kind of directed them and they drove the car. So one of those students stayed on this summer and pretty much finished the project. It's still kind of ongoing a little bit. His name is Jack Seal, and he is going to tell you about an awesome resource that we're hoping is going to be released to you very soon. Jack?
Thank you, Kathy. Imagine having a window into the collective mental well-being of your campus community. HealingBLUE isn't just an app, it's a data-driven revolution. It's about understanding the pulse of our community, knowing where support is needed most, and ensuring no one slips through the cracks. Today, I invite you to join me in exploring not just an app, but a transformative approach to a mental health care that's as insightful as it is accessible. HealingBLUE is an app that connects students, faculty, and staff with mental health resources on campus. HealingBLUE makes it easy to find resources relevant to you. For example, if you're in the School of Nursing and are in need of financial assistance, instead of searching through Michigan's vast collection of resources, HealingBLUE will give you the resources that you need. Today, I'll be demonstrating how it works. Any department in the university can upload a resource to the app simply by filling out this Google form. Let's say I'm in CAPS and I want to upload a resource called CAPS Wellness. All I have to do is first put in the title of my resource. Then I'll put where the resource is available. Further, I'll select who it targets, the types of students it targets, along with the college it's accessible in. I'll put the feelings the resource addresses, as well as the concerns. I'll then put a good email so people can contact the resource on the app, along with the description. So all you have to do is check the boxes and it'll automatically populate into the app. So you select the feelings, concerns, and along with a good email. You can copy and paste the description of your resource onto the app so users can get a good idea of what it's about. You can upload a link to the website so users can access the resource. As well as a link to schedule an appointment. And then finally, you can upload a photo complementing your resource. Once you hit the submit button, it will populate onto the app, so users are able to access the resource. Now I'll be demonstrating how the app works. When first logging onto the app, or opening the app, you're greeted with two pages, Login and Urgent and Crisis Services. When clicking Urgent and Crisis Services, you're able to access a list of different services quickly, such as 911 and Suicide Prevention Line. When clicking Login, you log in with your UMich email. Then you see 4 pages. When clicking on Resources, you can see a list of all of the university's resources, including the one we just uploaded, CAPS Wellness. Going back, now let's take a screening. It'll ask me a series of questions which will filter through all of Michigan's resources into the ones that adhere to how I'm feeling most. I'll select what I am. I'm a student. Also select which type of student. I'm undergrad. Then I'll select the school I'm in, engineering and LSA. I'll then select how I'm feeling. I'm feeling tired and anxious. I'll then select my concern. I'm feeling stressed. Now I'll title my screening so I can come back to it later. I'll say April 11th. Now, this will filter through all of Michigan's resources into the ones that adhere to how I'm feeling most. We can see we got 2 resources. Now going back, I can go to the Resource tab and select that screening I just took by going under Previous Screenings. Now I see those 2 resources. If I want more information, I can click on one of those resources. Here, I'll see a description, an email, who it targets, and where it's located, along with helpful buttons such as Contact, Learn More, and Schedule an Appointment. I can even favorite the resource if I want to come back to it more quickly. To recap, I was able to take that screening to filter through all of Michigan's resources and get just the ones that adhere to how I'm feeling. Now I can easily access my favorite resources, or I can even search for a resource if I know what I'm looking for, such as CAPS Wellness. One cool thing about this app is the data that it collects. Through a very small number of user testings our app, we're able to return this data I'm about to show you. In the future, we'll be able to use the data to identify demand for mental health resources at the university, as well as gaps where the university needs to invest more. When a user is filling out a screening, we're able to take that information and turn it into data. As you can see, all of our users are in Ann Arbor. Our users are enrolled in these schools: education, dentistry, engineering, and others. Our users are mostly students, and most of whom are undergrad, or all of whom are undergrad. Now we can see where the demand is for these users. As you can see, most are feeling sad, insecure, and fearful, while also showing where the demand is for their concerns. The cool thing about this is the infinite number of types of data we can receive. For example, number of students sad based off school. We can identify the demand for these types of resources, while also identifying the gaps where the university lacks. If the university has no education resources, yet education has the most sad students, it's evident that the university has a gap in this department. We can do this in an infinite number of combinations, such as students sad based off location, or anxious based off school, and much more. HealingBLUE offers a user-friendly solution for accessing mental health resources tailored to the University of Michigan community. It empowers students, faculty, and staff to find support efficiently. Additionally, its data-driven approach not only enhances resource allocation, but also enables proactive identification of areas where additional support may be needed, ultimately fostering a healthier campus environment. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So just one thing before we go on, it is not collecting your name. You have to sign in only because you're using University of Michigan resources, so it will not collect that.
Yeah, it's completely confidential. It's just the information you put on the screening.
Hello. Cool, very cool app coming. For the events and resources, I guess it's a two-part question. Are the resources more one-time resources, or are they more evergreen? So like, is this supposed to be a resource like in the month of May we're having these events, or is it something you can use all year? And then are these only for free resources, or if we, like our institution hosts like workshops for people that have a one-time cost, could we put those on there, or is this just for the free ones?
Yeah, you can put both the one-time cost and both free resources. And it is easy to update, where you could put a resource that is just for the month of May or month of June, and then you can easily take it off right after.
Sorry, didn't see you. But one other thing while I'm walking over there, we are looking at putting all of the neurotypical and physical disability resources on this too, not just the mental health.
I think students are going to love this. I work with incoming undergraduates, and I know that you said this is coming soon. Soon enough that it might be able to be rolled out to the incoming first-year students with orientation? And if so, are you already connected up with Office of New Student Programs, et cetera, to get it out there?
It should be coming out this summer, and we are connecting with different departments at the university right now.
I was curious about if there's flexibility in the means that resources can be added. For example, if two people enter the same resource into the Google form, or if you have a typo when you put in the resource, is there flexibility and ability to kind of handle those situations?
Yeah, so great question. Each resource has to be unique, so you can't upload two of the same resources, like the app won't be able to take both. So we'll be able to catch that. And it is very flexible, as in you can change your resource and we can update it pretty much instantly.
Hello. Would you like to create a University of Melbourne version of your app?
Stop stealing, everybody.
I come home with 200 extra staff, students, and an app, and probably been a little bit of trouble for that, but that's what we do.
In your answer, Jack, say, yes, if you give me a trip there. That's
It's a deal. Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
Oh, can I ask one more question?
Oh,
So
yes.
sorry. I was wondering if you plan to include any resources for financial wellness or food insecurity. It looked like most of it was strictly health. What do you think?
There are, yes, we do plan on including those types of resources. We have some of those questions in the survey as well. I know it was quick, but they're in there. All right, thank you.
So throughout this presentation, I've been thinking of how I'm going to close, and one word sums this up: wow. So much information, relevant, current, and information that gives us direction. So much to unpack, and a lot of opportunity to build collaborations. And so as we're evolving the app that Jack has shared, we are happy to get your input and work with you in trying to get these ideas launched and more visible. That particular idea is a work in progress since 2020. And each time that we have kind of presented the idea, it's like, great idea, but, and then the door closes. So we were like, you know what, let's just put it out there. So we're working with ECRT and with IT currently, and bringing this together and building it out, and it has a lot of potential to add things into it. So thank you, Jack, for your dedication to the project and for working and your patience with us. So thank you so much, brilliant work. I want to say thank you to all the speakers today, because you have provided us with so much information and given us direction, collaboration, and I have a trip into Australia at some point, but just thinking about how we can grow this. I love the idea of a global network because this is a time when we can grow these opportunities. So thank you to all. I particularly want to say thank you to the team, because this could not have been possible without them. So I'm going to call them up here so that they can be recognized and so that you can. Come on. I think one person that I absolutely, and I want to kick myself because I overlooked, was Terry. Terry, come up here, because Terry is the artist behind this beautiful artwork. So she is amazing. We have a wonderful team. We are, some people have already left because of children. We also have one team member behind the curtain, Jesse, who has been phenomenal in helping us field questions. So thank you all. We are going to be available during the network session to take your questions, to engage, and if you have ideas, we're happy to hear them. If you haven't, we'll be sending out a survey in the next week or so, I think once we finalize some of the questions that we want to add. But please give us your feedback on what you liked and what you didn't like, what we need to add in, what you want to hear, where we need to focus, and more to come. Thank you.